Football Modifier. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 451. Post-match storm and new challenges. As soon as the goal was scored, Van Basten could only grow hair on his belly button, imitating Xiang, who was so powerful in those days. He stood on the sidelines and sighed, "God will destroy me. It is not a crime of war. Even if such a goal can be scored, how can Newcastle not win? A single game score of 5:1, a total score of 5:3 over 2 rounds. Ajax is finished. Even if injury time is included, there are still less than 8 minutes left. If he wants to get 2 goals back in 8 minutes with Madman Lee standing in the command box on the sidelines of St. James, the difficulty is almost as difficult as convincing Satan to convert to God. The situation is over. Van Basten did not change the team's tactics in the following time, and the Magpies, under the command of still crazy Lee, relentlessly played the game that made the Ajax players want to die. Defensive counter-attack. Finally push. Referee Martin Atkinson blew 2 short and 1 long whistles to end the game. Point before the game, it looked like it would be very difficult for Newcastle to come back in the first round of the UEFA Cup. After 90 minutes of fierce battle, the Magpies, under the miraculous command of their commander, Madman Lee, finally managed to win without any danger. A great reversal was achieved. Newcastle has entered the next knockout round. St. James, after a month, has regained its glory in the most powerful way, with dazzling glory. 2 parallel importers decided the game. The huge news headline that the Times couldn't wait to print on the front page of its website after the game almost represented the entire European continent's views on the St. James League Cup knockout match. A crazy performance with 1 pass and 3 shots, and a bloody header to score. On this night, what decided the course and outcome of the game was that in the previous month, no, it should be in the previous 2 or 3 years, 2 people had been put into the parallel import coffin by the media and fans, and they were just short of each other. The last nail in the coffin is to buy the 2 major parallel imports in the long history. So legendary, so dramatic, so incredible. I'm afraid that before the game, even the most imaginative screenwriter would never have guessed that this battle would end in such a magical process and game. Before the game, people thought that Newcastle would advance. After all, the coach of this team is Crazy Lee. However, in the imagination of almost everyone around the world, the hero of the goal should be Irving, Crespo, and Juan Mata. Yes, it could even be centre-back Steven Taylor or full-back Marcelo, but no one dares to imagine that it will be the old Shevchenko or the devastated Senderos. In the original imagination of the fans and the media, Shevchenko and Senderos, these 2 brothers in trouble, would have been worthy of Crazy Lee and Newcastle people thanking God if they did not hold back the Magpies. Knowing this, suddenly, when recalling the previous match against West Bromwich Albion, the media and fans began to have a new understanding of the 2 parallel imports. England's Financial Times, which had previously clamored that Crazy Lee had made mistakes that even a kindergarten child would not make during the winter transfer period, admitted their mistake less than an hour after the game. It turns out that we made a serious mistake. And we must admit, Andrei Shevchenko and Felipe Senderos are both top players, and they proved it with their super performance. God on the sidelines of the football field. SI4 signings. The Observer, which has always stood by Newcastle in the public opinion, beamed. 5 slaps, loud slaps. Now, who dares to say that they are parallel imports? Shevchenko and Senderos, in the transfer the market saved Newcastle at least 20 million euros, and on the playing field, it brought immeasurable more. Even The Sun reporter Bruce Barbara, who had an undying feud with Madman Lee over the virginity issue, had to cut off her stubborn and beautiful head after this battle, and wrote angrily in her personal column, admits Senderos and Shevchenko delivered victory for Newcastle. Obviously, it is easier for fans to be excited when a long-established star shines again after a fall than when a superstar suddenly appears. Because, after all, famous football stars have carried the most sincere and crazy feelings of fans for a period of time. Nostalgia is the most likely psychological behavior of the human race. As a result, reports about Shevchenko and Senderos were everywhere in the European football world. The craziest hat trick, a nuclear warhead finds its long-lost launcher street. James's night, the world's most terrifying nuclear bomb blasted Ajax Shevchenko, the return of the king of peak killers, 1 pass and 3 shots. Parallel imports dominated St. James' night in the past. Van Basten, Shevchenko is still the top striker in the world. Senderos tells you how a man should fight. Honor is forged with blood, and the sky is forever clear. Whole world seems to be getting to know Shevchenko and Senderos again. Some smart reporters have turned their attention to the famous coaches, who have worked with the two parallel imports, and Salotti looked confused. They are all top players and they did not show their full strength in AC Milan. I feel very sorry for this. Mourinho looked disdainful. Shevchenko played very well in Newcastle. There is nothing strange about this. It just means that he is more suitable for Crazy Lee's tactics. However, I'm willing to admit that he is a A-grade player. As for Crazy Lee, I have nothing to say, Professor. Wenger looked regretful. Felipe has regained his former peak form in Newcastle, which is very exciting. At the same time, I'm very sorry for everything he has experienced at Arsenal. As long as he is willing, he can return to the Emirates Stadium at any time. Of course, in addition to the strong rise of the two major parallel imports, another thing has also aroused great interest from the media and fans within 30 seconds of the first and second half. Spanish Angel Wings. Juan Mata easily eliminated 3 central defenders with 2 corner kicks. Is this, as Dutch commentator Nigel van Buren said, is it a deliberate tactical arrangement by Crazy Lee? If it is really a tactical arrangement, then this trick is so effective, cumbersome and terrifying. You must know that the reason why Newcastle was able to score those 2 crucial goals in the second half was precisely because Ajax's temporary centre-back Eriksson made consecutive low-level mistakes. The first ball was behind Eriksson, whose waist was low, did not take off in time, allowing Senderos, whose head was wrapped in gauze, to score easily without interference. The second one was because he was so strong that he did not withstand the 32-year-old in the aerial battle. Shevchenko was successfully lobbed by a nuclear warhead. If there had been a genuine central defender in the Ajax central defender position at that time, instead of a temporary midfielder, perhaps Newcastle would not have been able to score at all, and would have been eliminated. Unfortunately, reporters did not get any valuable information from the mouths of many parties involved. According to the announcements on the official websites of both clubs shortly after the game, fans can only know Ajax centre-backs Oleg and Van der Wiel both suffered minor concussions and were out for a month, while Newcastle's little Superman, Stephen Taylor, on the other hand, was also sidelined for a month due to a fractured brow bone and a slight concussion. The stories about these 2 corner kicks are gradually being spread more and more, becoming more and more amazing. Juan Mata was very reluctant and agreed to get the second nickname in his career after Angel Wings, the centre-back killer, and Lee Tongfan, the mysterious man shrouded in the mysterious fog. It gets heavier and heavier. In addition, fans and media want to follow the gossip relentlessly to the end. They found another gimmick after comparing Shevchenko and Senderos' lackluster performances at AC Milan with their stunning performances at Newcastle. People began to wonder how Crazy Lee could make these 2 well-known parallel imports burst into the energy they deserve. More interested. From Ronaldo to Beckham, from Michael Owen to Alan Smith, to Juan Mata, to today's Senderos and Shevchenko, it seems that Crazy Lee has an incredible magical power in his hands. Players who have almost been judged to be degenerate by the whole world, under the command of Madman Lee, can easily burst out with energy even more terrifying than at their peak in the past. What is the secret of this? Some people say that Crazy Lee can give more trust to the players, because this Chinese never has to worry about the team's record, so only he can make an exception, to give these former superstars more opportunities, and help them pass the game. Get back to your peak state. Some people say that Crazy Lee's data analysis ability is the golden key for former superstars to regain their form, because every player who joins Newcastle will receive a targeted training plan personally formulated by Crazy Lee, based on the most scientific and reasonable probability analysis. Crazy Lee can solve all problems with data. Some people say that Crazy Lee is a brilliant master of psychology. He can inspire the morale of any player with just a few words. Whether you are an unknown boy who is just starting out, or an old soldier who has been on the battlefield for a long time, as long as the Chinese is willing, he can make your blood boil in the shortest time. Some people also say that the reason why Crazy Lee is invincible and can 100% help those players who are in trouble to have a second life is because Crazy Lee is only a young man in his 20s. As a peer of the players, he is better able to understand the psychology of the players than those uncles who are often in their 40s, 50s, and 60s. He is more able to get along with the players, and it is easier for the players to accept his views, and it is easier for them to accept his views. Able to accept players' blows. Someone else said. In short, there are different opinions. The story about Madman Lee, after one miracle after another happened, gradually turned into a legend and romance, and gradually became synonymous with mystery. However, this does not prevent thousands of fans from becoming Crazy Lee's most loyal fans every day, even fans from rival clubs. Although they sometimes hate him, more often, they are also treated like this. Impressed by a talented head coach. The game is over. The storm has just arrived. At this time, legend brother Lee Tongfan returned to Brussels, Belgium, because Lee Ying had finished his hospitalization and was ready to be discharged. Dad, let me see, you and my mother should not be in a hurry to return to China. Come with me to Newcastle first. The climate there is better than that of Gansu in China. It is just suitable for you to recuperate and be quieter, so that you don't have to worry about those things when you return to China. Relatives, leaders, reporters, etc. all swarm over to disturb you. At this moment, Lee Tongfan felt that convincing his father to go to England was more difficult than motivating the Hammers to reverse a 0:3 deficit. In the end, it was the prospective daughter-in-law Wang Qing who spoke, and Li Ying and He Feng agreed to go to Newcastle to recuperate. The sultry man sadly discovered that, although he had not yet entered the country, Wang Qing was actually more favored than he was in front of the two old people. Before leaving Brussels, Lee Tongfan did one more thing that night. Lee Tongfan held a dinner in his own name at the Grand Hotel in the center of Brussels and invited the relevant personnel from Green George Hospital who had made great efforts in the treatment of Li Ying's condition to express his gratitude. Chelsea owner Abramovich also appeared at the dinner, although many people from all walks of life came to attend the banquet, and news about Chelsea pursuing Crazy Lee also appeared from time to time. No one had any other ideas because of Abramovich's arrival. After all, Crazy Lee is now not just an ordinary club head coach, but a club owner who owns 51% of Newcastle's shares. If he leaves his own club to run poorly and instead coaches a rival team, then it was the donkey that kicked me in the head. In addition to Abramovich, another thing that caught the attention of the attendees was a very familiar Asian face point from the beginning to the end of the banquet. This dark-faced, tall, muscular, and majestic Asian had maintained a very close relationship with Crazy Lee. He followed closely beside Crazy Lee. The two seemed to be old friends for many years. This scene aroused great interest from reporters, because before this, people had never seen this person next to Crazy Lee. Who is this Asian who has never been seen before? Could it be Newcastle's latest signing? Or the latest member of management to join Newcastle? Or Crazy Lee's gay boyfriend? The fire of gossip is burning brightly in the Brussels night. However, until after the dinner, the secret was still not revealed. After the dinner, Crazy Lee had left Belgium with his family and flew to England. The reporters divided into two groups, continuing to follow and report on Madman Lee's journey and dig out the origins of the mysterious Asian. One day later, the reporters finally figured out the true identity of the Asian man. However, at the moment the secret was revealed, everyone felt that maybe they had been tricked by Crazy Lee again. Because that mysterious guy turned out to be just Guo Liang, the boss of a little known nursing company called Angel Wings in LZ City, GS Province, China. He was neither a player nor Newcastle's new manager as people had previously speculated. The reason why he is qualified to appear at the dinner in Brussels is because Crazy Lee's father was cared for free by this nursing company when he was seriously ill. However, after its appearance at the dinner that day and the hype from the Chinese and foreign media, this nursing company called Angel Wings suddenly became a well-known boutique company. Its fame has skyrocketed to a much higher level than before. CCTV broadcasts an hour of commercials continuously during prime time at 8 o'clock every night. For a time, many celebrities and dignitaries in China, whether sick or not, were proud to hire caregivers from the Angel Wings nursing company, and this young boss named Jiuo Liang, because he showed in this incident his superhuman business wisdom, has become the idol that many young bosses who work hard in the business world look up to. Of course, the most impressive thing is Crazy Lee's continued popularity point in just 3 years. This laid-off worker has built himself into the undisputed #1 idol in China. I wonder what the boss of the company who fired Crazy Lee feels now. After returning to Newcastle, Lee Tongfan's life basically returned to the fulfilling and busy days before. The only difference was that his father, mother and soon-to-be daughter-in-law all came to the seaside villa in the east of Newcastle. No longer empty, but full of laughter and laughter. Liang recovered very well after undergoing partial gastrectomy surgery. Wang King, the First Lady of Newcastle, who originally planned to enter the entertainment industry, temporarily decided to postpone her entry into entertainment indefinitely, considering that she would need a lot of time to take care of her Takwasi in-laws who do not know foreign languages. The plan of the circle, the anxious hot girl Victoria jumped. The Newcastle Magpies, whose morale was high, continued to face opponents from all fronts in the following time. February 25th. Newcastle went to Villa Park to challenge Martin O'Neill's team Aston Villa. The biggest highlight of the game was undoubtedly the performance of Irish goalkeeper Shay Given against his old club. This is the first time in 10 years that Shay Given has participated in a game as an enemy of Newcastle. In the pre-match press conference, Given appeared in the press conference hall with head coach Martin O'Neill and looked very calm. "I wish Newcastle good luck, but I will give my all in the game for Aston Villa." In fact, Given fulfilled what he said in the next 90 minutes of the game. The Irish goalkeeper almost single-handedly helped Aston Villa win a draw. He made 2 incredible saves against Newcastle in the 24th and 67th minutes of the game penalty kick, and saved Villa's goal with several Banks-like saves. Familiar with the technical movements of his former teammates, Given is able to judge the shooting direction of Newcastle's forwards and midfielders most of the time, and move in advance to solve the danger. However, facing a cold shot from outside the penalty area by nuclear warhead Shevchenko, who had not been in contact for a long time, Given finally failed to interpret the myth to the end. Newcastle relied on another explosion of nuclear bombs to score 3 points with a 1-0 victory, while Aston Villa found a goalkeeper they can truly rely on. In the official score of the Football Association after the game, Given scored 9 points to beat the Magpies' law hero Nuclear Warhead, won the title of Best Player of the Match. Given's quality has always been world class. In fact, I hope he can stay at Newcastle, but I can only say that Aston Villa are lucky they have got a top goalkeeper. I wish Given the best for his career, a brighter career. This is Crazy Lee's evaluation of Given in the post-match press conference. It is also the first time Crazy Lee has made such a high evaluation of a player who left Newcastle. February 28th. The 4th round of the English FA Cup begins. Newcastle challenges the violent Blackburn away. This time the "violent" book finally showed his true colours. The game has been spent with yellow cards and red cards, and Newcastle's #1 hunk Alan Smith, who is good at fighting injustices for his teammates, once again stole the show. In the 64th minute of the game, this man saw Owen being hit by the opponent. After Stephen Reid was sent off the court for a flagrant foul, he couldn't bear it anymore and once again punched his hard fist. A few seconds later, without any suspense, Smith and the opponent's foul player Stephen Reid were both sent off with red cards. 90 minutes later, 2 Blackburn players received red cards, and 8 players on each side received yellow cards. Although the game was intermittent, the score was still a big score of Crazy Lee style -4:0! Those who contributed to the Magpies were Owen, Shevchenko, Mata and Arshavin. It is worth mentioning that this is Shevchenko's 4th consecutive game with a goal record, and the Ukrainian nuclear bomb is in extremely hot condition. Newcastle successfully advanced to the 5th round of the FA Cup. After the game, when reporters asked him about Alan Smith's red card, Madman Lee scolded with an angry look. "Smith is so stupid, haha," finally started scolding. Reporters are happily waiting to use Madman Lee's wrath against his "favorite Alan Smith" to create some news about "Newcastle generals are at odds." However, what Crazy Lee said next made them all faint with a bang and roll their eyes. Just listen to Crazy Lee say angrily, "Alan, a super idiot. Even if he is angry again, he shouldn't be stupid enough to punch his opponent directly. That will definitely get a red card. He should pretend to tackle or commit a foul or something like that. So even if you tackle the opponent's leg, you won't necessarily get a red card, because of this sentence." Lee Tongfan received a fine from the Football Association 3 days later. The fine of €50,000 and a serious warning was the price that Lee Tongfan paid for his big mouth. February 29th. The second round matchup of the UEFA Cup was announced, and Newcastle drew a lower draw Serie A veteran giant Juventus. As soon as the matchup table was announced, it immediately caused lamentation in Italy. The Bianconeri finally saw the hope of revival, and were about to create a new dynasty starting from the UEFA Cup Championship trophy. But if you meet Crazy Lee, you can only wish for good luck. 2 days later, on March 2nd, Newcastle will usher in the most important game of the season so far, because this game will determine whether the Magpies can win the first championship trophy of the 2008-09 season as they wish, that is English League Cup final. Newcastle will compete with Benitez's Red Army Liverpool at Wembley Stadium at 1600 hours on March 2nd. This game has attracted the attention of the world because it is Newcastle's revenge battle. Because it was Benitez's Liverpool who ended Newcastle's winning streak this season a month ago. Not only that, after taking advantage of Crazy Lee's absence from St. James's vacation to end Newcastle's winning streak, the Spanish fat man actually claimed without any shame that, even if Crazy Lee was here, Liverpool would achieve that result. Newcastle fans hate Benitez so much that it is hard to describe it in words, and Benitez obviously has no good impression of Newcastle, because it was that game that gave him the dirty name of a useless thief. After the game, I will defeat Madman Lee head on at Wembley Stadium on the 2nd. The Spaniard made a bold statement through Liverpool's official website. He has the confidence to do so because the Reds have been unbeaten in 9 consecutive games, and the performances of top striker Holy Child, Fernando Torres, and Team Soul, Steven Gerrard are unparalleled, and he himself is a famous cup expert in international football. On March 2nd, Wembley Stadium, a decisive battle. However, the battle at Wembley Stadium will have to wait until it is over, because before this game, there will be another game that attracts the attention of fans all over the world. That is, the famous Serie A Milan City derby, AC Milan and Inter Milan. Ancelotti and Mourinho. Of course, there is another highlight related to Crazy Lee, that is, Crazy Lee's traitor Mamadou Sakho and favorite Nicolas Gigi will face off in this game. After Sakho transferred to Inter Milan, he quickly became famous for his header that broke Buffon's goal and was deeply appreciated by Mourinho, while Nicolas Gigi won a position in San Siro with a hat-trick that turned the tide within 28 minutes. In the subsequent series of games, the two maintained their previous outstanding performances. People have reason to believe that in the derby that will be added, both will get a chance to play. The media regarded the outcome of the duel between Sakho and Gigi as a test of the right and wrong of Crazy Lee's Sakho incident in the winter transfer market. On the last day of 2010, I fell again on the way back. Fortunately, Deos's handsome face was fine and the motorcycle was not broken. I hope to get rid of the bad luck of the past year and usher in good luck in the new year. Brothers and sisters, Happy New Year's Day. Finally, the new work Air Domination by the ultimate basketball god Boss Ferry is now available. Brothers who like basketball competition can go and have a look. Finally, the title and chapter numbers of the past 2 pictures are a bit wrong, and I will correct them later. Chapter 450 to New Year 039 S Day, New Year 039 S Greetings and monthly ticket requests. On the first day of 2011, I wish all the brothers who like and support the editor a healthy and happy new year, good luck, good family, smooth work, and a long life. The number of words per day has been maintained at about 7,000 words. Although it is not an explosion, But considering that Xiaodao works hard every day in the wind and rain, riding a motorcycle in the cold wind of more than 10 degrees below zero to update, please give some monthly tickets. I beg for monthly tickets. It gets dark early here, and it occupies other people's machines, so I can only wear it after 5 o'clock. It takes a few minutes to upload, and it cannot be divided into chapters. Brothers, please forgive me. Sincerely, Xiaodao. On the first day of the new year, please support Xiaodao. Chapter 453 Madman Lion-039, S middle finger and thumb. What should I do after Gigi scores a goal? How is that possible? Even if he can pray for a starting spot from Ancelotti, I will only let him kneel on the ground crying and calling mommy. At the pre-match press conference of the Milan City derby, when asked by reporters if he was afraid of encountering forwards like Gigi, Mamadou Sakho, who was attending with Mourinho, sneered and made wild remarks. He is just a child spoiled by Crazy Lee, and I will let Gigi know what a storm is today. Before the derby kicked off, Sak's unabashed provocation was like a small spark falling into a powder keg, which immediately ignited the city of Milan before the war. But that's not wrong at all. Sakho is the hero of the team. Like Mario Balotelli, he is a pillar of the younger generation of Misa, although they both have a bit of a bad temper. But this is what we fans like. As for that Gigi, haha, he is just an incompetent pretty boy. Facing the interview camera, an Inter Milan fan in his 20s wearing earrings made a face and applauded Sakho's arrogance. Gigi will make that stupid Frenchman a pathetic clown on the field tonight. Sakho should pick up his provocative words from the ground and shove them back up his ass. The red and black fans were not polite at all point. Although Gigi is only a lone player, the handsome 18-year-old English boy has conquered the hearts of San Siro fans in the past nearly 2 months. On March 1st, the atmosphere in Milan was extremely tense, and the air was like a burning flame. Finally, at 16 PM local time, this world-famous Milan derby finally came to an end. Players from both sides led the ball boy into the San Siro Stadium, Milan's home stadium. The smoke released by the red fireworks burning in the stands filled the sky over the entire stadium, and the singing of fans from both sides made the night solemn and sacred, making the San Siro look like an iron-blooded battlefield where thousands of armies are fighting. Satellite camera footage continuously captured interesting scenes in the stands before the game officially started. When the camera moved to a VIP box, the famous Italian TV commentator Robert Tribula suddenly roared with his unique high-pitched voice. Oh, look who is that? Haha, crazily. He actually appeared in the stands at San Siro. Who is he here to watch, Gigi or Sakho? I hope this madman comes, indicating a wonderful game. While Robert Tribula screamed, the electronic screen at San Siro also played the scene captured by the broadcast camera just now. Although he was wearing sunglasses, and even though he was wrapped up like a mummy in a black Armani trench coat, a man like Crazy Lee, who was a boom, was still easily recognized by the fans and the players of both sides come out. The sultry black clothes and the even more sweeping sunglasses are simply Crazy Lee's signature. In an instant, there was a loud noise like a huge wave crashing against the table in San Siro. Some people welcomed the arrival of Crazy Lee, while others boasted about it. Nicolas Gigi, who was sitting on the bench, and Mamadou Sakho, who was starting the game, saw the face they were most familiar with on the electronic screen almost at the same time. With different expressions, Gigi stood up from the bench excitedly, and waved excitedly in the direction of the VIP box in the stands. Her long black and soft hair was flying in the afternoon wind of Milan. The smile on her handsome face made people laugh. Countless pregnant Italian girls screamed. And Mamadou Sakho, who had an unconventional mohawk hairstyle and dyed the strand red, after a brief silence, arrogantly raised the 5 fingers of her palm. The direction was, of course, the VIP box in the stands. There was an expression of unwillingness and ridicule on his face. Sakho's mouth was moving, but no one knew what he said except Tongfan. Force, at This moment, the referee blew the whistle to start the game, and the San Siro Stadium entered the most intense and heated battle twice a year. Lee, do you know what that kid is talking about? Dog-headed strategist Tolosi Tang saw the scene on the court where Sakho raised his 5 fingers and asked in a low voice, does he mean to score 5 goals in this game? Isn't this too arrogant? He is a centre back, Lee. Tongfan gritted his teeth and shook his head. Why did you score 5 goals? That raised up is clearly a slap. The little guy wants to slap me hard here. MLGBD. The main purpose of Leoli's visit to Milan this time was to observe the progress that Gigi has made in AC Milan in the past 2 months, and to cheer up the mixed race Zionatan point of course. The sultry man also had some schadenfreude in his eyes to see Sakho, the rebel, making a fool of himself in the derby. However, at this moment, Leoli suddenly became a little worried. Point after all, this is not your own territory. Is there any cheating weapon like FM 2009? If the madman Uncle Mew shows off his power and kills Ancelotti and wins a big victory at San Siro, then I will. Old face, but he is really going to be beaten by the anti-bone boy Sakho. MLGBD. It seems I was impulsive this time, seeing the half-breed little bastard Gigi still sitting on the bench of AC Milan, eagerly waiting for the opportunity to play, while Sakho was already charging for Inter Milan next to Rock, Samuel. Leoli felt more and more this time I came to San Siro to watch football, which was a bit risky. Just when the sultry man was sitting in the VIP box feeling worried, more than 20 minutes of the game had passed in the blink of an eye. AC Milan head coach Carlo Ancelotti changed his previous Christmas tree formation and unexpectedly formed a 4-4-2 formation. The front line is a double forward combination of Barilo and Pato. Kaka, Ronaldinho, Pirlo and Gattuso are in the midfield, and Jankulovski, Nesta, Kaladze and Zambrotta's 4 defenders lined up in a line, and the goalkeeper was a beauty. Inter Milan's madman Uncle Mew insisted on his 4-3-3, with the Swedish god Ibrahimovic at the front, Mancini and Quaresma on the wings, Cambiasso and Mongolia in the middle. Tele and Stankovic are guarding the 3 kings. The back line is Macon, Samuel, Sakho and Maxwell. The goalkeeper is Brazilian goalkeeper Cesar. In the first 20 minutes of the game, judging from the scene, Inter Milan had an absolute advantage because their formation was more offensive. The super personal ability of the Swedes Zlatan Ibrahimovic, the core of Mourinho's tactics, brought great trouble to AC Milan's defense. Several good shots almost broke through Milan. The goal made the red and black fans in the San Siro stands tremble with fear, and they couldn't help but burst into exclamations again and again. However, AC Milan's offense seemed to be more thunderous and less rainy under the powerful strangulation of Samuel, Sakho and Macon. Whether it was Ronaldinho or Kaka, it was difficult for them to pass the ball comfortably delivered to the feet of the 2 forwards. It is difficult to pose a fatal threat to Inter Milan. Inter Milan has an absolute advantage. Mourinho's adventurous 4-3-3 tactics have been successful. They gave up the battle for the midfield and directly used Ibramovic's heightened individual combat ability to opponents' post-frequent threats, but AC Milan's proud midfielder found it difficult to organize an offensive immediately due to the interceptions of Cambiasso and Monterrey. Even commentator Robert Tribala could tell that AC Milan was hanging point. Sure enough, in the 32nd minute, Inter Milan broke the deadlock on the field brain. Pirlo's forced cross was blocked by Sakho before Barilo. It was Ghanaian beast midfielder Monte who got the football. Then, Monterrey quickly handed the football to his side not far away, at the feet of Cambiasso, who has better passing ability. The Argentinian midfielder made a wonderful emergency stop and turned around to dodge Kaka's press, and then directly raised his foot to pass the ball. The football spanned more than half of the field and came to Mancini on the right along the area that Gattuso could not take care of, underfoot. Facing the aggressive Jankulovski, Mancini simply used a simple emergency stop to cut inside and pass the 31-year-old Czech fullback, and then made a pass. Ibrahimovic followed up in the middle with a beautiful kick, and the football hit the net. 1:0 exclamation point. Inter Milan takes the lead. The broadcast camera quickly switched back and forth between Mourinho, Ancelotti and Crazy Lee. The excitement of Uncle Mao, Ancelotti's expressionless face and the unpredictability under Crazy Lee's sunglasses all appeared in the eyes of fans. At this time, on the field, after celebrating with her teammates, Mamadou Sakho walked to the sidelines alone. No one knew what he was going to do. Then, with thousands of fans watching at San Siro, Sakho slapped himself in the direction of the VIP box. This time, no words came out of his mouth, but the whole world understood what Sakho meant. Slap madmanly hard. Let the arrogant Chinese understand what a mistake it was to let him leave Newcastle. Inter Milan's goal just now was precisely because Sakho ended AC Milan's attack, allowing Monterrey to get the ball and launch a quick counter-attack. So Sakho felt that he was qualified to make such an action at this time. After understanding what Sakho meant, the announcer quickly switched the camera to the VIP box again. Everyone wants to know what kind of expression Crazy Lee will have when faced with the provocation of his former proud disciple. Will he leave the table angrily? Will his face become as dark as water? Will he curse in anger? Or, however, what greeted all the curious fans and responded to Mamadou Sakho was an unabashed middle finger. A clear and stubborn middle finger. Everyone was a little unable to react for a moment. This scene was also broadcast on the electronic screen of the San Siro stadium, and Sak's face suddenly became ferocious. San Siro burst into laughter. AC fans at San Siro were surprised by Crazy Lee's ungraceful response, and felt sad for Sakho. He was really a bit immature when competing against a guy like Crazy Lee who never played by the rules. MLGBD, I appear as a fan. Isn't it the fan's specialty to give me the middle finger? Haha, if you can, give me the middle finger. That's Crazy Lee's answer. Of course Mamadou Sakho didn't dare to reply with a middle finger, because the reason why the referee on the field put a bright red card in his pocket was not because this was his birth year. Go to TMLGB's demeanor. We, Leoli, have never been the kind of idiot who pretends to be a grandson just to show off his demeanor. NND, fight with me, Lee. Tongfan smiled shamelessly. Next to Lee Tongfan, dog-headed military advisor, Talo Si Tang hurriedly covered his face with a newspaper to prevent himself from being exposed on the front page of the Italian media the next day when the photo of Crazy Lee with the middle finger raised appeared on the front page of the Italian media. Being disaster. The game will start again soon. After the AC Milan fans burst into laughter, countless people thought with some luck in their hearts, "Got, that is the magical middle finger!" Exclamation mark. Every time Crazy Lee raises his middle finger, it means a goal. So, does it mean that we will soon score a goal to equalize the score? They were right, the goal did come soon. The only regret is that they guessed the beginning, but not the ending. Inter Milan, who scored their first goal, worked hard. In the 42nd minute, they used set-piece tactics to score AC Milan's goal again. The free kick was taken by Brazilian fullback Macon, and this time the goal was scored by, but it is, Mamadou Sakho! Exclamation mark. I'll beat your lungs out, seeing Sakho use a standard back and forth header to send the football into a Beatties goal. Lee Tongfan felt like strangling Ancelotti. How did you do this, Fatian? After all, he is also a master of tactics. How could he score so easily with that anti-skeleton guy? MLGBD, it's not a match-fixing game, is it? Ancelotti felt aggrieved. He stood on the sidelines with his eyes wide open and an incredible expression. It seemed that the tactician master did not expect that he would be humiliated by his opponent so lightly again. Mourinho hugged his assistant coach excitedly on the sidelines, yelling and jumping. Inter Milan's players celebrated wildly on the court. Mamadou Sakho was hugged by his teammates in the center, but the 18-year-old central defender still did not forget to raise his black crow's claw-like slap. This goal is very impressive. Crazy Lee, have you seen this time? Your favorite player doesn't even have a chance to play, but I, the person you abandoned, have already scored in such a game. Are you secretly regret? Are you crying secretly? Ha 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 ha. I have said before, selling me, Mamadou Sakho, is the stupidest thing in your life. Surrounded by his teammates at the center, the triumphant Sakho smiled arrogantly. He raised his head hard and looked at the big electronic screen in the stadium. He knew that somewhere there would be a scene of Crazy Lee. Sure enough, Sakho saw that familiar face. But in the next moment, Sakho felt angry and frustrated. The man on the big electronic screen, whose face he expected to see regret and embarrassment, now looked as excited as many AC Milan fans. He put one hand in his mouth and booed vigorously, while the other one hand still did not forget to raise the sarcastic middle finger. He must be hiding his embarrassment. He must be secretly regretting it. Sakho's excitement after discovering that he had scored a goal was so easily evaporated by that man. I will still score goals, just wait. The French central defender's company once again became ferocious. Milan kicked off in the center circle and the game continued. The red and black fans of San Siro were scared to death for a while, because just now Crazy Lee raised his middle finger again, and it turns out that when Crazy Lee raised his middle finger as a spectator, the goal was not scored. Not Milan, but Inter Milan. Fortunately, until the end of the first half, the score remained at 2-0. Mourinho, the crazy man who suppressed his excitement, and the triumphant Inter Milan players walked into the player tunnel leisurely. Fatian and the red and black players are a little listless. Milan must make adjustments. The striker composed of Bucero and Pato cannot pose a threat to the opponent at all. Facing the centre-back combination of Samuel and Sakho, Bucero's body there was no advantage at all. Instead, the 19-year-old Pato used his speed and flexibility to get several shooting opportunities. I think Ancelotti should consider Nicolas Gigi, who was on the bench in the second half. The scoring ability of the English teenager has been proven, and the double speed combination is easier to defeat Inter Milan's powerful backline. Taking advantage of the intermission, commentator Robert Tribala gave a halftime summary. Unlike the English commentators, who pay more attention to passion and speaking speed, although the Italian commentators appear to be lackluster, they generally have profound insights and profound football knowledge in their analysis of the game situation and the tactical gains and losses of the two teams. And solid professional ability. Yes, when you listen to their explanations, you will always have the illusion that you are listening to a tactical analysis class by a famous coach. Obviously, Roberto Tribala is the most famous commentator in Italy, otherwise it would be his turn to commentate on this world famous Milan derby. Therefore, when he analyzed the tactics and personnel gains and losses of the two team captains, he was able to do it easily and clearly. Even the professional Lee Tongfan felt that what this handsome man in his 40s said was not wrong at all. If you want to make a comeback, you have to make changes. With Milan's current staffing and tactics, the best change is obviously to replace Bucero with Gigi and form a small and flexible team with Pato. The double quick combination, it depends on whether Fatian is good at it or not. Lee Tongfan was worried about the mixed race kid. 15 minutes had slipped away quietly. Players from both sides walked out of the tunnel, and the second half of the game was about to begin. Lee Tongfan soon beamed because facts have proven that Ancelotti's name as master tactics is obviously not for nothing. Even a commentator can see the problem, and he naturally sees it. Therefore, Nicolas Gigi finally got a chance to play, and the person he replaced was Bucero. Before the referee blew the whistle to start the game, the fourth official posted a substitution notice on the sidelines. Haha, what? Are you finally going to play? Great, let me beat you head on. I want him to see who is the truly trustworthy player. When Sakho saw Gigi come on the court, a burst of flame ignited his whole body. Force. The second half of the game officially begins in the 46th minute. Gigi touched the football with his back in the front court for the first time. Before he could turn around, he was knocked away from the side by a huge force. It's Sakho. Fouling in this position, Milan can only get a very bad position in the front court, and his purpose is to give Gigi a disincentive. Sakho walked step by step in front of Gigi, who was knocked away, and held out his hand disdainfully. Get up, little guy. From now on, I will keep an eye on you. Sakho bent down, leaned into Gigi's ear, and said word for word, believe me, I will not only make it difficult for you to breathe, but I will also turn you into a useless disabled person before the end of the game. If you don't want your legs to be broken, just lie down in that guy's arms and call mommy. Haha, of course, Gigi knew who the guy Sakho was talking about. For the first time, the smile that had always been on Gigi's face disappeared. He coldly slapped away Sakho's extended hand, stood up and answered very simple, then come on. This, impossible, how could it be like this? 30 minutes later, Sakho stood on the court blankly with a blank look in his eyes. San Siro cheered in the darkness that had quietly fallen. The huge electronic scoreboard displayed a shocking number, AC Milan 2, to Inter Milan. Under the name AC Milan, there is a string of small characters -49 minutes, Pato. 67 minutes, Pato. It was Pato who scored the goal, but not just Sakho. Any fan who paid attention to this game could see that the one who really defeated Inter Milan was Nicolas Gigi, who came on as a substitute in the second half. I don't know if it was Mourinho's tactical arrangement. At the beginning of the second half, Inter Milan's goal scorer Sakho started to closely guard Gigi, who knew that such tactics not only did not restrict Gigi's performance, but actually the young player took advantage of his running skills, which were not inferior to Inzaghi's, restricted Fox, and easily tore apart Inter Milan's defense. The English youngster only used a crotch leak and an unlucky no-ball intervention. He created an opportunity for his partner Pato to shoot into the empty goal, and AC Milan equalized the score. Commentator Roberto Tribala saw at a glance the reason why AC Milan equalized the score point on the sidelines. Mourinho jumped violently. This is by no means a tactic arranged by him. You must know that Mourinho pays more attention to limiting the ability of a team as a whole than personal ability. Even when facing Barcelona's King Messi, Mourinho did not use it. Man-to-man tactics, not to mention dealing with Gigi, whose reputation and ability are far inferior to Messi so far. Mamadou, what are you doing? Pay attention to the whole situation, and don't get entangled with that little guy. If you still don't understand, get out. The madman Uncle Mew constantly gave tactical instructions to the young central defender he valued on the sidelines. Sakho was the player he selected to join Inter Milan for £20 million, and he also performed very well after arriving at Inter Milan, so he decided to give Sakho another chance to make meritorious deeds. However, just 3 minutes later, Mourinho regretted his decision, because Sakho had obviously lost his mind due to the anger in his heart. He heard the angry shouts of the head coach on the sidelines, and understood what a serious mistake he had made before. But, however, when he once again saw Gigi throw away his teammates with a cool move after catching the football, he could no longer hold back the emotion in his heart that he didn't know whether it was jealousy, anger or something else. So, driven by this blind impulse, he almost subconsciously slid the shovel hard against the ground and shoveled towards Gigi's back heel. Force. The whistle sounded without any suspense. However, what happened next caused St. James to fall into a rage. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Sakho. He made a mistake again, an unforgivable mistake. He put Gigi in the penalty area to get rid of the success. This is definitely a penalty. Inter Milan's goal scorer in the first half. Is this what's going on? Let's see how the referee decides. Will he give a red card? If a penalty kick is added to the red card, Inter Milan will be finished. What's going on? What do I do? Sakho stood there dumbfounded, unable to believe that he had actually made that tackle just now. At this time, the referee walked directly to Sakho with the eyes of thousands of fans. Under the gaze of the entire San Siro stadium, the referee put his hand into his chest pocket and took out that stunning of red exclamation mark. It's really a red card. Robert Tribala exclaimed. The referee finally showed a red card. Mamadou Sakho was ejected with a red card. This young central defender who performed extremely well in the first half committed an unforgivable mistake in the second half. We don't know what happened during the halftime break, but Nicolas Gigi's appearance was obviously the turning point in this derby. Seeing this thrilling blush in front of him, Sakho knew that he was doomed. Turning around, he slowly walked towards the tunnel step by step. No one knew what the young central defender was thinking. On the sidelines, when passing by head coach Mourinho, people were surprised to find that the madman who was furious just now suddenly became quiet. He gently patted Sakho on the shoulder without saying anything. Only Mourinho himself knows that he understands Sakho's mood so well, because he, like Sakho, has been powerlessly defeated by madmanly many times, and has no power to fight back. Therefore, Mourinho can forgive young Sakho. Kaka scored a penalty kick. 3:2. AC Milan overtook the score. Less than 30 seconds after Sakho came off the field, the San Siro stadium began to boil. Kaka's calm shot sent the football into Cesar's goal. Relying on Gigi's 3 assists, AC Milan incredibly completed the overtake point after the restart. Although Inter Milan launched a crazy counter-attack, they fought with one less person until the end, and were unable to break through Abiate's handle again. In the second round of the Milan derby of the 2008-09 season, the Rossoneri had the last laugh with a score of 3:2. Although the result of victory does not have much significance in catching up with Inter Milan's lead in the league, this magical reversal has saved a lot of face for the down and out red and black nobles. The official statistical results have come out. The best player in the game is Nicolas Gigi. Although he did not score a goal, he dominated the entire game with 3 smart assists. It seems that on this night, veteran commentator Robert Trimolo was not the only one impressed by the 18-year-old England player's experienced performance. Compared with the hat-trick of goals against Sampdoria when he first landed in Serie A. Although he did not score in this Milan derby, he was able to score a hat-trick of assists against a supergiant like Inter Milan at San Siro. This night, Nicolas Gigi's impression on the Apennine Peninsula was obviously more profound and unforgettable. When the whistle sounded at the end of the game, countless reporters who had been waiting on the sidelines eagerly swarmed the 18-year-old boy in the center of San Siro like guards supporting a king. People could see that the first action Gigi made the first second after the whistle sounded was to wave excitedly in the direction of the VIP box at the stadium. Of course people knew who the boy was greeting. And then, when the camera cut in the picture displayed on the electronic screen of the San Siro stadium, Madmanly this time raised a thumbs up. Accompanying the thumb is a very sincere and kind smile. This is the first time I have seen Madmanly smile so heartily. It seems that at that moment, the Chinese who is always arrogant, laughing and scolding has changed and turned into a person like the one who has always appeared around us. Such a friendly person. This was the emotion expressed by Bucero, a famous reporter from Gazzetta dello Sport, in his personal column the next day. And witnessing Crazy Lee's kind smile with him was the entire San Siro stadium. Shortly after the game, Lee Tongfan left Milan with dog-headed strategist Tolosi Tang and flew to London before the reporters in Milan could find him. At this time, Newcastle has already felt London under the leadership of assistant coach Alan Shearer. One day later, the English League Cup final will be staged at Wembley Stadium. The account between the Magpie Legion and Benitez really needs to be settled. Thank you brothers for your support. It's so fucking cold today. The temperature has dropped recently. Guys, please put on some extra clothes. Chapter 454. I saw through Madmanly's conspiracy. Good evening to all the viewers in front of the TV. I'm the host Duan Zuan. I'm now at Wembley Stadium, one of the most famous stadiums in England, giving you live commentary on the upcoming English League season of 2008-09. The two sides in the cup final are the Magpies Newcastle and the Red Army Liverpool. Night falls, the moon and stars are scarce. At 12 o'clock in the evening, the melancholic and magnetic big-headed Duan Zuan's ecstatic voice appeared on time in the living rooms of thousands of households across the 9.6 million square kilometers of China. On this night, there are destined to be countless fans, old and young, who know nothing about football, but are sitting quietly in front of the TV, watching the upcoming game intently. Because, on this night, the man who brought football miracles to Chinese fans will challenge him at Wembley Stadium for his first championship trophy since joining the top Premier League. And his opponent is Benitez, who created the miracle in Istanbul. This is undoubtedly a heavyweight showdown intertwined with love and hatred. On the TV screen, there were already scenes of players from both sides conducting final warm-ups on the court. Wembley Stadium was packed with people, and the attendance rate was full. Countless giant Magpies and Red Army flags fluttered equally in the north and south stands, like stubborn sailing boats swimming in the storm. Countless fans held up the club scarves. In the generous singing of "Coming Home Newcastle" and "You Will Never Walk Along" like waves crashing against the table, the north stand was completely black and white. Colorful waves, while to the south, there is endless red, shocking red. The players on both sides are warming up. The atmosphere at Wembley Stadium today is so solemn and sacred that I thought I was in the World Cup finals. Although the gold content of the championship is average, this game is because of the reasons for Lee Tongfan and Benitez. Newcastle and Liverpool are highly valued in England. Even on this night, the entire Europa is paying attention to the game. In the stadium stands, in addition to the fans of the two warring clubs, there are also many neutral fans who poured into Wembley Stadium. The reason is very simple, because various past finals have proved that as long as there is crazily if you participate, it will become more exciting. This has almost become the consensus of European fans. Before the game started, our reporter interviewed the fans waiting to enter. A couple of over 60-year-old fans came all the way from Georgia to London. They said they were crazily fans who came to London just to be able to watch this important game of crazily at the scene. And when I heard that the reporter was also from China, I excitedly asked to take a photo with the reporter. At that moment, I clearly felt the pride of being a Chinese fan. While the players were warming up, Brother Duan Zuan gushed about the fanatical atmosphere at the scene to the Chinese fans in front of the TV. 5 or 6 minutes later, the players who were warming up on the field walked back to the player tunnel one after another. After the last simple tactical arrangement and changing of clothes by the head coach before the game will officially begin on the passionate night of Wembley Stadium. Thunderous war drums. At this moment, suddenly, commentator Duan Zuan was like a red-eyed rabbit whose tail was stepped on. He screamed in panic, What's going on? We just got the starting lineups of both sides. Newcastle's has been kept strictly confidential by Lee Tongfan. The starting 11 finally emerged, but the truth is absolutely shocking. Newcastle's starting lineup was displayed on the TV screen. Amidst the dumbfounded expressions of all the Chinese football savvy fans, Brother Duan Zuan on the TV continued to scream being stepped on. Analyzing the tone, it's a bit unbelievable. Lee Tongfan made great changes to the formation of his Magpies this time. The previous 4-1-2-1-2 formation became 4-1-2-2-1 formation. Lightning killer Michael Owen appears in the lone forward position, but Ukrainian nuclear warhead Shevchenko, who has been in excellent form recently and has scored consecutive goals, surprisingly does not appear in the starting lineup. Of course, there is something even more surprising. This time Lee Tongfan set up a double midfielder for the Magpies in a shocking way. This is the first time in his coaching history. It is worth mentioning. What's strange is that the person who appears in the attacking midfielder position alongside Alan Smith is not another attacking midfielder in Newcastle's team, the Argentinian genius Pastor, but a French midfielder who has not had many chances to play this season. Moussa Sissoko. Putting a defensive midfielder in the attacking midfielder position is really a profound subversion. The two wings are Angel Wings, Juan Mata and Prince Balti, and the midfielder Fernando Gago. The four defenders have not changed much. David Thornton and Marcelo are on both sides. Senderos replaced the injured Stephen Taylor and formed a double backstop with Manziani, and then the next candidate for this position will undoubtedly be the biggest suspense that Lee Tongfan brings to the fans and the media in this game. The new generation of French goalkeeper Hugo Lloris did not start, and the replacement for Lloris was actually Spanish 18-year-old David De Gea has not even played a single game since joining Newcastle during the winter transfer period that just ended. This change of formation is definitely the craziest of all the crazy changes of Lee Tongfan in history. At this time, the big-headed Brother Duan Zuan's voice was still full of uncontrollable surprise. From the front court to the midfield, and then to the back court, the Magpie Legion's previous winning streak was completely destroyed by Lee Tongfan overnight has changed. I don't know what the man who is called God on the sidelines of the football field is thinking about, but I'm sure that his opponent Benitez must be as deeply confused as us at this moment. Wembley Stadium. What Duan Zuan said was not wrong at all. After seeing Newcastle starting lineup, Benitez was instantly confused. How is this possible? Shevchenko, who is in hot form, did not start the game. Irving is actually a single center. Although Lightning Killer's header is excellent, but if he wants to be the bridgehead for the team to destroy the city, his physical condition is still not even close. Benitez looked at the Newcastle players who were setting up on the field and found that his eyes seemed to be covered with a thick layer of fog, preventing him from seeing the truth behind the fog that was hidden by Crazy Lee. Benitez wanted to grab his hair and tug hard to wake himself up. But when his chubby fingers touched his bald forehead, he realized how stupid his decision to pull his hair was. Crazy. Lee, sir, what on earth are you doing? At this time Force, Irish. Referee Farley Croft blew the whistle to start the game. England's final match in March of the 2008-09 season finally began under the gaze of thousands of eyes. Red Army Liverpool takes the lead. Benitez arranged the 4-4-1-1 formation that he is best at during the game. Spanish centre Fernando Torres at the front. Behind him is Red Army captain Gerrard, and the other four midfielders are Kuit, Alonso, Mascherano and Ryan Babel. The four defenders are Decina, Aga, Carragher and Arbeloa, and the goalkeeper is the Baldrian point on the field point after the opening whistle sounded. Torres knocked the football to Gerrard behind him point next. Liverpool did not rush to organize an attack, but kept passing the football back, and began to patiently control the ball in their own half to test the attacking strategies and methods adopted by their opponents today. This is a tactical arrangement that Spanish fat man Benitez made long before the game point, because facing a scheming enemy like Crazy Lee, it's always good to be careful. If you rush to attack in the opening stage, it will be easier for your opponent to leave opportunities. In the 08-09 season, Newcastle came forward after the start of the game. The number of goals scored in 5 minutes tops the Premier League, and Benitez has to defend. The game slowly moved forward in the screaming war started by fans from both sides. On the sidelines, Benitez was nervously observing Newcastle's offensive routine today. Benitez was confused by Crazy Lee's sudden change of formation. He knew that he had to figure out the reason as soon as possible before Crazy Lee's conspiracy succeeded. Otherwise, what awaited him and Liverpool might still be a humiliation. Sexual debacle. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 5 minutes. Benitez carefully observed Newcastle's tactical play. Gradually, his rich tactical experience told him that the lone forward Michael Owen arranged by Crazy Lee was probably just a cover to attract defense, and Newcastle's real trump card was, it should be the midfielders such as Juan Mata and Alan Smith behind Irving. Before the game, he watched the game video that he watched countless times and told Benitez that the real strength of Newcastle lies not only in their luxurious striker, because when it comes to the scoring ability of the midfielder, in the entire Premier League, the Magpies are second only to Manchester United and Chelsea in the Premier League. Benitez patiently continued to observe the trend of the game carefully. Soon, he saw something again as he expected. Lightning killer. Irving did not take the ball or forcefully turn around and shoot like a traditional center during the game. Instead, he used his own active running to get off the ball without the ball, tear apart Liverpool's defense. The ones who really made the final blow were Alan Smith, who was hiding behind Irving and had a strong long-range shooting ability, and Juan Mata, whose personal foot skills were almost invincible. In 5 or 6 minutes, Irving touched the ball less than 10 times. Alan Smith and Juan Mata behind Irving not only fully enjoyed the team's possession of the ball many times, but also easily scored one shot each. Although both were long shots from outside the penalty area, for Benitez, this is enough to explain all the problems. In the end, there was only one thing left that Benitez couldn't understand. Crazy Lee placed the silly French black man Moussa Sissoko in the attacking midfielder position. What was his intention? In the past 5 or 6 minutes, Benitez can clearly know through observation, this French black man who is 1.86 meters tall, in addition to being strong and fast, whether it is stopping the ball, passing and defensive awareness are both far and away from a truly qualified midfielder. Putting such an out-of-place player in such an important midfielder position is like letting the rooster lay eggs. Don't expect him to make famous passes or score goals himself. However, Benitez did not dare to be dismissive in the slightest, because after all, the person who made such a decision was a man who was almost invincible on the sidelines of the football field. In the past years, he had never made a mistake. So, Benitez decided to continue observing point in the following observations. Benitez finally saw some clues, because he discovered that Moussa Sissoko had a big advantage, excellent defense. In the limited number of head-to-head contests after the start of the game, Benitez discovered that Sissoko could actually defend Gerrard and Alonso head-on without falling behind. Moussa Sissoko's performance of running back and forth with unlimited energy suddenly reminded Benitez of another person, Mohamed Sissoko. However, that Sissoko is from Mali. When he was playing for Liverpool, Mohamed Sissoko's super strength in defense made him once Benitez's number 1 in midfield defense choose. Thinking back to Mary Sissoko's performance in Liverpool and his use of Mohamed Sissoko, and then thinking about the starting 11 sent by Crazy Lee in this game, especially when thinking about the Newcastle goalkeeper position with the unexpected change, Benitez's heart suddenly lit up. Could it be that the reason why Crazy Lee made such a change in tactics was not because he wanted to launch a surprise attack, but because he had no choice but to do so? Benitez connected all the things and suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment. In the dumbfounded expression of the assistant coach, the Spanish fat man gave his thick thigh a hard hammer and smiled broadly. I understand. I finally understand. Already. Things must be like this. For some unknown reason, Newcastle's original goalkeeper Hugo Lloris was suddenly unable to play. After losing a veteran like Given, reality forced Madman Lee to send the player who had just transferred to join him in such an important game. The team's 18-year-old kid, Hedier. But it's obvious that Crazy Lee is not assured of Hedier's level point, therefore, he had to find a way to make up for this shortcoming, and in the end, Crazy Lee's idea was to divert the fire of war away from Newcastle's own half as much as possible. So, Crazy Lee decided to change the formation. He sacrificed a forward and cleverly placed a physically strong defensive player in the attacking midfielder position to strengthen Newcastle's counter-attack ability in the opponent's half. On the one hand, he protected Smith, Mata and others, and on the other hand, he also tried to keep the football in Liverpool's half most of the time. In this way, it can not only strengthen the defensive and offensive capabilities of Newcastle's midfield, but also protect the rookie Hedier from facing the test of Liverpool's long-range shots to the greatest extent. At the same time, it can also limit the attack of Liverpool's proud midfielder to the greatest extent force. It can be said that it kills 3 birds with 1 stone. Yes, ha 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 ha, it must be like this. I know. Haha, I finally saw it. Crazy Lee, now you are going to be finished, ha ha ha. The fat Spanish guy was proud of himself. Just like that. When the game reached the 10th minute, tactician Master Benitez finally relied on his rich tactical knowledge and top-notch on-the-spot insight to see through Crazy Lee's despicable, cunning and hateful nature. Tactical conspiracy. Next, Benitez made 2 decisions. First, he asked his assistant coach to quietly find out why Hugo Lloris and others did not play, in order to confirm his suspicion. The second one, he quickly came to the sidelines and began to adjust Liverpool's tactics according to his previous ideas. In the blink of an eye, Liverpool's tactics changed significantly. The backline's emphasis on Irving has slightly decreased. They no longer defend Irving man-to-man, but pay more attention to the overall cooperation of the defense and stifling Newcastle's secondary attack. Under the leadership of the experienced vice-captain Carragher, Liverpool's defense turned into a chase martyrdom. No matter how honest and cute young man Owen tried to seduce and tease, he remained cold and indifferent. What followed was that without Owen's involvement, Alan Smith and Juan Mata, who were hidden behind the lightning killer, were exposed to the eyes of the Liverpool defenders, and they were never as good as before. Opportunities to get the ball and shoot. At the same time, in terms of offense, Liverpool has also changed. They began to consciously reduce ground cooperation, and instead frequently passed Alonso's precise long passes directly across the midfield, sending footballs continuously to Newcastle's penalty area. Gerrard, Torres, Kuit and others can no longer pursue coordination and better shooting opportunities. Instead, they can use their long-range shooting ability and personal skills to try to shoot as soon as possible. Because Newcastle's goalkeeper is a rookie, Benitez's change had an immediate effect. If the 2 sides were evenly matched in the early stages of the game, then after Benitez made tactical changes with gestures, the Red Army soldiers quickly gained the upper hand. As if they had taken a little blue pill, the sound of cannons rumbled, and for a time, there was a roar of wind and cranes in front of Newcastle's gate, and the grass and trees were all covered with soldiers. 0.13th. Minute. Alonso's long pass accurately found Babel on the wing. The Dutch winger broke through and passed. Torres' volley, the ball, slightly missed the right post, just by that much. Little by little. 14th minute. Gerrard headed the ball. Torres leaned on Manziani, and he pushed the football back. Jared won the ball and shot it. Oh, another miss. Little by little, the football hit the crossbar and flew into the stands. This time, Newcastle's 18-year-old new goalkeeper Hedier still didn't have time to react. 16th minute. This is Liverpool's corner kick opportunity. Alonso takes the kick. Forward. Tors lightly rubs. Carragher. Oh wow, just a hair's breadth. If not lucky enough, maybe Newcastle is already 0:3 behind. The voices of the commentators in different languages were transmitted to all over the world via radio. The fans watching this final felt like they had a restless spring ball hidden in their hearts, which kept picking at them. Even a suckling child can tell that Newcastle is in danger. Spanish tactician Benitez showed us his terrifying on-the-spot command ability. In just 10 minutes, he seemed to see through Lee Tongfan's bizarre tactical arrangement. After adjustments, Liverpool completely controlled the game. The situation and rhythm are more aggressive. Duan Zuan, the big head, said with worry in his tone, although I'm not a master tactician, I can't help but express my opinion. Lee Tongfan's raid obviously failed. Although Newcastle has invested a lot of troops in the front court, but due to the presence of number 17 Moussa Sissoko, they were unable to connect closely, resulting in poor offensive results. The best way now is to move Sissoko back to the midfielder position and form a double midfielder with Gago. Only in this way can Liverpool's offensive be contained. Another commentator, Sester, a loyal fan of Crazy Lee, gave the same advice. Newcastle is in an unfavorable situation. It is said that 3 hours before the game, Shevchenko, Crespo and Hugo Lloris, who were already in the starting lineup, suddenly fell ill with acute influenza. He had a fever of 39 degrees and was unable to play, so Crazy Lee had to temporarily change the team's tactics and starting arrangements. Seeing that this emergency really affected the team's combat effectiveness. In fact, not only the commentators, but also the Newcastle fans at Wembley Stadium became anxious. What is happening on the scene now is almost a situation that has never happened since Crazy Lee coached the Magpies. They are pressed to such an embarrassing point by their opponents. It even makes the Magpies fans involuntarily suspect that the 11 players on the field are playing football. It's not Owen and others, but the other person wearing a black and white sword-striped shirt is a stranger. Passive, so passive. This is really rare in Crazy Lee's coaching career. People are waiting for Crazy Lee to make changes quickly. The fans' appeals, the commentators' suggestions, and even the satellite broadcast footage will give a close-up shot of Crazy Lee standing on the sidelines with every Liverpool attack. However, Lee Tongfan has not changed yet. Wahahaha. Of course he won't make changes. Benitez is laughing, smiling triumphantly point after guiding Shevchenko, Lloris and others to indeed be unable to play due to an unexpected fever. The Spanish fat man finally confirmed his previous speculation. Benitez turned to the assistant coach beside him and said, "Don't worry, I bet that at least before the end of the first half, Crazy Lee will not change Newcastle's tactics, because the current formation and tactics are already short of major generals for him. Under the circumstances, the best way that can be thought of, any change is not worth mentioning in the face of absolute strength. Even God is helping Liverpool this time. Otherwise, why would Shevchenko and Hugo Lloris will suddenly have a high fever before the game?" As if sensing the head coach's excitement and ecstasy, the Red Army fans in the stands also fell into madness. Being able to push Crazy Lee to this extent in such an important game was something they would never have imagined before the game. The red color of the south stand of Wembley Stadium rolled up and down like a huge oncoming wave. The breathtaking momentum seemed to dye the clouds in the sky into the color of flames. The momentum of the Liverpool people has climbed to an incredible height as the game progresses. Newcastle fans, on the other hand, spent those long seconds after seconds in panic. The 35th minute of the game point, Liverpool was preventing their 9th corner kick in the first half, and it was Alonso who took the corner kick point. Since Liverpool had all the advantages on the field, only Arbeloa and Lucas were left in the backcourt this time. Everyone else rushed forward to participate in the attack. Force the whistle sounded, and a corner kick was taken. Point Newcastle's penalty area was in chaos. Carragher and Manziani jumped high in front, but neither of them headed the ball. Liverpool's Danish central defender Agger was competing for the ball in the middle, but under the interference of David Santon, he was unable to head the ball. Alonso's corner kick landed at the far post. The Liverpool player waiting there was the Dutch winger Babel. Watching the ball fly over, Babel posed in the air, and then something strange happened. He was in the air, and suddenly, as if he was electrocuted by a high voltage wire of millions of volts, he screamed and fell to the ground with twitching hands and feet. Behind Babel was the Brazilian fullback Marcelo, who looked puzzled. Force, the referee Flycroft's whistle sounded clearly. Newcastle's penalty area was in chaos. Oh, Babel fell to the ground. It seemed that Marcelo, the defender of the Magpies, pushed him from behind, but this performance was too exaggerated, right? The Dutchman dressed himself up as a dying poor man. Let's see how the referee judges. I think this is definitely a dive. Babel might get a yellow card. On the field point, Liverpool players, led by Gerrard, surrounded the referee, and Newcastle players, led by Alan Smith, rushed to explain something. In an instant, Wembley Stadium was filled with endless boos. The referee separated the players from both sides around him, and then walked to the Dutch winger Babel, who was still lying on the lawn, asked a few questions, and then turned and gestured to the Liverpool bench, indicating that the stretcher should be on the field. Then, Flycroft made a move that shocked the whole audience. Tomorrow, I will try to explode. Thank you brothers for your unwavering support and love. PS. I recommend a new book by a new author, Reflections of Time and Space. Chapter 455, Fatal Punishment. Under the spotlight, Flycroft's finger actually pointed at the penalty spot. Hey, how is this possible? Is the referee Croft going to sentence Newcastle to death? Brother Duan Zuan was stepped on again and shouted in an unbelievable tone, "It's actually a penalty kick? We can clearly see it from the slow motion just now." Even more excited than Brother Duan Zuan was England commentator Sister. This man in his 50s slapped the table and jumped up. Ugh. Shit. Croft. Friends, let's remember Croft's face. It's so fucking disgusting. This is definitely a deliberate misjudgment. The Wembley Stadium was filled with booze, and countless coins, fruit cores, confetti, etc. flew down from the stands like a violent storm on a June day. Ouch. Don't stop me. I'm going to hang him. That son of a bitch referee. Misjudgment. 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 Go to hell. Die. Die. With their eyes red with anger and white air blowing out of their mouths, the Newcastle fans, like 40,000 angry bison, wanted to break through the thin layer of billboards blocking the ground between the stadium and the stands, rush up and kill the man wearing the uniform on the stadium. The Irishman in the bright yellow referee uniform was eaten alive. The broadcast camera lost no time in giving a close-up of the two head coaches on the sidelines. Benitez's ecstasy and Crazy Lee's slight astonishment suddenly appeared in front of the TV, and in the eyes of the fans in the stands through the TV and the large electronic screen at the scene. Ouch. Shit. Don't let anyone stop me. I'm going to kill that damn referee. Alan Shearer shouted crazily, trying to rush onto the field. A group of people on the Newcastle bench saw this and quickly stepped aside inhumanely. Holy shit, Alan. Shearer saw that no one was stopping him, so he shouted loudly, "No one is allowed to stop me. No one is allowed to stop." Who knew the hint was so obvious, and everyone was still very inhumane with the mountain on one side. Hiller thought for a while and said shamelessly, "Forget it, I'll spare him this time." Even Lee Tongfan was defeated by Hiller's shamelessness and couldn't help but curl up the corner of his mouth. Alan Shearer looked at it and felt relieved. "Lee, you smiled? That's great. I feel relieved when you smile. Only if you stand on the sidelines and smile all the time can the hammers on the court maintain their morale and continue. Play hard." Shearer pointed to the field. At this time, the Newcastle players were still surrounding the referee with excited faces, angrily defending something. The assistant coach continued worriedly, "The situation on the field now is very difficult for us. It's not good. It seems that there is no way to escape penalty kicks. You have to come up with a solution quickly. Being behind by 1 goal is not too bad for us." "What did you say? 1 goal behind, Lee?" Tongfan looked at Shearer up and down and asked strangely, "Where did the ball fall behind?" The penalty kick hasn't been scored yet. Besides, who stipulates that this penalty kick will definitely be scored. Lee Tongfan showed his signature weird smile. Maybe that little guy will surprise us. That little guy. Surprise. Of course, Shearer knew who Lee Tongfan was talking about, so he set his sights on the field. The 18-year-old Spanish boy standing in front of Newcastle. On the field's point, referee Farley Croft finally used violence to suppress the Newcastle Hammers' resistance, and Alan Smith, who took the lead in reasoning, received a yellow card. After all the players were driven away, the referee called Marcelo to his side, whispered a few words, showed the yellow card, and then strode out of the penalty area, indicating that Liverpool could take the corner kick. Liverpool's choice to take the corner kick is their team spirit, Gerrard. When such a man who has used his back to stand up the Red Army midfielder for an era stands on the penalty spot, which goalkeeper will not feel trembling? Therefore, when Gerrard walked step by step towards the football lying alone on the white dot in the penalty area, the entire Wembley, the entire England, and the entire world seemed to hold their breath at this moment, and the air began to pause and solidify. The fateful moment is coming, and the heartbeat can be heard clearly, but at this moment, a little accident happened on the court. After receiving the yellow card, Marcelo did not immediately exit the penalty area, but stood there with his hands spread out to express his innocence. It's definitely not my fault. I didn't push him at all. It's definitely not my fault. It's definitely not. I swear. Push. The referee blew his whistle and ran into the penalty area again, gave Marcelo a verbal warning, and then exited again. He was about to blow the whistle to signal Gerrard to take a penalty kick, but Marcelo still did not exit the penalty area. I didn't touch him at all. Damn Babel, he was diving. I'm innocent. In fact, at this moment, Marcelo, who was standing in the penalty area, felt blank in his heart. The importance of the Wembley final brought huge mental and psychological pressure to the players, which made him very unwilling to make such a huge mistake. Marcelo remembered clearly that at the moment when Babel provoked him, he did not push Babel from behind at all, and his fingers did not even touch the Dutchman's jersey. However, the Dutchman acted in an extreme way, lying in the penalty area with a strange posture. It was clearly a premeditated flop. The extreme sense of innocence and huge psychological pressure made Marcelo forget the rules of the court at this moment. He just wanted to express his gratitude to the referee, the linesman, the fans, his teammates, and most importantly, to the people on the sidelines. That black figure proves I absolutely did not commit a foul. However, the Brazilian Hammers ignored the consequences of disobeying the referee's decision on the playing field. Therefore, at this time, the referee Farley Croft was very angry, and the consequences were serious. Before Captain Irving ran into the penalty area to persuade Marcelo to come out, the referee rushed into the penalty area for the third time with red eyes. Without any explanation, he gave Marcelo a yellow card. 2 yellows turned into 1 red. I took out the Ruby God of War card from my pocket. Buzz boom boom. Wembley made a messy noise of exclamations, and the middle fingers raised in the stands were like a dense white forest. Ugh. Shit. Sister was excited. In his excitement, he blurted out a series of British national curses without thinking. This is a blasphemy against the referee's duties. This is an unforgivable dereliction of duty. However, 4 or 5 seconds later, when reason defeated sensibility, Sester, who finally remembered his commentator's position, quickly changed his tone. However, Marcelo's actions were also unwise. He challenged the referee's authority like this: there is absolutely no way to escape the second red card. The controversy in this penalty is not the second yellow card, but the diving of Dutch winger Babel. Through slow motion, we can clearly see that Marcelo is indeed innocent. Hey, it's a red card. A red card. Marcelo. Newcastle. This time, Newcastle is really dangerous. This scene reminds me of Carlos in the Spanish El Clasico not long after the game started. The scene when I got the red card. Zuan, the big-headed brother, seemed to be a bit of an afterthought compared to Sester. After his trademark hey with a long and trembling sound, he finally became excited. At that time, Carlos was dissatisfied with the referee's decision. Penalty was given, and he was sent off with a red card. Barcelona took the lead with a penalty kick. but Real Madrid tied the score in the second half with a wonderful solo pass by the alien Ronaldo. Ronaldo sat on the bench in this game. Yes, I don't know if he will have a chance to play on the field. Marcelo was in tears and was persuaded to leave the field by his teammates when the Brazilian hammer passed by Babel. He glared at the Dutch winger with righteous indignation. The Dutch winger had a rich expression on his face and lowered his head in a hurry. The camera recorded this scene courtside. Benitez's chubby cheeks were all red and he had an irrepressible smile. No matter from which aspect you looked at it, the goddess of victory was lifting up her skirt and ogling the Liverpudlians, and crazily, after experiencing the previous shock, it was difficult for people to see any different expression on his face this time, but people who are familiar with him know that the tight lips and serious eyes are all it means. That God on the sidelines of the football field is about to launch a thunderous change. Jared walked to the penalty spot. He carefully flipped the football, pressed it and slowly backed away with a calm face, widening the distance for his run. Standing opposite him was an 18-year-old rookie. Prior to this, the Spanish rookie named Hedia had not recorded any Premier League games. Even when he was at Atletico Madrid in Spain, he only played for the B team on behalf of the Shelters and had no first team appearance record. Penalty kick. Jared, whose value is as high as 18, facing such an inexperienced rookie is like an experienced rookie facing a prostitute who has taken off her clothes. It seems that the ending can only be insert. Therefore, the Liverpool team is full of confidence in the Wembley stands. Liverpool fans were already cheering 100 times more crazily and passionately, while Newcastle fans could only boo at high decibels to interfere with Jared's penalty kick, while covering their eyes to avoid seeing the tragic moment when the goal was blasted. Countless people are thinking about how crazy Lee will adjust after falling behind 0:1 and where Newcastle should go. The first update today. The second update will be in half an hour. Crying for a monthly ticket. The weather today was absolutely crazy. It blew me and my car into a ditch on the side of the road several times. Chapter 456. Hero. Who is the hero? Force. The whistle sounded and Jared took a step. At this time, what the rookie Hedia did was exactly the same as a third-rate goalkeeper when facing a penalty kick. He just lowered his center of gravity and stared closely at Jared's face amid the noise in the sky. It seems that the little guy is behaving normally. However, the slightly trembling legs betrayed the nervousness in the young man's heart. Jared saw everything about his opponent, smiled, and then let out a relaxed smile. Then, swing your legs and hit the ball. Boom. Under the huge force bursting out from Jared's legs, the football was like a sharp arrow shot by Hauyi, straight into the lower right corner of the goal. The speed is so fast that it is difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. The Liverpool fans couldn't wait to give out huge cheers at this moment. But the cheers had not had time to rush to the southern corner of Wembley. Everything came to an abrupt end because, on the field, it flew back faster than it flew to the goal. Hedia, he saved Jared's penalty. Sister was so excited that every cell in his body was trembling. The football flew out. It's dangerous. Liverpool still has a chance. Alonso followed up with a follow-up shot. Ouch. Ouch. He was caught. He was actually once pounced. Hedia. He saved Newcastle and madmanly. This time, Hedia didn't give Liverpool another chance to shoot again. This is unbelievable. This is really unbelievable. Brother Duan Zuan was also trembling after realizing it. In an instant, 1 meter. The 94-year-old Hedia used his incredible reaction speed to suppress Alonso's wonderful follow-up shot, and Liverpool's penalty kick was ended. Boom. Boom boom. Before the incredible scene on the court ended, the Newcastle fans in the northern stands began to boil uncontrollably. Boiling, boiling, boiling crazily. It's like sprinkling a handful of salt into a warm oil pan, and it instantly turns into a rolling sea. No one thought that this penalty kick that was made out of nowhere would eventually end in this way. No one thought that the hero destined to be born at the critical moment at Wembley Stadium was not the soul of the Red Army Steven Gerrard, who was already famous and powerful in the European continent, but the little-known one. Rookie David DG. Benitez's face was like a pumpkin that had been smashed by a stick. He was as devastated as he wanted to be. The Spanish fat guy really couldn't understand how an unknown rookie who just jumped out could guard Jared. What about penalties? And Jared also rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He knew very well how high the quality of the penalty kick he just took was. I'm afraid it would be helpless for his teammate Reina, but even if the quality of the penalty kick was so high, Gayo was still easily tackled by the 18-year-old boy opposite. This can only mean one thing: another world-class star at the goalkeeper position is born. Alonso, who failed to make a follow-up shot, came over and patted Jared on the shoulder without saying anything else. The midfield superstar also clearly saw the strength of Newcastle's young goalkeeper. With such potential, if it is further refined by Crazy Lee, no one knows what kind of miracles this 18-year-old boy named Hedia can create in the days to come. As for Newcastle, assistant coach Alan Shearer, who looked straight at him, grabbed Lee Tongfan's shoulders and shook him violently back and forth, like a weasel who had finally stolen a hen. While shaking, he howled in a hoarse voice, "Lee, you already knew that, right? You knew that kid had such strength, right? Haha, it's great. It's so fucking great. I'm excited when I see Benitez's incredible face. It's almost floating, Lee." Tongfan was stunned by Heller's request. However, this guy was secretly happy in his heart. According to the data analysis of the FM 2009 system, DG has an astonishing 187 points of potential ability. Although so far, less than half of his 187 points of potential have been converted into current ability. However, saving one penalty kick items are exactly this little guy's strengths. When Hugo Lloris was hit by Benitez's contempt and was unable to play, replacing DG was originally just a helpless move. Unexpectedly, an accidental collision really allowed the little guy to show his expertise in penalty kicks. After this battle, regardless of winning or losing, the Spanish boys' road to fame is unstoppable. On the field, the Hammers who had survived the disaster ran over one after another, and each of them rushed to rub Hedia's hair intimately, and shouted excitedly, "David, I know. Haha, you can definitely do it. Oh, this is so good. You're so fucking good." The hero Hedia, who was holding the ball in his arms, felt a little embarrassed at this moment. In fact, he didn't expect that he could save Jared's penalty kick. You must know that at that moment, although he tried to look calm, he was actually so nervous that his calves were about to turn muscles, enjoying the cheers and applause of fans in the top league. It feels so wonderful. I like this feeling. DG told himself quietly in his heart. At this moment, all the tension went away with the wind, and he felt more confident than ever before. The game starts again. Newcastle goal kick. The new goalkeeper Hedia, under the gaze of thousands of eyes, threw the football that he incredibly threw into his arms high, and then drove away. The cheers and boos at Wembley have once again returned to what they were before. At this time, Crazy Lee made adjustments to the Magpie Legion's tactics. This is a very strange adjustment, because facing the unfavorable situation of Newcastle's defense having one less player after Marcelo was sent off, Madman Lee not only failed to strengthen the Magpies' defense through substitutions, but instead made a move that no one could see. A clear move. Move the big black mouse Sissoko's position forward to the forward position. With a defensive midfielder, it is already very puzzling to let him start in the attacking midfielder position, and it turns out that Sissoko's performance in the attacking midfielder position is so terrible. However, at this time, not only did Crazy Lee fail, instead of correcting the mistake, he instead moved the midfielder to an even more incredible forward position. This is even more incomprehensible. This is definitely a puzzling tactical change. Putting a defensive midfielder on the front line is to strengthen the offense, or to strengthen the defense? Sesta guessed. Could it be Mouse Sissoko has been secretly transformed into a super forward by Crazy Lee? Benitez's face also showed surprise. Crazy Lee's decision this time easily plunged him into endless doubts again. If he could clearly see Newcastle's tactical intentions in 10 minutes at the beginning, then now, he feels that he is simply falling into endless darkness. With a feeling of panic, Benitez came to the sidelines without saying a word, trying to once again see the slightest clues through the subsequent tactical changes of the Magpies. On the field, Newcastle was like a spring that had been compressed to the extreme. After enduring it for more than 30 minutes, it finally bounced out with the strongest strength and began to explode. However, this time, the core of Newcastle's attack is neither lone forward Michael Owen, nor Alan Smith and Juan Mata hidden behind Owen, but Moussa Sissoko. For nearly 5 or 6 minutes, Newcastle launched the second offensive in a mournful manner, and every time the last pass in the front court was made, it was Moussa Sissoko. Surprisingly, the French black man performed much better in the forward position than in the attacking midfielder position. Although his shooting was slightly inferior in terms of stopping the ball and physical confrontation, he was better than Liverpool's two central defenders. Agger and Carragher confronted each other, but they didn't lose at all. No matter how bad his shooting skills are, when he is pushed into the penalty area and faces the goal at close range, if the opportunity is good, even a defender with rough footwork can pose a fatal threat to the top goalkeeper. Therefore, in just a few minutes, with a steady stream of wonderful passes from Irving, Smith and others, Moussa Sissoko really resisted the opponent's defender and kicked out several threatening shots. Sissoko. Oops, it's just a little bit worse. He used his strong body to create opportunities, but his poor shooting skills made him miss the goal again. This was already on the field. The third situation in a short period of time. Brother Duan Zuan's tone was full of regret. I must admit that Lee Tongfan's substitution has had an unexpected effect. Maybe this is the ability of real famous coaches. They can often start from places that ordinary people don't expect. Find a solution to your problem. Sissoko made a great contribution in the forward position. He is like a smaller Warcraft Drogba. If his shooting skills were better, Newcastle might have taken the lead with one less player. Sesta was amazed by the changes in the situation on the field. Crazy Lee once again won by surprise. Let's see what kind of response strategy Benitez will choose. Liverpool fans are waiting for the hero to stand up and change the unfavorable situation that suddenly came due to Crazy Lee's adjustments, but Benitez still didn't see any clues this time. What happened on the field seemed to be a very simple tactical change. Benitez believed that he had 11,000 ways to limit Crazy Lee's surprise soldier, Moussa Sissoko, but his intuition told him things are not that simple. The second update and the third update will be half an hour later, urgently asking for monthly ticket support. Chapter 457. The pendulum-like killing intent from Owen. Benitez had a strange feeling. The scene that was happening on the court seemed to have happened before. That familiar but unfamiliar feeling made the Spanish fat guy uncomfortable and wanted to go crazy. However, the truth seemed to be just so far away, behind a thin layer of white paper. No matter how hard he thought, he still couldn't catch the clue that appeared and disappeared. At this time, Liverpool once again encountered a dangerous situation on the field. A very ordinary low pass from the right wing came from German winger Podolski. Irving made a clever pass from the front point, and Moussa Sissoko, who followed up from the back point, got the ball. Although due to Sissoko's impressive performance before, Liverpool had given Carragher enough attention in dealing with the big black man. When he pressed forward, the huge power coming from the black body still easily defeated him. He pushed away. This was a normal physical confrontation. When Carragher staggered to the side, the referee did not blow the whistle for the foul, and the game continued amidst Wembley's exclamations. Moussa Sissoko turned around and swung his leg to shoot. Red Army goalkeeper Iena made an instant judgment and made a gesture to save to the right. Another Liverpool centre-back, Agger, desperately tried to block Sissoko's shot by stretching his legs out as much as possible. In fact, Agger's legs did block the football, but the huge hit from football made Agger feel as if his heel was hit by an angry bullet, and his leg bounced away with a violent shock. As a result, football made an upward arc. In the end, it grazed the goal crossbar and fell on top of the net. Oh, what a close shot. If it hadn't been for the timely block by Danish centre-back Agger, Reina, who had already judged the wrong direction, would have been helpless against such a shot. Sesta exclaimed. With a simple change of position, Newcastle improbably contained Liverpool's attack with a crazy attack. I simply can't believe that it is Liverpool with one less person on the field. If the game continues like this, the winner will definitely be Crazy Lee and his army of magpies. Brother Duan Zuan, the big head, said so. Point courtside. Benitez also saw it. If he didn't quickly adopt tactical changes to restrict the French black man, he might really be fooled into scoring 1 or 2 goals. At least the black man's shooting skills were impressive. The incredible speed increased. With that shot just now, even Rihanna misjudged the direction he chose. This is simply a quality that only an excellent forward can have. What Benitez didn't know was that at this time, Moussa Sissoko was still regretting. How is this possible? His uncle's kick was wrong again. I was clearly aiming for the right side of the goal. Why? Just shoot the football and go to the left of the goal? It seems that it is too difficult to shoot as freely as Irving and others. Seeing the critical situation on the field, Benitez could no longer think carefully about the strange feeling that was looming in his heart. The Spanish fat guy decided to make countermeasures as he saw it. The back line moves forward slightly, so that even if Moussa Sissoko receives a pass from a Newcastle player, his poor dribbling and shooting skills will have a greater chance of wasting the opportunity. At the same time, the two central defenders Agger and Carragher are required to press Sissoko at close range, trying not to let the French black man get the football at the first time, so that his strong body will be lost. There is room for further development, of course. The most important thing is that Benitez requires Liverpool's front court players to constantly put pressure on Newcastle's half. After all, the opponent has already sent off a defender, and the defensive loopholes are bigger than Liverpool. Rushing to the sideline, shouting and making gestures to complete all these tactical changes, Benitez nervously observed the progress of the game. He was staring at the court so intently that he didn't even notice that after he made a gesture to change his tactics, not far away, Crazy Lee also quietly made a tactic to his players on the sidelines. Changing gestures this time, the whole battle has finally arrived. 3 minutes later, Wembley erupted into the most terrifying roar since the start of the game, because the goal arrived, and the one who scored the goal was Newcastle, who were fighting with one less player when Senderos used a standard cross-body position to cut off the ball from the feet of Dutch winger Babel, who was showing off his skills. No one thought that this would be the beginning of a jaw-dropping conspiracy. Senderos handed the football to Fernando Gago not far away. Gago, who was holding the ball with his back, seemed to have eyes on his butt. He lifted the ball with the instep of his left foot, then quickly turned 180 degrees to the right, dodging his compatriots with a light movement like a ballet dance. Mascherano's pressing. It seemed as if Brother Ma was suddenly blinded. He stumbled past between the football and Gago and intercepted nothing, and when he turned around to grab the ball back, Gago had already sent the football to Juan Mata on the left. Newcastle's counter-attack came so quickly. Courtside point at this time, Benitez was in the mood to strangle Babel. If the Dutch winger had played the ball faster just now, even if he could not score, Newcastle would not have counter-attacked so quickly. However, at this time, the Spanish fat man certainly did not dare to spend time blaming Babel. He was like a ball filled with hydrogen, jumping up and down on the sidelines, shouting and signaling to the Liverpool players to defend quickly. On the field point, after getting the ball, Juan Mata began to rush down the wing like lightning. Almost in the blink of an eye, he was almost parallel with Liverpool's defense. Arbeloa didn't dare to neglect and pressed forward quickly. However, the sprinting Mata was simply unstoppable. Angel Wings only used a few times to switch its center of gravity without making a ball, and Arbeloa fell to the side with his nose crooked and his eyes crooked. The Liverpool fans in the stands screamed uncontrollably. In the middle of the court, the big black Frenchman began to follow the instructions of the boss before the start of the game, running forward with his head covered. Liverpool did not dare to neglect the core of Newcastle's offense at all. According to Benitez's previous tactical requirements, the back line was slightly advanced. Agger and Carragher stopped him unceremoniously, under the interception of the two central defenders. This time Moussa Sissoko finally did not rush over immediately, so he began to lean on Agger and Carragher with his body, and reached out to Juan Mata on the wing. Tower pass. Without any hesitation, Juan Mata immediately passed the ball. Benitez on the sidelines saw this scene, and his hanging heart finally relaxed a little. Being pushed into that position, Sissoko, who was dribbling rough, couldn't even think of rushing over to shoot. Just when the Spanish fat man was proud of his tactical changes, the scene that happened next left him dumbfounded. Matter's pass did not go towards Mousa Sissoko. The football drew an arc on the lawn like a fully drawn longbow, bypassing Sissoko, Aga and Carragher who were fighting behind Sissoko, and went directly to the goalkeeper. The vacuum between the centre backs. There is no one there. Juan Mata made a pass error, and Newcastle's counter-attack was terminated. Who is that? Someone came up from behind in an incredible way. Is it Irving? Irving, who disappeared for most of the game. Single shot. Irving formed a single shot. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Shoot. On the field point. Owen, who suddenly appeared in the vacuum like a ghost, stabbed the hearts of the Red Army fans that were about to jump out of their chests. Faced with such a one-on-one opportunity, Owen did not choose to shoot at the first opportunity. Instead, he calmly stopped the ball, started it again, and then used a dribbling move known to the world to trick Liverpool goalkeeper Iana and advance the ball. The empty door. That was Ronaldo's pendulum pass. Owen used such a wonderful action to pass the goalkeeper. At this moment, he showed the calmness and demeanor of a super shooter. The ball was scored. 1:0. Less Newcastle, who are fighting alone, are ahead. Brother. Duan Zuan reacted quickly this time. This should be a tactical coordination carefully planned by Newcastle. Owen, who disappeared for most of the game, has appeared in the camera, giving Liverpool a fatal blow, and Sesta once again began to show off his lung capacity, which was more terrifying than a blue whale. Goal. 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 Even more important than the commentators are the fans in the stands. Amid the incredible silence of the Liverpool fans, the Newcastle fans, wearing uniform black and white sword-striped shirts, fell into complete madness. Happiness comes so suddenly at the most incredible moment. Under the club flags flying in the sky, countless Newcastle fans burst into tears with excitement. Originally, they thought they might have to say goodbye to the championship trophy again, but the man standing in front of the coaching bench once again used his hard words to confident on-site adjustment capabilities allow the dawn to appear in the darkest moment. Happiness. This is happiness. Intoxicating happiness. And the ones who are even crazier than the fans are the lunatics. Crazy Lee. The moment Owen scored, Lee Tongfan got rid of the assistant coach Alan Shearer, who rushed from behind. With a look of ecstasy that he had not seen for a long time on his face, he ran along the sideline of the court with his legs raised high. The third update, and the fourth update half an hour later. Brother Swordsman, the modifier is urgently asking for monthly votes. Chapter 458, Arrival after 3 years. Virtual offensive core tactics. Then, like a landing plane, he opened his arms and pounced on the lawn, and the whole person slid forward for 5 or 6 meters with a roar, leaving a clear mark on the lawn, as if infected by the head coach. The celebrating players on the field also made a collective dive. Except for the goalkeeper DG, the 9 players glided towards the Newcastle fans' camp in a frenzy, leaving traces of the glory on the lawn of Wembley. What they already got was the applause from the stands like a tide. At this time, Benitez on the sidelines was like a defeated rooster, falling into a petrified state. How is this possible? Is it the tactics of Madman Lee, or a coincidence? Benitez, whose brain was in a mess, looked at the opponent celebrating freely in the distance. His face was burning, as if he had been slapped countless times. Benitez thought he had seen through all the tricks and conspiracies of Madman Lee, but the facts proved that he had probably been tricked by Madman Lee from the beginning. Everything seemed to be going according to the script he made up, and he walked into the trap that had been waiting in front of him step by step without knowing it. He walked so willingly and so proudly. Thinking of this, Benitez, who was full of regret, did not wait for the football game to continue. He quickly called Jared and Tors to the sidelines and gave orders nervously. The game is not over yet. I will definitely make it back, I swear. Benitez swear. Benitez was full of reluctance. However, for some reason, after finally seeing through the conspiracy of Madman Lee, the uneasiness in his heart did not seem to disappear, but became more and more serious. The game, after the crazy celebration, soon continued. Lee Tongfan, who had regained his composure, still had a smug smile on his face. To outsiders, he looked so mysterious and incredible. The scene of Lee Tongfan's crazy celebration just now was recorded by the camera without missing a single detail, and all the fans at Wembley Stadium also firmly remembered this scene in their hearts, and there was a reason why Lee Tongfan was so excited. In this game Lee Tongfan made a big plan. From the beginning of the game, he used Michael Owen as a single striker, and put Moussa Sissoko in the position of attacking midfielder, and so on. All of these were Lee Tongfan's preparations for the implementation of a tactic virtual offensive core tactics. Originally, because the game simulation function of FM 2009 was lost due to the restrictions of the big level system task, Revenge of the Magpies, it was almost impossible to realize the strange tactics of virtual offensive core tactics that could be realized in the FM 2009 system by relying on computer AI in the real world. However, Lee Tongfan suddenly had an idea and thought of another way: make a tactical package. Through the magical function of the tactical package, the ability to realize the "virtual offensive core tactics" in real games without the FM 2009 system simulation. For a whole night, Lee Tongfan formulated hundreds of tactical packages, and finally, at the 101st time, the FM system database made an evaluation. The probability of increasing the winning rate of the game by Lee Tongfan this time reached an astonishing 88%, and the effect of realizing the virtual offensive core tactics also reached 80%. After formulating the tactical package that passed the evaluation, Lee Tongfan began to conceive the specific candidates for the implementation of this tactical package. Among them, the most important candidate for the "virtual core," the first person Lee considered was Moussa Sissoko. The reason for this choice is that Sissoko's physical qualities in FM 2009, such as strength, power, speed, flexibility, bounce, etc., are almost the strongest in Newcastle's lineup, and absolutely meet the requirements of the "virtual core," and the two major values of stopping the ball and heading are basically in line with the requirements. The remaining real killer besides the virtual core must be a striker with super strong ability to seize opportunities. Owen, Crespo and Shevchenko are all very suitable candidates. However, in order to prevent Sissoko from being randomly despised by Benitez's contempt, Lee Tongfan also prepared a second plan. Another black player, Manzini, can barely be suitable as a candidate for the virtual core. However, it is worth being happy that the people who were finally despised by Benitez were Hugo Lloris, Crespo and Shevchenko, without Moussa Sissoko or Owen, which made Lee Tongfan overjoyed. Of course, not everything was as expected by Lee Tongfan. There were two things that exceeded Lee's imagination. The first one was naturally the absence of Hugo Lloris. After losing Given, Newcastle went from the first team to the reserve team, and then to the youth team. The only player who could be shown off was the 18-year-old Spanish teenager Header who had just transferred to join. The second thing, of course, was the penalty kick during the game and Marcelo being sent off with a red card point originally. In order to enhance the actual effect of the virtual offensive tactics core tactics package, Lee Tongfan did not put Sissoko in the forward position at the beginning of the game, but asked him to slowly find his way into the attacking midfielder position. The feeling of the front court players, wait until the second half to officially implement the tactical package, who knew that the Marcelo red card incident disrupted all Lee Tongfan's arrangements. In order to avoid Liverpool seizing the opportunity to lead the score with one less player, Lee Tongfan had to activate the virtual offensive core tactics package in advance. Of course, DG miraculously saved the penalty kick, which brought a big surprise to Leo. Owen's goal proved that Lee Tongfan's hard work was not in vain. Maybe Benitez will wake up and make adjustments to the current Newcastle tactics. However, Lee Tongfan is not worried about this, because to a large extent, the tactical package is also a very abnormal cheating method. Cannot be changed by human power. There are only two things Lee Tongfan and Newcastle have to do. First, let Irving score a hat-trick. Second, 0 seal for Fernando Torres. As long as these 2 points are completed, all the requirements of the system tasks have been completed. The game continues. The fighting between the two sides has already entered a fever pitch. There were less than 5 minutes left before the end of the 45 minutes of the first half. Benitez's face who had been standing on the sidelines observing the game, became darker and darker because the Spanish fat man found that his previous adjustments did not seem to have much effect. Newcastle's football continued to pass to the big black mouse Sissoko, the temporary forward who was born as a defensive midfielder. Pressure is mounting on Liverpool. This made the two central defenders Agger and Carragher try their best, and they had just restricted Mouse Sissoko alone. As for allocating their energy to contain Owen, it was simply impossible. This still doesn't work. We must strengthen the team's defensive strength. Benitez stood on the sidelines and thought hard. It's just that this will inevitably sacrifice the team's offensive strength. When the score is behind, no matter how strong the defense is, it can't bring the team a victory. The Spanish fat guy is in a dilemma. Benitez has not yet made a final decision, and the situation on the field has changed again. Fernando Gago flashed forward and used a sudden forward thrust and timely through ball to penetrate Liverpool's midfield stranglehold and send the football to the feet of midfielder Alan Smith. Facing the timely tackle from Argentina's midfielder Javier Mascherano, Smith didn't even have a chance to stop the ball before falling to the ground. He only had time to make one move, follow the direction the football is rolling, and use your toes to pick it up. But even with this challenge, he lifted the football high and formed an imaginative kick from behind. Beautiful pass. Alan Smith showed his delicate side under his brave style. Sester exclaimed. Alan Smith is the fierce Zhang who knows how to embroider in Newcastle's formation. Duan Zuan, the big-headed brother, shouted point on the field, point facing the direction of the football. Mouse Sissoko retreated instead of advancing, retreated from the Liverpool penalty area, sprinted a few steps, and then jumped high to compete for the header. Seeing this scene, Agger and Carragher did not dare to be negligent at all, and quickly pressed forward one after another. Agger in front jumped up to interfere with Sissoko's header, while Carragher in the back was ready to compete at any time. Grabbed the second point. This was originally a foolproof defensive strategy. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Sissoko, who jumped up, only feinted a shot and did not fight for the top. Instead, he missed the ball. In this way, Agger and Carragher who were following him were shaken, and the ball flew to three people in an instant behind. A figure wearing a black and white sword-striped shirt followed him without hesitation. No, it's him again. Carragher could see clearly at this moment that the person flying past was none other than Michael Owen, who had just scored a goal. However, when he finally turned around, the football was sent into Liverpool's goal by Irving for the second time. Another one shot. Owen will not waste such an opportunity because he knows that Newcastle cannot afford to waste when there is one less person to fight. Goal 2:0 exclamation point. It's incredible. This is really incredible. No one would have thought that Newcastle, with one less player, would lead Liverpool by 2 goals before the end of the first half. Michael Owen scored twice. He was simply born for Newcastle. When Newcastle encounters any difficulties, the Lightning Killer will step forward without hesitation and show his terrifying energy. Of course, these 2 goals were indispensable to the French teenager Mouse Sissoko, who appeared at the forward position for the first time. He contained almost all the Liverpool defenders for Irving. Liverpool's defensive system, in an unforgivable fatal mistake, was made in today's game. Mouse Sissoko, like the young Hedier, became famous in one fight. It must be pointed out that the most incredible and the person who needs to be thanked the most is Crazy Lee. Although I still can't see why Newcastle's attack will be so sharp after Sissoko was promoted to the forward position. He did it in times of crisis, facing the eyes of fans who trusted him for help. Crazy Lee once again proved that he would never let his supporters down at any time. Of course, the first half of the game is not over yet, and Liverpool also has a chance. With only half a game left, they created a miracle in Istanbul. I don't know if the miracle will happen again this time. The fourth update, the promised 12,700 burst is complete. Crazy crying for monthly tickets after the last chapter is uploaded. I will write another chapter to ask for votes. I have to leave quickly, otherwise the motorcycle will be frozen, and I will freeze to death on the way. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 459. The fourth update is complete, and I urgently need monthly votes. First of all, I would like to say belated Happy New Year to my brothers. The monthly ticket performance this month is the lowest since the modifier was launched. After posting the article yesterday, I clicked on the competitive books and felt discouraged. On the way to get it, the cold wind of -22 degrees blew on my body. The homemade large gloves made of camel hair were soon frozen through. My face hurt, as if it was cut by a knife. My stiff arms could only subconsciously hold the handlebars of the motorcycle. Fortunately, there were not many cars on the country road. Otherwise, with Ziodeo's confused heart, it is estimated, in the cold wind for more than 40 minutes on the way, Ziodeo suddenly figured it out. It's ridiculous. What qualifications does Ziodeo have to complain about the small number of monthly tickets? I suddenly felt like a child spoiled by my brothers and sisters. I was a little confused about the key to the problem. This month, there are few updates, really few. There are only a little more than 6,000 words a day. When everyone is asking for votes, what qualifications does Ziodeo have to complain about the small number of votes? If you really count, more than 200 votes are still a lot. It should be those hardcore swordsmen who have been comforting Ziodeo along the way. The more I think about it, the more ashamed I feel. When I got home, I turned on the computer and typed non-stop. At this time today, I finally typed 12,000, which should be considered an explosion, right? I wanted to write more, but it gets dark very early in human. If I don't go to the mobile phone repair department to post now, Ziodeo will be ashamed after dark. I dare not go with my motorcycle skills. Today is the coldest day in Human this winter. It is -25 degrees, almost 30 degrees. The water pipes of the production team are frozen and cracked, and drinking water has become a problem. It can be seen that the weather is very cold. The strong wind of level 7 or 8 has been blowing from morning to now, and there is no sign of stopping. The Gobi Desert is full of yellow sand, and the visibility is less than 10 meters. My father, who is not fully recovered, suggested not to go and post together tomorrow, but Ziodeo thought about it. No matter how cold or dangerous it is, he must not develop this habit of interrupting. This breath must be persisted, so he resolutely came. Until now, I'm too cold to speak clearly. I begged the boss of the repair department to give me more time to post this statement asking for votes. These chapters are posted in the background in a scheduled manner. Brothers, Ziodeo is here to sincerely ask for monthly tickets. The monthly tickets have been so low that Ziodeo can't sleep or eat. Ziodeo is willing to repay brothers and sisters with more updates every day. Please also ask the swordsman to pull out the steel knives in your hands once again when Ziodeo is in danger and smash your monthly tickets. Please add a little heat to Ziodeo's way back and forth in the cold wind every day. I beg for monthly tickets, brothers and sisters please. Chapter 460, Crazy Lion-039, S. Wembley Stadium is filled with ice and fire. Owen's goal added a solid insurance to Newcastle's lead. At the same time, he mercilessly pushed his old club Liverpool to the edge of a cliff. If he took a step back, he would be shattered to pieces. If the 1-goal lead gap is like a stream lying in front of the Liverpool people, then when the gap becomes 2 goals, the brook becomes a Yangtze River. If you want to cross this, you may be able to wade through the small stream with bare feet, if you are brave. But if you choose to wade through the Yangtze River like a small stream, there can only be one ending: drowned. Looking at Michael Owen like this, the people of Liverpool didn't know whether to give him boos or applause. What could be better than the hero who was supported by thousands of people in the past, but suddenly showed a ferocious face in the blink of an eye? What's more unacceptable than putting a knife to your heart? In the south stand of Wembley Stadium, tens of thousands of Liverpool fans fell into an extremely awkward silence at the same time. They watched the Newcastle people in the opposite stand singing and celebrating crazily, and watched the former heroes on the field seem to be carrying like a returning bomber. It roared past with open arms, watching. What was even more embarrassing than the fans was Benitez standing on the sidelines. The Spanish fat man didn't expect that. After hesitating for only a minute or two in such a dilemma, he would be seized by Crazy Lee's weird tactics and score another goal. Not far away from the sidelines, Crazy Lee was surrounded by a swarm of crazy Newcastle players. He looked at the flags and scarves of the Newcastle club in the stands behind him going crazy in the last rays of the sunset at Wembley Stadium. Yow. At this moment, Benitez suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of frustration. This kind of frustration is even far greater than that night in Istanbul, when AC Milan led 3:0. Quote, "We can't continue like this." Before the team humiliated themselves for the second time by standing in the center circle for the kickoff to continue the game. Benitez once again handed Jared to the sidelines and carefully explained the latest tactical changes in his ear. This time he finally understood that, before finding a way to crack Crazy Lee's weird tactics, Liverpool must defend with all their strength. Otherwise, maybe after the next 3 minutes, the score will have become 3:0 or 4:0. Quote, "For soon, the whistle sounded, and the game continued. At this time, it will not be more than 3 minutes from the end of the first half, including injury time. Liverpool changed the game to point out the aggressive offensive situation, and switched to defense. Among the offensive players in the front court, except for Holy Infant, Fernando Torres and Dutch winger Babel, who is extremely fast and good at breaking through, everyone else retreated to their own half and fully participated in the defense, and Argentina's midfielder Mascherano, who has the world's top level of defense, was specially assigned by Spain to perform man-to-man defense against forward Moussa Sissoko. Benitez tried to use this method to temporarily freeze the active French black man, because he knew that the key to cracking the weird tactics of Madman Lee lay in the defensive midfielder named Sissoko, not in the midfielder who had already scored twice. Lightning killer Michael Owen. Of course, this is just a trial. Benitez frowned and stood on the sidelines. There must be some flaw that I haven't discovered. There must be. As long as we find the key, we will definitely be able to defeat Crazy Lee. But where is the flaw? For the people of Liverpool, every second is a century, and every second is the tiniest moment. On the other side, when Benitez wanted to open his brain and squeeze out his brains to analyze the flaws of Crazy Lee's weird tactics, the Newcastle fans were enjoying the hard-won glory with laughter. Seeing that the former Premier League hegemon could only retreat to its own half to defend under the onslaught of its own players, Newcastle fans couldn't help but burst into laughter. This roar of laughter was like a whip dipped in pepper water, hitting Benitez in the face one after another, which only made all the Red Army supporters ecstasy until the end of the first half. The first half of the game is finally over. The Liverpool players were like refugees fleeing from Africa. When they suddenly saw the fragrant Manchu banquet, they ran away and ran towards the tunnel. They couldn't wait to leave this stadium that had become heavy and torturous for them. A moment of peace. But Benitez, at this moment, finally put on a relaxed expression, because the Spanish fat man discovered that, after using Mascherano solitaire to specifically mark Moussa Sissoko, Newcastle's offensive threat dropped a lot. The French black big man was in Aga, Carragher and Mascherano, under the joint stranglehold of individuals, like a shark that was finally fished out of the water. Its ability to make trouble was reduced by 70 to 80%. Could it be that it would be a good choice to assign a special person to guard in addition to the central defender? Benitez walked into the tunnel thoughtfully. Damn, stop. What are you going to do? At first, when the Newcastle players celebrated wildly in the locker room, Lee Tongfan did not dissuade him. After all, the Hammers were under tremendous pressure while playing on the court, and it was allowed to relax appropriately. However, when Manziani, the little bastard, took out a bottle of champagne from his closet, shook it a few times in a sly manner, pointed the mouth of the bottle at Lee Tongfan, and prepared to remove the cork, Lee Tongfan panicked. Stop. We are only leading by 2 goals at halftime, and you're so happy that your teeth are falling out. Lee Tongfan Yasheng sternly stopped Manzini's unscrupulous attempt. After completely driving the smile off his face, the sultry man had already thought of countless perfect excuses for swearing in his mind, and he chose one of them. This is nonsense. Guys, who are we facing? They are a group of super strong men who can come back within 16 minutes, even if they are 3 goals behind. There are still 40 left in the second half minutes. We have one less person to fight. If you continue to be so blindly optimistic, maybe you will be the losers who can't even find your underwear. Ha ha. In fact, Leoli originally just scolded people to avoid being sprayed with champagne by Manziani, the hammer. Who knew that after scolding, he felt more and more that his scolding was actually quite reasonable, so his voice gradually became louder, because it turns out that the price for popping champagne in front of Liverpool's macho men is quite serious, because there are murders as evidence. I think back then, it was an ecstatic night in Istanbul. The reason why the macho men in red jerseys were able to turn the tide within 16 minutes of the second half was that the reason for the murder was not because Benitez, the fat man, committed suicide in midfield. He dug into his pockets and bought the players little blue pills and Red Bull. It was because when this group of frustrated Red Army soldiers were scratching their heads in the locker room to adjust their emotions, they heard someone singing in the opposite locker room. And not long after, Shevchenko, the main forward of the Rossoneri at the time, opening the champagne to celebrate the victory in advance sparked a small flame of anger among the communist soldiers, and instantly the small universe exploded into the seventh sense. And now, Li Tongfan is very afraid that Manziani, the hammer, will open the champagne recklessly. If the Red Army soldiers on the opposite side burst into small universes again, then the second half will be really miserable. After all, this game, but there is no pre-calculation of the FM 2009 system. As a result, the curses became louder and louder, and the heads of the hammers became lower and lower. Benitez sighed and closed the door to the Liverpool dressing room in disappointment. How could this happen? Even with one player missing, we were ahead by 2 goals. I'm crazy. This hateful guy is still scolding so vigorously. Does he still have any sense of fairness? The Spanish fat man tried to repeat his same trick and use the opponent's locker room to stimulate the Liverpool players, but failed, so he chose the same time period as Crazy Lee raise the angry little universe and kill these losers. The second half of the game is about to begin. Players from both sides walked out of the tunnel with red eyes. I felt a murderous aura. Duan Zuan, the big-headed brother, probably read too many martial arts novels recently, and a Jinyang feeling came out of his mouth. The taste of cologne. Li Tongfan and Benitez, these 2 cup masters, are they finally going to use their most powerful trump card? Hoo-oh-ho-oh, we will wait and see. The referee Flitcroft blew the whistle to start the second half. As expected, Wupu, who was completely restrained in the first half, made changes. Benitez used the Spanish midfielder Ukes with a more balanced offense and defense. La replaced Dutch winger Babel. Babel's only bright spot in the first half was his diving in the penalty area, which ultimately led to Marcelo's mental imbalance and being sent off. In addition, the Dutchman who likes to show off his personal dribbling skills did not provide any for the team. Not only that, I think he will also be in a lot of trouble after the game, and the disciplinary committee will not ignore such flopping behavior. Sester, a loyal fan of Crazy Lee, did not show any mercy to Dutch winger Babel in his commentary point at this time. The second half of the game had already started for 5 or 6 minutes. Liverpool fans were pleasantly surprised to see that after the game restarted, the team's defense had greatly improved. The French black man who made them tremble was under the joint defense of Mascherano and Lucas. I finally became more honest. First update. Second update 15 minutes later asking for a monthly ticket. Chapter 461 The Real Conspiracy. Used 2 defensive midfielders to strangle together. Li Tongfan, who was standing on the sidelines, also saw this scene soon. Damn it, this Spanish fat guy is really ruthless, sacrificing 2 defensive players at once. Old Lee understood that the reason why Benitez dared to do this was because Newcastle was sent off. In the case of 11 versus 10, Liverpool had enough capital to use the resources of 2 people to freeze Newcastle's most dangerous person. Moreover, the Spanish fat guy chose to use 2 defensive midfielders instead of central defenders to freeze Moussa Sissoko. The clever thing is that in this way, Liverpool's defense line remains intact, and the 4 defenders can completely block the impact of Michael Owen and Alan Smith under normal circumstances. In terms of offense, Benitez's biggest reliance is the Iron Man Gerrard, unlimited physical strength, both offensive and defensive. Such characteristics allow Gerrard to support the Red Army's offensive capabilities with the cooperation of Riera and Alonso, even if he has lost the assistance of Mascherano and Lucas. What's more, Liverpool's front court has a super striker whose single soldier combat ability can be ranked in the top 5 in the world. Holy infant, Fernando Torres. No matter from which aspect, such an offensive and defensive formation is the best choice to deal with Newcastle, who is one man short on the defense line. As for whether they can win, they can only do their best and leave it to fate. Benitez believes in his luck. The second half of the game lasted for 10 minutes, and the score never changed again. Benitez is called a tactical master, and he is indeed a master. His adjustment in the midfield played a role. The French black big mouse Sissoko, who has unlimited physical strength, really got into a fight with the Red Army's 2 diamonds Lucas and Mascherano, and rarely had the energy to attack Liverpool's backline. And without the cover of Mouse Sissoko, the virtual offensive core, Owen, who has been accustomed to the double striker formation, suddenly seemed alone and threatening under the offer of Carragher and Agger. The situation seems to have gradually returned to a state of half a catty and 8 a pound. If the game continues in this way, although Newcastle may not lose the game, for Lee Tongfan, this means the failure of the system task, Revenge of the Magpies, which is definitely a result that the sultry man cannot bear. However, what kind of method should be used to help Owen complete the last goal and achieve a hat-trick, wanting the team to score and a specific player to score? The difficulty of such a demanding task, without the FM 2009 system simulation function and 3 points, is simply more difficult than persuading Yang Giffey to lose weight. Lee Tongfan fell into better thinking. The 61st minute of the game point Liverpool relied on, Holy infant, Torres' shot after a forced breakthrough of Santon to get a corner kick opportunity on the right side of the penalty area. This was their 4th corner kick of the whole game, twice less than Newcastle. The anxious Benitez obviously attached great importance to this corner kick point. He stood on the sidelines and shouted loudly, constantly reminding the players to position themselves in the attack. If there was no way to break through Newcastle's defense in the mobile battle, the set piece would obviously become the life-saving straw that Benitez valued. There were still more than 30 minutes before the game ended. If Liverpool could score a goal at this time, it would be a turning point for the final outcome of the game. At this time, Lee Tongfan, who had been thinking hard about how to help Owen score a goal, finally came up with a very shameless method. The corner of the mouth of the sultry man showed his signature smile. While Liverpool was preparing for a corner kick, Lee Tongfan called Ronaldo on the bench and whispered a few words in his ear with a lewd smile, which made Ronaldo's eyes straight. Then, no one noticed that the alien fat man pretended to warm up, ran to the ball with his legs raised high, called Mouse Sissoko to his side, and arranged a few words, and Sissoko's eyes were also straight. Soon, Alonso took Liverpool's corner kick point. The attack routine carefully arranged by Benitez achieved good results. The ball was kicked to the back post, and Carragher jumped high to head it back to the middle. Unfortunately, Gerrard, who followed up in the middle, was disturbed by Senderos and his header was not strong enough. The tall Newcastle's new hero Hedger calmly took it into his arms. Benitez was so angry that he slapped his thigh on the sidelines, wishing he could strangle Senderos to death. At this time, Newcastle had quickly launched a counter-attack. Hedger threw the ball to David Thornton on the wing, who passed it to Lucas Podolski, who then passed it to Juan Mata on the left. These passes were all one touch, and the Magpies had already sent the ball to the front court before the Liverpool defenders, who were desperately chasing back. At some point, the striker Moussa Sissoko had appeared in a very fatal position for Liverpool. What made the Red Army fans feel a little relieved was that fortunately, he had Lucas and Mascherano, 2 big defenders, around him. After Juan Mata unloaded the ball, he paused for a moment and immediately kicked a high ball to the middle, looking for Moussa Sissoko point. This kind of cooperation has almost always been Newcastle's common routine in the past 50 minutes or so. It was similar to the situation after the start of the second half. This time, under the joint interference of Mascherano and Lucas, Mouser Sissoko wanted to use his body advantage to hold on as he did in the second half of the first half. It is no longer possible to stop the football firmly at your feet and then make plans. The two huge forces coming from behind made the French black man stagger a little. He tried his best to return the football to Juan Mata on the wing. He could not keep the football. Got snatched by Liverpool. As he continued to fight with all his strength and risk his life, Sissoko gradually felt a little powerless. Lucas and Mascherano put more and more pressure on him. He didn't know that he was like this. How long can we fight? Persevere. You must persist. You must complete the tactical arrangements of the leader. This is my opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After Sissoko pushed the football back, he turned around and continued running forward. What Mouser Sissoko didn't know was that the surprise and shock he brought to Mascherano and Lucas were far beyond his own imagination. What kind of material is this kid made of? It's so scary. Lucas asked himself in his mind as he watched Mouser Sissoko's back chasing after him. And Mascherano is no better than Lucas. Even Chelsea's Warcraft Drogba's power is nothing more than this. This black boy is said to be only 19 years old. In the fight just now, both of them used all their strength and even hit Sissoko with a foul and barely interfered with the opponent's ball-taking action, forcing him to push the football out again. This is not the first time since the start of the second half. In order to complete the tactical tasks of Coach Benitez and completely freeze the core of Newcastle's offense, the two of them have used fouls to defend Sissoko almost every time, but Sissoko is like an iron pillar made of black steel. No matter how hard they hit it with all their strength, they can only barely shake the pillar, trying to simply grab the football from the opponent's feet. It's difficult. Although they were shocked, Lucas and Mascherano did not dare to neglect at all. Like cheetahs that saw their prey, they chased Sissoko in the direction. Newcastle's counter-attack has gradually slowed down because of the repetition just now. Juan Mata stopped the football at his feet and no longer tried to pass the ball. Instead, he used his superb breakthrough skills to quickly get rid of Decina's defense and hit the ball as fast as lightning. Liverpool's defenders replayed quickly, and Newcastle's attackers followed up in the middle without hesitation. The game has changed from a quick counter-attack to a positional battle. Juan Mata, who broke through to the bottom line of the wing, did not choose to cut into the penalty area, but suddenly stopped with a sharp smash. Liverpool defender Decina, who came back from behind, obviously did not expect this move and could not stop his steps. He slipped off the bottom line with a single click. Beautiful passing action. Wonderful, sister and brother Zuan cheered almost at the same time. After getting rid of the defensive player, Mata had enough time to observe the position of his teammates in the penalty area, but he did not find a better passing route or passing point in the first time. However, as a winger's intuition tell him, the ball must be passed. Boom. The football spun, flew from Mata's feet, and flew into the Liverpool penalty area. The final landing point was Mouser Sissoko. It is still the core of the Magpie Legion's offense. In the penalty area, seeing the football flying towards him, Mouser Sissoko used his feet and jumped up to head the ball towards the goal. Lucas, who was dedicated to guarding Sissoko, saw that it was not good and immediately pushed Sissoko's waist and then provoked to interfere with the big black header. At this time, Lucas was still regretting that the push just now was a bit weak, because based on the experience gained from the previous confrontation with Sissoko, such harassment did not pose any threat to the big black man. It would be terrible if he gets this header. However, something strange happened. With a scream, Sissoko let out a miserable scream, as if he was hit in the waist by a flying bullet, and then fell sideways in the air. Lucas was instantly confused. The referee's whistle sounded suddenly. The second update and the third update will be in 10 minutes. Asking for a monthly ticket. There was sunshine today, so I thought it wouldn't be too cold, but Xiodeo made an empiricist error. The result of not wearing a large camel hair cotton padded coat was that Yichin's windbreaker was completely frozen after 5 minutes on the motorcycle. Chapter 462. Kick like crazy. Ouch. Ow. Ow. Penalty kick. This must be a penalty kick. Lucas pushed down Mouser Sissoko, who was jumping for the ball. This was a very obvious foul in the penalty area. The whole Wembley saw it. Foul move from Lucas. Sesta was excited. Hey, hey, hey. Brother Duan made a signature long sound. His performance was even more excited than Sesta. Is it a penalty? It should be a penalty. Lucas's hand, there is an obvious pushing action on the ball. It would be unjustifiable if this ball is not awarded a penalty. Look, let's see what Croft does. On the field point, referee Croft jogged into the penalty area and pointed at the penalty spot. It's a penalty. The referee awarded Newcastle a penalty. Before this, Mascherano and Lucas had made many fouls in defense. They were I paid the price for my rough foul. 4. Once Sesta got carried away point on the field point, Lucas' mind went blank. How could this be? It shouldn't be. Isn't he an Iron King who can't be knocked down? I just pushed lightly. How could it be? This must be a flop. This is a conspiracy. Just as Lucas came to his senses, he saw that the referee Croft had separated the surrounding players and walked towards him. A small yellow sign instantly appeared in his sight. Oh. The referee gave Lucas a yellow card for the foul. In the 64th minute of the game, Liverpool was sentenced to death. A penalty kick plus a yellow card. Look at the slow motion of the scene just now. There is nothing wrong at all wrong. Lucas pushed Moussa Sissoko before taking off. This is a correct penalty. You must have done it on purpose. You are shamelessly diving. Shameless Frenchman. The Brazilian midfielder who finally reacted rushed towards Moussa Sissoko like crazy and roared hysterically. Upon seeing this, Captain Jared quickly pulled Lucas back. If this continues, Lucas will end up like Marcelo, being kicked out with a red card. Moussa Sissoko climbed up from the lawn, spread out his hands and shrugged. I'm just using the rules reasonably. Why do I have to hold on every time you hurt me with a foul? Lucas was speechless. When it comes to shameless diving, yes, there was indeed a son of a bitch who did it during the game, but that was not a Newcastle player. Alan Smith coldly defended Moussa Sissoko. Smith's words left the Liverpool players with no words to refute other than staring, because they also knew in their hearts that teammate Babel's fall in the penalty area in the first half was indeed a flop. And this time, Lucas's recommendation was a fact that everyone in the entire Wembley Stadium saw. This penalty kick is nothing less than a disaster for Liverpool. Courtside point, Benitez fell down onto the lawn. The game had just improved for Liverpool, but now it encountered such an unexpected incident. If this penalty kick is scored, the gap of 3 goals and less than 30 minutes of injury time are left. It is almost impossible to equalize the score under such conditions. Benitez's only hope now is that his favorite disciple Reina can save Newcastle's penalty kick like the opponent's rookie goalkeeper. As long as the score does not become 3-0, then for Liverpool, it's not hopeless. The Spanish fat man just fell to the ground, turned his head, and glanced at Crazy Lee not far away with a complex expression. He knew that this penalty kick incident was definitely another conspiracy of Crazy Lee. However, using strong tactics to defeat Moussa Sissoko, who himself personally instructed Mascherano and Lucas during the halftime break, can only be regarded as shooting himself in the foot. Crazy Lee, a terrible opponent. Wahahaha. Yes, this is my conspiracy. What can you do to me? Lee Tongfan laughed to the sky with the joyful mood of a weasel stealing an old hen. When he saw Moussa Sissoko fall to the ground with Lucas's push, with a performance level comparable to that of an Oscar winner, Lee Tongfan knew. Penalty kick. Here it comes. Creating a penalty kick was Lee Tongfan's idea, to let Irving score a hat-trick point. If you want to create a penalty kick, judging from the situation on the field at the time, there are natural conditions, and that is the way Liverpool defends Moussa Sissoko from the beginning of the second half. The two defensive midfielders Mascherano and Lucas began to use various rough fouls to defend Moussa Sissoko. This was obviously Benitez's mistake during the halftime break. Targeted arrangements made, because Sissoko's performance in the first half has told everyone that he is an absolutely powerful player, and due to the lack of experience in the top league, the big black man was obviously very kind in the game, facing when committing various fouls and violations. He did not make reasonable use of the rules to fall to the ground and get red and yellow cards, but used his body and strength to hold on. Benitez is indeed a master tactician. He figured out the flaws in Crazy Lee's weird tactics and made adjustments in the shortest possible time. The same defensive midfielder kept Moussis's Sissoko outside the box rather than the central defender. This unique move, which was in line with the player's own characteristics, almost completely restricted Lee Tongfan's virtual offensive core tactics package in the second half, dragging the game back into a deadlock. However, Benitez's clever move made Lee Tongfan think of a very shameless method. Hey, no matter how cunning a hunter you are, how can you defeat this good fox like me? Ha 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 ha, you cheated us with a penalty kick in the first half, and I gave you one back in the second half. This is what you call a comeback without reciprocating. Retribution. Our retribution. Wow, ha ha ha. The sense of accomplishment in the sultry man's heart was almost overwhelming him. When Liverpool took a corner kick, he shamelessly asked the lewd Fatty Eluo to take the lead and teach the honest Moussa Sissoko. And Fatty Eluo's original words were, "Little guy, don't hold on. You can't be too kind as a player. The boss asked me to tell you, it's okay to hold on to someone who is violated outside the penalty area, but if you are bullied by someone's little move inside the penalty area, you should fall to the ground quickly. Do you understand?" Facts have proved that Moussa Sissoko, who seems to be honest, is actually a big slippery man, because after only 3 minutes, he applied what he learned and proved with his own performance. I'm definitely a teachable kid, winning a penalty for Newcastle in the most perfect way. Michael Owen stood in front of the football. We know that Newcastle's first penalty kicker was not Owen, but we can see that Madman Lee just made a signal from the sidelines and asked Owen to take the penalty. The ball, because as long as this penalty kick is scored, Owen will score a hat-trick. Scoring a hat-trick against Liverpool obviously has the most special meaning for Owen. Amid the boos from the Liverpool fans who finally couldn't stand being hurt again, Owen slowly walked into the Red Army's penalty area, and the football lay quietly on the white dot. Irving gently picked up the football, wiped it gently with his jersey, wiping off the grass clippings and mud on it, as if caressing his lover's skin, then kissed it gently, and then gently moved the football back to the penalty spot point, opposite him. Waiting for him is the goalkeeper Reina. In the season when Owen left Liverpool, Reina came to Anfield. In the 03-04 season, he passed him by without any intersection. Today, they are enemies, facing each other life and death. Reina's eyes were swollen with anger and fighting spirit. However, Owen did not go to see Reina. Force. The whistle sounded. Irving backed up and started to run. In the process, he didn't even look up in the direction of the goal. Boom. Irving chose to shoot hard. Middle. The football is like a miniature whirlwind, sticking to the lawn, rolling up grass clippings, and spinning unimpeded into Liverpool's goal. The penalty kick was scored without any suspense. Reina completely misjudged the direction. He moved to the right side of the goal in advance. When the true direction of the football was clear, he lost his center of gravity and could only watch the football brush against his feet, less than 2 or 3 centimeters away. Place, whizzing by. Owen. Owen. Shot. The ball went in. Owen deceived the goalkeeper Reina and easily sent the football into the net. 3:0. Newcastle led Liverpool 3:0. The game was lost. Suspense. This is an incredible score. Newcastle, who were playing with one less player, were inspired with great energy. They scored 3 goals in a row against the powerful Liverpool. Liverpool have nothing to complain about. In the first half, they had a great opportunity, but Jared didn't take it. It seemed that they had expected that the penalty kick would be scored. At this moment, the spectators in the stands of Wembley Stadium, whether they were Liverpool fans or Magpies fans, did not react much. In the South Stand, some grumpy Liverpool fans began to leave early, while the remaining most loyal cops chose to stand up from their seats, holding high the club's red scarf, and tens of thousands of people joined in the most solemn and sacred way. Sing You'll Never Walk Alone. The Magpies fans stopped cheering and paid tribute to the heroes on the field with the purest applause. The endless flapping palms in the stands were like the never-ending white waves on the Newcastle coast, which was dazzling. Fan Wembley Stadium, at this moment, seemed so cruel, yet so tender. After Irving scored a penalty kick, Lee Tongfan immediately made substitution adjustments. Ronaldo, who has been warming up for a long time, replaced the goal hero Michael Owen, and the aliens ushered in his first appearance after returning from injury. German teenager Kedira replaced Fernando Gago, who was losing strength. The game continues to start. The League Cup final of the 2008-09 season, when mentioned by Liverpool fans many years later, almost always use the same word to describe it: massacre, after falling behind 3-0 in the 66th minute. Amid the generous and tragic singing of You'll Never Walk Alone that filled the entire Wembley Stadium, the Red Army soldiers in desperate circumstances not only failed to score a face-saving goal, but the Magpies, who became more and more courageous as they fought, scored consecutive goals. 70th minute. The German midfielder who came on as a substitute received a cross from Podolski on the wing and shot the ball 35 meters away from the goal. An incredible world wave penetrated the goal held by Reina. 70th minute. Liverpool's defense was empty after attacking with all their strength, and Ronaldo, another substitute player of Newcastle, made a brilliant solo breakthrough. Facing Reina, who abandoned the goal, he made a lob shot to expand the score to 5:0! However, the nightmare is not over yet. 87th minute. When Lucas was defending his old enemy Moussa Sissoko in the backcourt, he once again committed a rough foul because of his action, not only giving Newcastle a direct free kick 35 meters from the right side of the penalty area, but also he received a second yellow card. 2 yellow cards turned into 1 red card, and was driven off the field. The free kick was taken by Prince Polti. The German striker fired hard, and the football hit Reina's arm like a white lightning, and flew into the net after a slight change of direction. Oh God, the game is one-sided. After Owen scored a penalty, Liverpool goalkeeper Reina became distraught, and made unforgivable mistakes again and again. Podolski's shooting angle was not tricky, but the football still flew into the goal! 6:0. Even if the two teams have equal numbers, this is an incredible score, not to mention that Newcastle played with one less player for most of the time. I believe that this is not a reflection of the true strength of the two teams, but the weird tactics of Crazy Lee played Benitez in the palm of his hand, which is a tactical failure. Newcastle has gone crazy, and Liverpool's morale has plummeted. At this time, Sester and Zouanj were no longer as sharp as when the game started to treat Liverpool. Liverpool became the weak in this game, and they won the sympathy of most people, although in fact, Liverpool hoped that Newcastle would be sympathized with. On the sidelines, Benitez stopped shouting and cursing before. As the commentator said, at this time, the Spanish coach had to admit that the Red Army lost so badly in the game, and the main responsibility lay with himself. In the third battle with Crazy Lee, he lost everything again. At this time, Benitez suddenly remembered what the creator of the Dream Team second, former Barcelona coach, Black Swan, Frank Rijkaard once said, living in the same era as Crazy Lee is the misfortune of all football coaches, and no one knows how long such misfortune will last. At this time, the referee finally blew the whistle to end the game. Champion, Newcastle. This is Crazy Lee's first championship in the Newcastle era. The third update of 4,000 words. Today's update of 10,000 words ends pitifully begging for monthly tickets. Chapter 463. The warmest feeling in the coldest winter. Thank you, brothers. Today, like the previous few days, I used my mobile phone to check the comments and opinions of my brothers on the internet, and I accidentally saw a big thing that made Zyodeo excited and ashamed. Brother Handsome Dancer actually rewarded a leader in one breath. Brother Dancer had said to Zyodeo before that, if he updated 10 times a day, he would reward the leader. Unexpectedly, the leader came out after only 4 updates yesterday. Zyodeo was excited, but at the same time, he felt panic and ashamed. Thank you, Brother Dancer. The ways you mentioned to help the elderly recuperate, walnuts, and backwards walking, Deo's father insisted on it, and the effect was good. Thank you very much. I updated 10,000 words today. Because of the idea, it was more than 2,000 less than yesterday. I'm ashamed. In a single chapter yesterday, the brothers helped Daozi chase more than 200 votes from more than 60 to the top 40, which made Daozi grateful, and the brothers who have been rewarding and supporting Daozi these days. Xiao would like to thank them here. Brothers and sisters are so impressed by the infinite warmth that Xiao has brought to him in this cold winter. Please continue to support Xiao and give him your monthly tickets. Xiao will happily write more and more, and will continue to ride a motorcycle to pass on articles in the increasingly cold winter until the end of this book. It is estimated that Xiao's new book will be released after the new year, as long as the brothers are willing. Daozi will always accompany the brothers. Monthly tickets keep coming. Chapter 464. Update notes. Xiao's loyal readers, good evening everyone. Sorry, I'm Xiao's girlfriend. I'm here again. Xiao asked me to explain today's update to everyone. He said that, when he went to upload it in the afternoon, the boss was out, and he wasn't there. So he didn't upload it again. He felt very sorry for everyone, and especially thanked everyone for supporting him in terms of monthly tickets and subscriptions. Sorry, really sorry. Xiao said that at least 6 chapters will be updated tomorrow. Thank you again for your support. I wish you all a happy reading. Chapter 465. Young generals who became famous in one battle. The moment the whistle sounded at the end of the game, the hammers swarmed up on Newcastle's bench like ignited monkeys and rushed to the field, shouting impatiently. A gust of wind suddenly sounded in the north stand of Wembley. A gentle shower of applause. The reporters who had been waiting behind the billboard were like soldiers who jumped up from the trench after hearing the charge. They picked up the cameras in their hands and rushed towards the place they had already determined in their hearts interview target at the same moment. The last syllable of the generous and tragic "You'll never walk alone" ends. The defeated Liverpool players did not flee into the tunnel as they did at the end of the first half. Instead, under the leadership of Captain Gerrard, they slowly lined up in front of the Red Army fans in the south stand of Wembley Stadium. Bowing 90 degrees to the end, I apologize to the Liverpool fans who persisted until the end of the game and did not leave. At this time, they are the loneliest runners in the world, because the eyes of the whole world are turned to the other side, where the players of the Magpies are accepting the congratulations at Wembley. Every Newcastle player is surrounded by dozens of crazy reporters, and countless microphones and cameras are thrust in front of the hammers. Among them, Michael Owen, who performed a hat-trick, and one person, the French black big man Moussa Sissoko, was the one who restrained 2 of Liverpool's best players and repeatedly created murderous attacks. These 2 people were surrounded by the most reporters. Of course, there are many people around. Big star Crazy Lee. The Wembley lawn, as green as emerald, was so pure and refreshing before the game, but now, it seems to have been sprinkled with a ball of pitch black sand, making it a mess. There are people everywhere, applause everywhere, cheers everywhere, Newcastle flags and scarves flying wildly everywhere, the smell of crazy championship everywhere. The staff of the Football Association have begun to arrange the award podium in the venue. At this time, no one noticed the lonely figure on the sidelines. Rafa Benitez stood quietly next to the command seat, quietly looking at the young opponent who seemed to have been destined for a long time. Watching him celebrate so crazily in front of his eyes for the 3rd time, I feel disappointed, unwilling, and helpless. Of course, there is also a little bit of admiration. He did not bow to the Liverpool fans like his disciples to express his apology. Instead, he turned around resolutely and disappeared into the player tunnel, which was slightly dim under the nightfall. In the night at Wembley Stadium, at the most glorious moment of his opponent, the back figure that once created the most incredible miracle of reversal in the history of the Champions League final, just in this dimness, gradually drifted away and finally disappeared. And disappearing does not mean the end. More than 10 minutes later, the head coaches and best players of the match from both sides had to attend the post-match press conference. The next day. The Newcastle fans who had celebrated crazily all night were still sleeping sweetly in their warm beds, while the media in England and even Europe couldn't wait to set off a vigorous Europa public opinion storm. The Times used the headline "Wembley Massacre" made by Madman Lee to express their shock at the just concluded League Cup final. This is the most unbelievable murder in the English League Cup in the past 10 years. The one who was massacred was the former British hegemon Liverpool, and the massacre was the emerging aristocracy Newcastle, a football player from China, on the side of the football field, directed all of this. We can't predict how long the Chinese man's madness will last in the next time, but obviously, for the Premier League and even other European teams, such Newcastle, obviously it's a huge disaster. 6:0. The Magpies launched a crazy goal performance at Wembley. This is a title adopted by the Daily Express, and the Londoner lamented in the article. Newcastle, the newly born league leader in the 2008-09 season, showed their crazy firepower on the final night. The 6:0 score was more like the ending of a friendly match or an exhibition match, and what's even more incredible is that such a crazy performance was actually completed when they were sent off alone. The Observer used a murder caused by a diving to explain its consistent pro-crazily positioned Dutch winger Babel tried to cheat a championship for Liverpool in such a bad way, and what's even worse is that the referee Flitcroft was fooled so easily. We can't guess that Liverpool missed a lot is intentional or careless, but it turns out that an enraged Magpie Legion is terrible. Even with one less player, God on the sidelines of the football, can let his team win. Benitez works hard, but this is a difference in strength. Crazy. Lee's old enemy, the Sun's new celebrity reporter Bruce Barbara, used yellow apparel. Ingeniously. 2 words. Plus 3 shocking red exclamation marks, expressed the shock of the final. In ancient history, the invasion of yellow people from that mysterious ancient country in the east was called the Yellow Peril by European historians. In history before today, such a disaster had occurred twice in total, and now, Crazy Lee dominates the third time. This is an invasion in the field of sports and even culture. Every day, thousands of English and Europeans become admirers of Crazy Lee. The Chinese products he endorses can be easily defeated, entering our market and becoming the first choice of consumers, and up to now, he is even the largest shareholder of Newcastle, one of the most famous teams in English history. Crazy Lee's aggression is everywhere. Barbara's article indeed resonated with some extreme Anglo-nationalists on a small scale. Facts have proved that Lee Tongfan is indeed not a piece of paper with Queen Elizabeth's face printed on it, and cannot win the love of the world. However, this does not prevent the entire European football world from talking crazily about Crazy Lee, Crazy Lee's players, and Crazy Lee's tactics. The League Cup final at Wembley made countless people famous. Dutch winger Babel became famous immediately, but this fame is not very good. Newcastle fans are condemning him, and many Liverpool fans also believe that Babel's behavior has brought shame to the noble Anfield. In the second half of the 2008-09 season, the Dutch winger was fortunate enough to experience the enlightenment of his second senior brother when he looked in the mirror. Can be compared to the mood of the mouse that got into the bellows. Of course, this is not the end. Liverpool club announced a 2-week salary penalty for Babel on its official website, and the Football Association of England also announced the results of its investigation on its official website. As soon as the game ended, the referee on duty, Farley Croft, stopped officiating 3 rounds of Premier League matches. And Ryan Babel was suspended for 2 games and fined £5,000. In addition to Babel, there is another young man who also became famous in the Wembley battle on March 2nd, and his luck is obviously much better than Babel, because all he receives is praise and pursuit. His name is Moussa Sissoko. I must admit that before this 19-year-old boy named Moussa Sissoko came into being, I could not imagine that there was a person who could contain Mascherano with just his own strength. A world-class defensive midfielder. Crazy Lee's analysis and use of player abilities are simply incredible. Just like a day ago, allowing a defensive midfielder to play a decisive role in the outcome of the game is like this. Fantastic tactic. I can't think of anyone else in this world who has ever done it. These words were exclaimed by the former Anfield legend, God Fowler, in an interview with a reporter from the Mirror. There are also many senior celebrities who also made similar size. Ferguson, the godfather of the Red Devils, claimed that he saw in Moussa Sissoko the unparalleled dominance of the former Old Trafford King Cantona. Magical coach Gus Hiddink said, although I only watched more than 10 minutes of the final match video, I can see the shadow of Warcraft Drogba in this boy. Maybe he can become a player from now on. A world-class striker, not a mediocre defensive midfielder. When Professor Wenger was asked by reporters about Moussa Sissoko, he also believed that the French youngster is a rising world-class star. Overnight, many celebrities were optimistic about Moussa Sissoko's potential and future. However, most celebrities believe that after this battle, the French youngster should consider becoming a dominant forward instead of continuing to do his old job as a defensive midfielder in Newcastle's formation. In addition to the French black man Moussa Sissoko, there is also a previously unknown young player who has also received overwhelming praise. The name of the 18-year-old Spanish goalkeeper David Hedia, who was called in at a critical moment, has also been frequently reported in major media and TV programs. In the final, when faced with a penalty kick by Gerrard, who was hailed as the most comprehensive midfielder in Europe in the past decade by Zidane, the master of court art, that ecstatic pounce made this young goalkeeper overnight famous all over the world. Speaking of which, Hedia also needs to thank Gerrard. Without the pure gold stepping stone of Liverpool's team soul, maybe the little guy wouldn't be where he is today, even if he saves 10 or 100 penalties. Such an effect, because of Hedia's wonderful performance. Many interesting stories happened. It is said that before the final of that day ended, as far away as Madrid, Spain, countless Atletico Madrid fans logged on to the club's official website to issue the strongest protest. The first update. The second update will be later. The weather is still cold, but the enthusiasm of the brothers is still the same. Xiodeo is so humbled that he begs for monthly votes. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 466, The Most Terrifying Devil. 039, S-Race. Fanatic Atletico Madrid fans believe that selling Hedia to England at a low price during the just ended winter transfer period is simply the stupidest decision in Atletico Madrid's history. Because of the stupidity of the club management, we lost a super goalkeeper who could protect the team for 20 years. 1. Atletico Madrid fan left such an indignant message online. At this time, many fans and media finally remembered what his mentor Angel Mexius, the goalkeeper coach of Atletico Madrid's U18 youth team, said when Hedia transferred. This kid is as calm as a wolf, he never panics, and is very confident. Facts have proved that the unknown goalkeeper coach named Angel Mexius has such a vicious and accurate eye for judging people. By the way, Angel Mexius also became famous. It is said that within a few days after the media uncovered this past incident, several wealthy clubs sent invitations to the little-known goalkeeper coach. In the end, Angel Mexius switched to Atletico Madrid's mortal enemy, the Galacticos Real Madrid, with 3 times his weekly salary. This is something for later, so I won't mention it for now. There is a saying that goes like this: a layman can only watch the excitement, but an expert can watch the door. Regarding the League Cup decisive battle at Wembley Stadium, what ordinary fans and entertainment media are paying attention to is the dramatic result of the game, the new stars that emerged in the game, and Crazy Lee's performance at Wembley Stadium after Rowen's goal. That eye-catching crazy dive and slide is the embarrassment of failure after Benitez's big talk, and more professional media, football experts and famous coaches are paying more attention to the incredible tactical adjustment made by Crazy Lee after Marcelo was sent off during the game. Even before the game ended, countless people remembered that this incredible and crazy tactic was not the first time it had appeared in European football, as early as 3 years ago, in the 2006-2007 La Liga season, Madman Lee from the Real Madrid era had used such strange tactics, but at that time, he played the role of Moussa Sissoko. Is it another big black guy? Belgian Vice and Company, like dung beetles at the sight of hot cow dung. Many experts enthusiastically threw themselves into uncovering the secrets of this strange tactic. However, Crazy Lee's only 2 performances revealed very little helpful information. No matter how hard they try, there is only one useful conclusion that can be drawn from Crazy Lee's 2 actual combat performances. That is, if you want to replicate such weird tactics in the game, you must have a strong fast, and only with this player as the core can a player with excellent tackling ability have the possibility of replicating success. Apart from this, no matter how many times they studied it, they couldn't see anything else special, and those head coaches who didn't believe it and tried to imitate this weird tactic into reality almost all suffered from failure without exception. Even if someone racked their brains to 100% copy all the arrangements of Crazy Lee in those two performances, the effect obtained is still far behind compared to Crazy Lee, and it is far from having any practical promotion significance. Everything, like the cursed middle finger, seems to have become another mystery surrounding the madman point. European football has been studying this strange tactic to the end, and an article in the German Kicker magazine has concluded the matter. It's difficult to replicate the success of Crazy Lee's tactics. The most critical reason is not some reason we don't know, but that many head coaches don't have Crazy Lee's clear insight into the game situation, the kind that won't hesitate at the critical moment. Decision. Moreover, in addition, very harsh objective conditions are required to implement this tactic. That is to say, although this tactic is miraculous, it cannot be used in the game in 80 or 90% of the cases. Realization, I think, is why in the past 3 years, Crazy Lee has only dared to use this tactic in these 2 games. So, in the end, we all agreed that fundamentally speaking, this tactic is not universal or generalizable, and the research on it can be brought to an end, because it is meaningless. The unique German tradition of rigor and seriousness has allowed the inference made by Kicker to be recognized by almost the entire football world. Those head coaches who tried to copy Madman Lee's weird tactics into reality had to put aside their mind's idea. Reality forces the whole of Europe to admit no one can achieve such a miracle except a natural-born football coach like Crazy Lee. The reason why the news of Newcastle winning the League Cup attracted such widespread attention may be, to a large extent, not because of the creation of the championship itself, but because of all the dramatic events that occurred in the game. In addition, another big gimmick is that the League Cup championship is the first championship since Crazy Lee coached Newcastle. At the same time, it also means that perhaps after the end of the 2008-2009 season, an unprecedented 6-time champion will be born in the European continent. However, the influence of the English League Cup is not too high after all. Not to mention in the European continent, even in England, the League Cup is not valued by many Premier League teams. For the wealthy clubs, it is just a pity to abandon it. Tasteless chicken ribs. Therefore, as the competition for various trophies in the Premier League becomes increasingly fierce and the competition among the European giants enters a critical period, Newcastle's enthusiasm for winning the League Cup was quickly downplayed by the media in just a few days. Get down. And the Newcastle people did not indulge in the excitement of winning the championship for too long, because soon, a more intense and more important game could not wait to rush towards them. March 6th. The 5th round of the English FA Cup begins. Newcastle face Tottenham Hotspur at St James Park. This game is regarded as a master-apprentice battle, because Luka Modric and Joel Luka, the absolute main players in Tottenham, are both madmen. Lee once single-handedly promoted and trusted him in the Real Madrid era, and now, both of them are already well-known superstars in European football. It is also worth mentioning that Tottenham coach Juan Ramos has not dealt with Crazy Lee as early as in La Liga. He can be regarded as Crazy Lee's old enemy and better master. In this game, Lee Tongfan made major adjustments to the starting lineup of the Magpies. Ronaldo, the fat alien who returned from injury, shined. He scored a goal in the 6th minute of the game and the 3rd minute of stoppage time. German teenager Sami Khedira scores for the 2nd consecutive game. For Tottenham, Luka Modric scored a wonderful direct free kick in the 20th minute of the game. Newcastle finally defeated Tottenham 3-1 at home and advanced to the 6th round of the FA Cup. After defeating Tottenham Hotspur, Newcastle will face a bigger test according to the schedule. The 2nd round of the UEFA Cup knockout round will start in the 1st round on March 10th. Serie A giant Juventus, which finally emerged strongly after Calciopoli, will visit St James Park Stadium. For Newcastle, The home and then away schedule will be the biggest obstacle to promotion. This is not even the most severe test. After defeating Juventus in the Premier League, the Magpies will face the Red Devils Manchester United of the Godfather Sir Alex Ferguson. Next, it will be the Blues Chelsea of Magic Gus Hiddink. Next, it will be Juventus again. See, this kind of schedule is simply the most terrifying Devils schedule in the world. Both the media and the fans are waiting for the arrival of these 4 consecutive powerful collisions that have sparked sparks before the war begins. As the weather improved, Liang's body recovered very well during her stay in Newcastle Point with Wan King, a language expert, by their side. The 2 old people no longer have to stay at home all day long. They can go shopping with Wan King every day, and their mood is obviously much more comfortable than when they were in Real Madrid. The to-be daughter-in-law's obedience, well-behavedness, optimism and cheerfulness infected them. Wan King always seems to understand Li Tongfan so well. In order to spend more time with the 2 old people, she has been delaying the invitation from the hot girl Victoria. Anyway, the so-called entering the entertainment industry was just a weird idea that Wan King came up with when she was extremely bored. For her, fame and money were already easily obtained because of Li Tongfan's existence, and these things were not what he valued of. Apart from that, apart from being a good housekeeper and taking care of Crazy Li's rear, the rest is to live happily with your loved ones every day. In his spare time during team training, Li Tongfan would try his best to take time to accompany the 2 elderly people for a walk. In more than a month, the 4 of them left their footprints in many famous scenic spots in England. Li found that this kind of leisurely life after the game would give him many interesting thoughts about football games. Only when the mood is relaxed and the charm brought by football can the scorching temperature continue in his life, and it won't bore him. At the same time, interesting stories have been happening around Newcastle stars. Ronaldo, the fat alien, has tasted the joy brought by lightweight and has been insisting on acupuncture and weight loss with Ito Yun. Recently, his weight has even dropped to 77 kilograms, which is almost his lightest weight this year. This caused many media in England to exclaim, "The aliens have become slim." The 18-year-old Spanish boy Hedia has enjoyed the joy and trouble of becoming famous since the Wembley battle. Second update. Third update later. Please give me a monthly pass. Today should be the last day for double monthly passes, right? Swordsman, make your last stand. Smash it. Chapter 467. The most luxurious striker combination in the world. Young Hedia enjoys the joy and troubles of becoming famous. Around the Rigbotton training base, more and more fans came to ask for his autograph after daily training, and the paparazzi in England also focused their attention on him. The embarrassing incident of being rejected by a beautiful woman was actually caught by the Sun and reported extensively. German defensive midfielder Sami Khedira has attracted many wild bees and butterflies because of his wonderful goals in 2 consecutive games. Serie A, Inter Milan and La Liga. Real Madrid have expressed interest in him through newspapers. Of course, among the people who are painful and happy, the big black mouse Sissoko is indispensable. The French black man is in trouble after many famous seniors praised his outstanding performance at the forward position in the match on March 2nd. He was confused and had no idea whether he should continue to be a defensive midfielder or switch to a defensive midfielder in his future career. Become a center like Warcraft. On this day, Mouse Sissoko received an overseas phone call from Italy. Wow. Wow. Musa, your performance is so incredible. Congratulations. I think you will become the greatest former player in the world. The voice of former teammate Mamadou Sakho came from the phone point before Sakho and Newcastle broke up. Sakho and Sissoko, who were about the same age, were the best friends because they were both black and French speaking. Later, although Sakho and Newcastle parted ways, the 2 of them had a relationship in private. Underneath, this innocent friendship is still maintained. Therefore, Mouse Sissoko was very excited to hear Sakho's congratulations. After all, he is still a child under 20 years old, so like many minors, Mouse likes to share his achievements with his closest friends. On the phone, Mouse Sissoko told his friends about his troubles. "Mamadou, I'm very conflicted right now. I don't know whether I should continue to develop as a defensive midfielder or transform into a forward. Recently, many people have given me advice, and I know what to do. Already, there was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, and he asked, "Musa, what did that person say to you, Mouser?" Sissoko was stunned, and he suddenly understood who that person in Sako's words was. Although the boss was once furious because of Sako's betrayal, and the relationship between the two was irreparably broken, as a good friend, Mouser Sissoko knew that in fact, in Sako's heart, he was once very admired and grateful. Crazy Lee who brought him to England and made him a top prospect. Moreover, even if the two people have turned against each other now, Sako still regrets it more or less after going to Italy. However, Sako's stubborn character always chooses to use the hardest way to prove himself in front of the boss, and this method is the least tolerated by the boss. Sako's question obviously reminded Mouser Sissoko, yes, why don't I listen to the boss's opinion? Only the boss should be the most authoritative answerer to this question. Mouser Sissoko suddenly felt like the sun was shining through the clouds. In fact, although there are very few opportunities to play in Newcastle this season, the French black man's admiration and trust for the Tongfan in his heart is not even 1 point less than that of the craziest rice bucket in the world. March 10th. Newcastle City has once again attracted the attention of the entire European football world. The stars of the traditional Serie A giant Juventus, led by their coach Ranieri, came to St James Park Stadium, the cruel second round of the UEFA Cup knockout rounds. The drums are beating. St James Park Stadium once again burst into flames. The players from both sides have lined up to enter the stadium. There is no doubt that this game is one of the highlights of the second knockout round of the UEFA Cup. The two Serie A top players, AC Milan and Juventus, were forced to leave due to the impact of the Calciopoli incident. In the UEFA Cup, many people originally predicted that these two failed Phoenix clubs would meet in the final. However, it now seems that the rise of Newcastle has made this speculation difficult to realize. If you want to enter the final, old woman must pass the level of Crazy Lee first. The narrator, Sester, talks eloquently. At this moment, the Spanish referee González Garcia stretched out his arms and blew the whistle to start the game. St James fell into a frenzy at this moment. The first to kick off was the visiting team Juventus. Ranieri deployed a relatively conservative 4-2-3-1 defensive counter-attack formation in the away game. At the front is heavyweight center Amori, who has dual nationality of Italy and Brazil. Behind him, Zanetti, Marchisio, and Camoranesi spread out in parallel. And in the midfielder position were Millie Black Tornado, Mohamed Sissoko and Danish international Poulsen. On the backline, Grigra, Lerotari, Chiellini and Morellano lined up. In the goalkeeper position, it is Italian goalkeeper Buffon who is known as the world's #1 goalkeeper. It can be easily seen from the tactical arrangements of Tinker Ranieri that Juventus came to Newcastle with a draw mentality, facing the crazy lunatically. As long as they did not lose too badly in the away game, then when they return to home in the second round, they still have a great chance of advancing. As for Newcastle, Lee Tongfan also made tactical adjustments. He abandoned the usual 4-1-2-1-2 and unexpectedly put out a balanced 4-4-2 formation. The striker partnership of the alien Ronaldo and the nuclear warhead Shevchenko is so luxurious that it makes people dazzled. In the midfield, it's Arshavin, Sami Khedira, tough guy Alan Smith, and Angel Wings. Juan Mata took parallel positions in the middle. On the backline, Gareth Bale, Stephen Taylor, Senderos and David Thornton, who are excellent at free kicks, lined up. The goalkeeper is the Frenchman Hugo Lloris, who was despised by Benitez. It can be seen that facing the Serie A teams that are good at defensive counter-attacks, especially the tenacious slow-heating teams like Juventus, Leoli dare not be too arrogant. After all, the home first away schedule is not favorable for Newcastle, and Leoli must also guard against the FM 2009 system that is like a twitch and releases some abnormal system tasks, because according to the previous rules, The probability of triggering system tasks when encountering strong teams is very high. In this game, the most eye-catching thing is Newcastle's new striker partner Ronaldo and Shevchenko. Such a striker configuration, if placed 5 years ago, these two names put together, it would definitely be the most dreamy combination in the entire world of football. And now, although both of them have joined the unwelcome 30-year-old tribe on the green field, their influence has not been weakened much, especially Ronaldo's resurgence in recent years and Shevchenko's strong return in the past month, which made the fans excited, and tears filled their eyes. During this 90 minutes, whether at St. James's or in front of the TV, countless people were waiting intently. Waiting for these two world-class strikers to join forces to dedicate dazzling goals to them. During the game, whenever Newcastle got the ball and launched an attack, the decibels resounding through St. James would always rise to a terrifying height in an instant. The fans no longer sang the team song, but hysterically shouted the names of Ronaldo and Shevchenko. The atmosphere was so fanatical and so touching, the entire St. James became a crazy party place, and the protagonists of the party were the two men running on the court. Even Crazy Lee could not steal their limelight. The only regret was that the goal did not come as quickly as the fans expected, perhaps because the two did not work together for a long time. Ronaldo and Shevchenko did not create much sparks. The only few cooperations during the game were forced by the two relying on their excellent awareness and experience. The conservative tactics of the Tinker brought great trouble to Newcastle, although in Juventus starting lineup, only Mohamed Sissoko and Poulsen stood in the defensive midfielder position. But in fact, Cizanetti and Marchisio were also defensive midfielders, and they often retreated to their own half to participate in defense during the game. In this way, the formation of the old lady will become a 4 defensive midfielder formation. Whether Newcastle's front court is through ground penetration or high lift attack, it is difficult to create a threat to this group of defensive masters. On the contrary, Juventus took advantage of the counter-attack opportunity and relied on their heavyweight centre forward Amori to fight for several good headers. Until the end of the first half, the score on the field remained at 0:0! During the 15-minute adjustment in the middle of the game, neither side made any substitutions or changed the team's tactics. The game continued at an anxious and slow pace. However, the cheers of St. James did not stop at all, because the fans knew that the new forward combination needed to be adjusted. It can be seen that both Ronaldo and Shevchenko, perhaps influenced by the fanatical atmosphere of the game, played very hard. The lazy fat Ronaldo even ran back to his own half several times to participate in defense. The game passed bit by bit in such a fanatical atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, time has reached the 75th minute of the game point. At this time, Ranieri, who was sitting on the diorite, finally started to make substitutions. Czech Ironman Nedved came on the field, replacing Camoranesi, who was seriously exhausted, and Italian centre forward Iaquinta replaced Amori. Ranieri made substitutions, but it seems that he has no intention of winning the game. Nedved is better than Camoranesi in defense, and Iaquinta and Amori are just positional adjustments. It seems that Juventus wants to hold on to this draw. 3 updates are completed. These days are really sleepless. The 4th update will be later, brothers. Give monthly tickets. Chapter 468. The first answer from the super striker. Lee, do you think it's time for us to make substitutions? Assistant coach Alan Shearer sneaked up to him at some point. While looking around, he whispered, "Fat Man and Andre still haven't called. Why don't we replace him first and let Michael go up and play? Give it a kick." MLGBD. No change, no change. Lee Tongfan gritted his teeth and rejected Shearer's idea. "I don't believe it. I really can't score a goal today. Ranieri, this old man, plays with me in the iron barrel formation. I will definitely do it today. I want to slap you against the wall, and you won't be able to pick it off." If such a dream strike partner with aliens and nuclear warheads can't even score a goal, then the joke will be too big. The sultry man feels that he can't afford to lose such a person. Seeing that there was not much time left, Lee Tongfan hurried to the sidelines and made gestures repeatedly. Newcastle's offense immediately became open and close, and a steady stream of passes continued to transport forwards. Ronaldo and Shevchenko would get the ball from their teammates in almost 10 seconds. I don't believe it. You can't score a goal with the ball. 77th minute. Juan Mata's cross from the wing. Shevchenko shook his head and rubbed his head in front of him, and the football followed his golden hair and instantly rushed to the gap in the back. Juventus centre-back Chiellini and the world's #1 goalkeeper Buffon did not expect that the nuclear warhead would handle the ball like this. At this moment, they were both stunned by Shevchenko's clever pass opened at this time. With such an opportunity, even if there is a female rabbit squatting in the gap at the back point who cannot kick the ball, she can easily send the football into the goal. Unfortunately, the fat alien Ronaldo, who was the partner of the nuclear warhead, obviously did not expect that Shevchenko could send the football over in that situation. So he did not follow him at all, but delayed near the penalty spot, preparing to look for it. Second chance. The goal was so close, yet it just passed by. 84th minute. Ronaldo received Arshavin's penetrating diagonal pass from the wing, used his speed to get rid of Juventus fullback Grigora, and then quickly changed direction and cut into the penalty area. Faced with a siege of two Juventus centre-backs, Ronaldo did not choose to pass the ball, but suddenly turned again, gently pulled the ball out, and began to wipe it near the baseline. After attracting enough defensive players' attention, he instantly used an incredible toe pass to send the football out of the crowd. This is a wonderful overhead pass. Not only did he deceive the Juventus defenders, but he also made Buffon, the world's #1 goalkeeper, helpless. The football flew high and Buffon tried his best to jump up, but he did not touch the football. Later, it was an empty goal again. Even a newly born Australian female kangaroo can send a football through the door with just a slight jump. Golden opportunity. However, this time the person who wasted the opportunity was Shevchenko. The nuclear warhead obviously thought that Ronaldo would send the football to the back of the penalty area with an inverted triangle grass-cutting cross from the bottom line. So, this time, he also dragged it to the penalty spot, waiting for Ronaldo's pass. What an opportunity. What a pity. Ronaldo and Shevchenko can create a lot of scoring opportunities, but every time they partner up, they will misunderstand what he means. It seems that they need more games to run in before they can find a tacit understanding between each other. However, I think Crazy Lee should change his role at this time, and Owen may be a good choice. Sester excitedly pounded the table in the commentary box and cried out in regret. Newcastle fans also became nervous and impatient at this time. However, they also seem to be more willing to see sparks between Ronaldo and Shevchenko and score goals through cooperation. So every time the two superstars get the ball, whether the breakthrough is successful or failed, the cheers of St. James, it never stops. In the 86th minute, the substitution came. To everyone's surprise, Crazy Lee did not touch Ronaldo and Shevchenko, but replaced Arshavin, whose physical strength was severely reduced, and replaced him with Prince of Cologne, Podolski, and Argentina midfielder Fernando. Gago replaced German teenager Kedira. Lee Tongfan's intention is obviously to strengthen the offense, hoping that Podolski's abundant physical strength and Gago's aura of direct passes in the middle can create opportunities for the team. The following game proved that this substitution was another on-the-spot adjustment that allowed the Menseo man to make enough money to pretend to be 13. In the 3rd minute of stoppage time, Juan Mata took a corner kick from the wing. Shevchenko's header from the center was knocked out by Buffon's double punch. Chiellini took advantage of the situation to make a clearance outside the penalty area, but was beside him. Ronaldo's interference didn't allow him to kick too far. The football fell to Fernando Gago outside the penalty area. At this time, the Argentine midfielder finally showed his compelling aura as Redondo's second. He did not choose to play the ball immediately, but took the ball and attracted the Juventus players from the penalty area. After pressing hard from outside the penalty area, he suddenly pushed the ball with a highly concealed arch of his foot. The football was like a naughty kitten, meowing happily and scurrying between Grigora and Chiellini. Immediately afterwards, a black and white figure came in from behind like a whirlwind and directly kicked the door. Faced with such a close shot, even though Buffon is known as the world's best goalkeeper, there is nothing he can do. Gago. There is still a chance. Pass. Podolski. 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 Guuol. The most brutal shot. The speed of football to the naked eye, it's hard to tell faced with such a shot. Buffon, the patron saint of Juventus, is helpless. Goal, 1:0! Exclamation point quote G-O-A-L. This is an incredible victory. Podolski's goal defeated Juventus. When the team needs it most, Prince Polti, who has become a stable scoring point for Newcastle this season, has shown his value. In the star-studded Magpies team, Prince Polti is no worse than anyone else. The 1:0 victory over Juventus gave Newcastle a head start in advancing to the second knockout round of the UEFA Cup. However, this advantage is not very obvious. Ranieri's team pushed Madmanly into a very embarrassing situation at St James Park. In the game for more than 90 minutes, the Magpies, who had always swept away their opponents with the momentum of strong wins in the past, this time, facing the Italian defense, I didn't take much advantage. The super dream level striker combination of alien plus nuclear warhead that fans and the media had high hopes for before the game did not show the goal scoring ability consistent with its reputation. It was even worse than what the two of them showed when fighting alone threatened Newcastle's dream striker is just a joke. Crazy Leif Engson's transformation failed, and it is difficult for the Magpie to get rid of Owen's dependence. Ronaldo plus Shevchenko equals 0 goals! Exclamation mark. The media couldn't wait to start pouring cold water on the latest striker of the Magpies. At first, they only analyzed the technical characteristics of Ronaldo and Shevchenko, that it was difficult for the two superstars to coexist on the court. Who knew that later, under the instigation of some people with ulterior motives, things developed to a strange extent. Ronaldo, I hate the way Shevchenko plays. Working with Ronaldo is a pain, says Shevchenko, revealing the contradictions of the Magpies' luxurious striker combination. It is difficult for two superstars to coexist. I don't know which media was the first to break the conflict between Ronaldo and Shevchenko, and it was immediately rumored point after comparing the obvious coordination errors between the aliens and the nuclear warheads in the game against Juventus. The media analyzed the cause of the matter in depth from the most professional perspective. Under the overwhelming reports, even Lee Tongfan, after reading the newspaper, I almost thought that there was really some conflict between the two big hammers over killing their wives and seizing their children. This is not the end point, since Michael Owen, the flagship figure of the Magpies front line, did not get a chance to play for 1 minute in such an important game against Juventus. Some media came out to speculate confidently that after 2 years of cooperation, after that, the honeymoon period between Lightning Killer and Football Stadium Becomes God is over. The Generals are at odds, and Newcastle is experiencing frequent civil strife. The competition for forwards is fierce, and the cruel reality causes Irving to be separated. Civil unrest breaks out in the St. James locker room. Crazy Lee faces the biggest crisis since coaching. Benitez is very interested in Owen. Golden Boy may return to Anfield. Ferguson quotes Flash Killer Abramovich writes a check for Michael Owen. In such a bleak wind and cold rain, Newcastle is about to face the heavyweight opponent in the Premier League, the Red Devils. Manchester United, the godfather of the generation, Sir Alex Ferguson, expressed his deepest sympathy for the situation in which Lee Tongbum came in. He said, "Every team will have highs and lows. I believe that Crazy Lee can handle this civil unrest. The locker room needs iron to maintain discipline. For those players who like to create conflicts, my suggestion is to directly remove them from the team." Lee Tongfan was delighted. "I'm going to kill you, you old Scottish fox. You think I'm really a fool, aren't you? Clearly fanning the flames. Play psychological warfare with me, see if I don't kill you." As the match date approaches day by day, the atmosphere of the war becomes more and more intense, and the air in the streets and alleys of Newcastle is filled with a strong smell of gunpowder smoke. 4th update. 5th update later. Brothers. Monthly tickets. Monthly tickets. Today's monthly ticket is so pitiful. Chapter 469 Madman Lion-039 S Dark Circles. At this time, Uncle Ferguson stood up and spoke again. "Owen is a very good striker. He is one of the great players in English history. If he wants to leave Newcastle, then Manchester United will be the club that welcomes him most and will join the three lions like Rooney and Owen. It is my dream to copy the Legion partnership to Old Trafford. This is a blatant poaching of Leoli's socialist corner. Manchester United is currently 5 points behind Newcastle in the Premier League standings. If they can win at Old Trafford on March 14th, the gap between the two teams will be narrowed to 2 points. Moreover, the Magpies will face strong teams such as Chelsea, Juventus, and Arsenal in the next games. Although Crazy Lee seems to be invincible, there is still hope. A heroic figure like Ferguson will never give up hope of catching up because of the strength of his opponent. What's more, now it seems that uncontrollable civil strife has really broken out in Newcastle, because since the media reports, neither Crazy Lee nor the person involved, Ronaldo, etc., have taken the initiative to respond. Hope is just around the corner. As a result, Mr. Ferguson's psychological tactics never stopped. Almost every day, you can see the old Scottish man expressing his opinions about Newcastle in the newspapers. It seems that the old man transformed from the Red Devils coach to the craziest Magpies fan overnight. Newcastle can beat civil unrest. Crazy Lee should take tough measures. Ronaldo is jealous of Shevchenko. Old Trafford welcomes Owen, perhaps due to the conflict in the locker room when Newcastle returns to defense. Crazy Lee should change the team's tactics until March 4th, when the Newcastle team arrived in Manchester, and at the pre-match press conference more than 3 hours before the game started, Ferguson still did not forget to express his concern for Crazy Lee. I think he must be working very hard these days. If something like this happens to me, I will definitely have insomnia every night. I hope Lee has found the rhythm of the game, because today's game will be a great one for him. This is the most difficult game in my coaching career, faced with provocations from his opponents. Madman Lee, who always retaliates, later attended a press conference and said sadly to Manchester United, "Thank you very much Sir Alex Ferguson for your concern. I think I will be able to handle the change from Newcastle." Room conflicts. The reporters at the scene almost dropped their chins. Crazy Lee's statement was Newcastle's first official response to the conflict in the St. James locker room. All previous controversies finally disappeared at this moment. It seems that the so-called contradiction was not fabricated by the media. Looking at Crazy Lee's sad face, even with dark circles under his eyes, the reporters realized, maybe, this time, Newcastle is really in big trouble. When the setting sun in Manchester begins to tilt below the ground, Father Sun, who is like a red-hot round iron, can only reveal half of his face. The 30th focus game of the Premier League, Old Trafford. The Battle of Ford has finally begun. Force referee Webber blew the whistle. To start the game. The home team Manchester United took the lead in kicking off, and Zayaura knocked the football to his partner Bulgarian striker Berbatov. At this time, the last ray of light of the sun on March 14th finally disappeared on the roof of Old Trafford, and the packed stadium looked at him with applause like a roaring tsunami. On the coaching bench of Manchester United, Sir Alex Ferguson was happily chewing gum. After chewing it for a dozen times, he took the time to look at his opponents in the distance triumphantly. He already knows everything that happened at the press conference. Ferguson did not expect that Newcastle would actually have a conflict under the psychological warfare offensive between the English media and himself. Looking at Crazy Lee in the distance, he still had a sad look on his face, with those two dark circles hanging on his face. Just like China's national treasure giant panda, Ferguson suddenly felt that in the confrontation with Crazy Lee, victory has never been so close to me. Also feeling anxious was Sister, a loyal fan of Crazy Lee. The game has begun. Crazy Lee gave up the strike combination of Ronaldo and Shevchenko today. Flash killer Michael Owen appeared in the starting lineup. Some people predict that, in order to ease the conflict between Ronaldo and Shevchenko, to appease Irving, Crazy Lee will definitely do this. Now it seems that they guessed it right. Irving and Ronaldo appeared together on the front line. It seems that Shevchenko, who had just arrived, was abandoned by Crazy Lee. This is no wonder. After all, Ronaldo is a madman. Lee has been coaching since the beginning, and the relationship between them is much deeper than that between players and coaches. 65 minutes later, Ferguson felt chilled all over. The white light shining from the Old Trafford ceiling was so dazzling that it was even difficult for him to open his eyes. At this moment, the old Scottish man couldn't help but swallowed with a giloo sound in his throat, and the 8th piece of chewing gum he was chewing was swallowed by him unintentionally. On the field, Flash Killer Michael Irving was showing off his signature celebration. Like a giant bomber that successfully completed its bombing mission, soaring in the theater of dreams with open arms, under Irving's hand, more than 70,000 Red Devils, who not long ago were confidently looking forward to a legendary victory that could be recorded in the history of football, can only look at their opponents with dumbfounded expressions at this moment. Helplessly watching their opponents run wild on their territory celebration, on the giant electronic scoreboard at the top of Old Trafford, the score of 3:0 is so dazzling that there is only the same name behind every goal minus 9 minutes. Michael Owen! 18 minutes, Michael Owen! 65 minutes, Michael Owen! Standing 1.7 meters tall in a green field where macho men gather, he can only be described in one word, that is, thin. However, this thin figure is the most majestic existence that night and needs everyone to look up to. Michael Owen gave a dreamlike performance worthy of the stage at the Dream Theatre tonight. Performing a hat-trick at Old Trafford is a lifelong dream pursued by thousands of football players around the world. Today, at Old Trafford, Owen's back has become the goal they can only chase. Today, the best team and the best players are performing here. After the goal celebration on the field, Lee Tongfan replaced the goal hero with Shevchenko. The audience at Old Trafford stood up and applauded. The Red Devils stood up from their seats and applauded Irving. Although they are enemies, obviously Owen's wonderful performance conquered everyone. Owen was substituted, and the whole Old Trafford was captivated by the Lightning Killer's performance. A long distance run on the counter-attack, a header that beat national teammate Rio Ferdinand, a rather long-range shot from outside the penalty area. Every goal Irving scored in the game was so exciting that it made people tremble. Sester almost screamed with a thrill. Even the fans of Manchester United are applauding Owen. In the Newcastle team, the alien Ronaldo also enjoyed such treatment. Ronaldo also scored a hat-trick in the Champions League for Real Madrid that year, and also won over the applause of Manchester United fans. Ferguson's heart was filled with shock and doubt. How could this happen? How could a team that was stuck in a conflict in the locker room be so powerful? This absolutely shouldn't be the case. In the first 60 minutes, Manchester United, who was playing at home, was completely helpless. Whether it is in terms of ball control, shooting, threatening kicks, corner kicks or the number of fouls, Manchester United is almost at a disadvantage in all technical statistics. At this time, Ferguson suddenly discovered that damn lunatic Lee was not far away, winking at him. Seeing Ferguson looking over, Lee Tongfan took a bottle of mineral water from Alan Shearer with a smile, then poured out the water, stood there and washed his face. For a moment, Ferguson was stunned because he discovered that the dark circles in Crazy Lee's eye sockets quickly disappeared without a trace after being washed with water. What exactly is going on? The Scottish uncle felt that his heart was about to explode. Seeing Ferguson's wide-eyed expression, as if he had seen a ghost, Lee Tongfan and Alan Shearer looked at each other. The two bitches simultaneously put their hands on their hips and laughed shamelessly. Their laughing shoulders were shaking up and down like swing stop. Ha. Wah ha 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 ha. Alan, you are so shameless. You can even think of such a naughty idea. Hey, how about it? What a brilliant idea. I fooled everyone. Hiller winked. In Lee Tongfan's opinion, this guy's face was full of sluts. Shearer continued triumphantly. I have already said that using your wife's cosmetics to make a smoky look like dark circles can definitely deceive Ferguson. Haha, he likes to play psychological warfare. Let's use it. I think, after he saw the dark circles under your eyes, he must have thought that you were going crazy with worry. Ha 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 ha. I have been made a little shameless by you. A shameless and sultry man said shamelessly. Hey, this joke is a bit too big. I see Ferguson covering his heart with his hand, so don't make it heart disease or something. Alan. Shearer curled his lips indifferently. Don't worry, the old man has a nuclear-powered pacemaker installed in his heart, so he can withstand it very well. Lee Tongfan thought so too. Shearer has never been too fond of Ferguson, probably because they are naturally incompatible. The 5th update. 6th update later again. Daozi cried bitterly and begged for a monthly ticket. Recently, I have developed arthritis in my knees while riding a motorcycle. Chapter 470 Nuclear Warhead, Conquer Again. Back then, Ferguson had repeatedly invited Shearer, the top scorer in the Premier League, to join Manchester United. Who knew that Shearer eventually transferred from the newly crowned Premier League champion Blackburn, but eventually joined his hometown team Newcastle. It is estimated that conflicts arose between the two from that time, and later because of the league championship battle between Newcastle and Manchester United, there were many new grievances and hatreds. After the substitution, Newcastle, like an unsatisfied slut, still did not stop their attack and demands. The Magpies showed an inexplicable crazy momentum in today's game. Every player was like a bull that was teased and went crazy. When they saw Manchester United players wearing red uniforms passing by, they would pounce on them desperately with white gas. So far in the game, Darren Fletcher, Ferguson's most trusted direct line, has collided with Senderos in a fight and was carried off on a stretcher, and Brazilian teenager Rafael also fell to the ground in a foot-to-foot confrontation with Podolski, with cramps, in the 68th minute of the game. Manchester United had to make 2 forced substitutions. After Owen was substituted, all the Red Devils fans breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the short man who had been killing with red eyes finally disappeared. Who knew that the new Ukrainian Shevchenko was not a fuel-saving lamp either? Nuclear warhead. The first touch, after coming on the field, was a world wave. If it weren't for the Dutch old goalkeeper Van der Sar's strong innate advantage and his long arms, the score would have become 4:0. On the field. Manchester United's players are now eagerly looking forward to it, hoping that the conflict between Ronaldo and Shevchenko is true as the media said. In this case, maybe they can use this to make a fuss and score a goal to save face. As for victory, with less than 30 minutes left, it is more difficult to poke 4 holes in such a crazy Newcastle than to let Uncle *** and Uncle Bush sit together 40. Time passed slowly, and the game, with a score that no one dared to imagine before the game, went to the end bit by bit. The victory or defeat is already a foregone conclusion. The only suspense now is whether the defeated Manchester United can score a goal to save face before the referee's final whistle. For Ferguson and the fans at Old Trafford, a goal, even just one, is enough to bring them the last bit of comfort. Manchester United is launching the craziest counter-attack in this game. The 75th minute. Stylish brother, Berbatov stood near the penalty spot and shook his wet hair coquettishly. His posture and demeanor were extremely chic, but the football he headed out was easily confiscated by Newcastle goalkeeper Hugo Lloris, because the angle was too straight. The 79th minute. Argentine striker Carlos Tevez knocked on the right side. Little Meat Mud Rooney fired a long-range shot in the middle, and the football drew a straight line in the air, but unfortunately it finally hit the crossbar and flew to the stands. Maybe Rooney will receive countless claims after the game. It is too dangerous to sit behind the goal when watching Manchester United's game. Sister did not forget to tease Little Meat Mud. In the 82nd minute, the angry Ferguson made his last substitution. No 19 young player Machida replaced the central defender Rio Ferdinand, who made a mistake, ready to make a last-ditch effort. Number 18 Frederick Machida. This is a relatively unfamiliar name. Oh, according to the information, Machida is just a reserve player, only 17 years old this year. Ferguson replaced a defender with the only forward player on the Manchester United bench. Now Manchester United has 4 forwards on the field: Rooney, Berbatov, Tevez, Machida. Putting hope on a young player who is only 17 years old. Has Sir Ferguson been confused by the huge gap of 3:0? Quote: the broadcast camera swept across the sidelines. Ferguson stood on the sidelines with a grim look on his face. The chewing gum in his mouth had long disappeared, and his tightly furrowed brows told people that the Godfather was very angry at this moment. On the other side, Crazy Lee, after seeing Manchester United's number 18 come on the field, the smile on his face also disappeared, as if he was thinking about something. Seeing This scene, Cest seemed to have thought of something. The game has reached the 88th minute point. Newcastle got another counter-attack opportunity in Manchester United's strong counter-attack. Senderis's long pass from the backcourt after stealing the ball gave Alan Smith in the front court a chance. The former Manchester United player blocked Evra's pressing sideways and passed the ball to Shevchenko on the wing. Opportunity. 3 against 3 in the front court. Shevchenko, who received the ball, immediately started sprinting along the sideline. Point in front of him was a flatland. Manchester United had invested too much manpower in the previous attack. At this time, they paid the price for it. The empty back line made the nuclear warhead feel as comfortable as entering his own back garden. Following up in the middle was the alien Ronaldo. The goal is close at hand. If Ronaldo and Shevchenko can score the ball through cooperation, then all the rumors about the disagreement between the two before the game will completely disappear, and such a goal will be a great success for the two players. It also means a lot to a superstar. Cesta was excited. When he was about to enter the Manchester United penalty area, Shevchenko finally met the first defensive player. Centre-back Vidic blocked him like a mountain. Facing this Serbian who had cut off his own football and blocked shooting opportunities many times in the Premier League, Shevchenko did not slow down, but tried to get down, but suddenly made a cross with his left foot. This action was so sudden that, after passing the ball, Shevchenko couldn't help but fell to the lawn. The football avoided the unprepared Vidic and rolled towards Ronaldo's defense. Opportunity. Opportunity. Ronaldo. Oh, what a pity. The alien's movement was a little too early. Although he made timely adjustments, his reluctant shot still did not pose much of a threat to Van der Sar. The Dutch goalkeeper narrowly held the football in his arms. It's such a pity. This was the first spark between the two super strikers Shevchenko and Ronaldo. It was supposed to be a wonderful goal, but it was just a little bit short. Commentator Cesta was still lamenting Newcastle's counter-attack just now. At this time, the situation on the field suddenly changed in an instant. Van der Sar quickly kicks the ball. In the front court, number 18 Machida screamed and fell to the ground during the fight with Khedira. The referee blew the whistle and sentenced Khedira for a foul. Manchester United got an indirect free kick opportunity near 45 meters from the penalty area. Standing in front of football is a generation of midfield master Paul Scholes. At a distance of 45 meters, Manchester United's number 1 free kick master C. Ronald's elevator ball is unpredictable and suitable for long range bombing, but this distance is beyond reach. The Portuguese superstar stood in the penalty area unwillingly. This game was promoted by the media before the game as a direct duel between Angel Wings, Juan Mata and him. So far, Mata has provided 1 assist from the front line, but he has not performed at all. This makes the competitive C. Ronaldo cannot accept it. A year ago, the only person who could compete with him in today's football world was Barcelona's Messi. But now, under the cultivation of Crazy Lee, Juan Mata, who was an abandoned player at Old Trafford, turned out to be a player. Another young player who can compete with him made Ronaldo feel a crisis. Now, I have to score a goal to beat that short Spanish guy in terms of personal data comparison. When the referee blew the whistle to indicate that Scholes could take a free throw, Ronaldo clenched his fists. The football drew a strange arc in the air and went straight to the edge of Newcastle's penalty area. Scholes showed his skills as a midfield master. Such a pass made Hugo Lloris very uncomfortable. Watching it's not far away, but I don't dare to abandon the door and attack. The restricted area is in chaos. A red figure jumped in from the back row and jumped high. Cristiano Ronaldo. Cesta exclaimed. The person who jumped up was none other than C. Ronaldo. The Portuguese took off with the fearless attitude of a hungry tiger. His strong body made his waist almost reach the heads of other players. No one around him could compete with him. The football hit him on the head without any suspense. However, perhaps because it was too high to grasp the angle, the football did not fly towards the goal as quickly as Ronaldo expected. Instead, it changed direction slightly and then slid towards the baseline. C. Ronaldo's body has fallen downwards, and his powerful ability to stay in the air allows him to turn his head to see the flight path of the football in an instant. Huge disappointment instantly filled his body. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. A huge head suddenly appeared on the flight path of the football and paused in the air. Aha! The soft sound of the football entering the net was like the sound of nature, reaching the ears of the Manchester United players. This goal was missed. It went in. Sester wanted to say that he made a mistake, but before the word mistake came out of his mouth, the ball suddenly turned and entered the net. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the video in front of him, and it did go in. Who is it? Player number 18. It's Machida. It's really Machida. Ferguson replaced the Italian teenager Machida, who didn't play for a long time. He appeared like a ghost in the most deadly position, sending the football away into the net. Machida, whose full name is Federico Machida, is a 17-year-old Italian youngster who moved to Manchester United from Serie A team Lazio in the 2007-08 season. He has no previous experience in top league games. Machida became famous in one battle. He was only 17 years old and scored the goal of Crazy Lee's team. This is something that many super forwards cannot do. He scored a face-saving goal for Manchester United. Ferguson's substitution had a magical effect, excellent movement awareness and ability to seize opportunities. Although they lost the game, Manchester United gained a superstar. As soon as the ball went in, Old Trafford was filled with thunderous applause. It came just in time. If the Red Devils were really shaved bald by Madley at home, it would be an indelible shame. On the field point, the young player Machida was not excited because he scored his first goal in the Premier League, nor was he carried away by the goal of Madley's team. After ejecting his teammates who came to celebrate, Machida picked up the ball from the net, picked it up, and ran all the way to the center circle of the field, carefully placed the ball, and waited for Newcastle to kick off. The applause became more intense, like a flood from ancient times. The 700 million Manchester United fans at Old Trafford fell in love with the 17-year-old player at this moment. In him, the fans saw the Red Devils spirit that the club has always been proud of. The game. There are only 3 minutes left. After scoring the goal, Manchester United's morale suddenly soared. Like Popey who ate spinach, they bulged their biceps and launched a violent attack on Newcastle's goal. Hugo Lloris became the busiest person in an instant. In 10 seconds, he was the one who appeared in the broadcast for 9 seconds. It was the turn of Newcastle's fans to be frightened. Although they still had a 2-goal lead, it would be too embarrassing if Manchester United equalized the score. Don't take it lightly. That's how the Bundesliga giants Bayern Munich were killed by the Red Devils. At Old Trafford, which was getting darker and darker, the red color suddenly became so agitated. But, bang bang bang, when Manchester United was most reluctant, the referee's whistle, 2 short and 1 long, finally rang. Time freezes, score freezes, ! 1:3! This is the result of the Red Devils at home. They were defeated twice by Madman Lee's team when they had the most hope, and at the moment when the game whistle blew, on the field, Ukrainian nuclear warhead Shevchenko raised his head and looked towards London. Next game, I will return to where I am, Stamford Bridge. Wait for me. March 19, Stamford Bridge, Chelsea. That is where Andriy Shevchenko fell, and now, 5 days later, he will return there again, return there, to conquer again. The climax is coming soon. The 6th update of 4,000 words. The 6th update has ended. Today's 19,000 update is over, brothers. Support Zyodeo with monthly tickets. For more exciting storylines, I need you to use monthly tickets to make my passion boil. Chapter 471 today, 039. S6th update is nearly 20,000 words updated. Please vote for me in the cold W. Dear brothers, Deozi has fulfilled his promise. The 6th chapter is over. Please support me with your monthly tickets. I waited in the cold wind for half an hour yesterday. Later, I found the boss's phone number and asked him. Only then did I know that the guy went out. I almost froze to death when I went back. Fortunately, the guy came back today. Deozi's legs are almost frozen to arthritis. I feel dizzy every night when I go to bed. The exciting climax is coming. Dear Deok brothers, use your monthly tickets To let Xiao feel the enthusiasm in winter, I will be more passionate and write more exciting stories when the nuclear warhead returns to Stamford Bridge, when Madman meets Beckham and Gigi on the court. What kind of funny and exciting stories will happen? Stay tuned. Daozi wants monthly tickets. Very necessary. Chapter 472. The Past of Stamford Bridge. Crazy Lee is like an omnipotent pyrotechnicist. Every game is a stage for his magical and dazzling fireworks show. On March 14th at Old Trafford, lightning killer Michael Owen Bloom, the most magnificent pattern, came out, and the young prodigy of Manchester United, Federico Machida, was born because of a small accident during his fireworks display. He helped his opponents ignite brilliant flames one after another. This is the comment made by the BBC TV special TV programme Passionate Green on the Old Trafford battle on March 14th after each round of the Premier League. Point before the game, no one expected that the Magpie Legion, which had already fallen into civil strife and was about to fall apart, would break out in such a powerful battle. For 90 minutes, it was like landing from Newcastle Harbour. Like a hurricane, it swept through Old Trafford mercilessly. Manchester United coach Sir Alex Ferguson had a sullen face at the post-match press conference. He ended what should have been a 15-minute press conference with just 5 seconds of "I'm very disappointed with the game." What the news media remembered at this time was Ferguson's psychological tactics over and over again before the game, and Crazy Lee's thick black eyes when he attended the pre-match press conference between March 10th and 14th. Ferguson tirelessly talked about the civil unrest in Newcastle in newspapers and constantly offered advice to the young and immature lunatically, while Newcastle officials have maintained or air silence. Almost the entire England thought that this time, the wily Ferguson finally caught the weakness of Madman Lee, and everyone was waiting to see a generation of godfathers kill the god on the sidelines of the football field. But now it seems that the truth is exactly the opposite. The godfather of the Red Devils has stumbled on his old horse and happily jumped into the pit dug by Madman Lee, and is still saying thank you loudly. The scene where Lee Tongfan used mineral water to wash off his smoky macup in the 65th minute of the game was caught by some sharp-eyed reporters. The video of the game after the game also confirmed this. It reminded me of the sad look on Lee Tongfan's face before the game, with his appearance and the triumphant expression after washing off his smoky macup. Everyone suddenly realized that the people who were deceived by Crazy Lee's performance were not only Ferguson, but also the whole of Great Britain. The new Oscar winner Crazy Lee. This was a news headline typed by the local media in Manchester with indignation. The press officer of the Manchester United club angrily denounced, "Crazy Lee is simply conducting a farce. This is an act of blasphemy against football culture. Let God tell you that to defeat your opponent, you must start preparing from the outside." This is the news headline most frequently used by the Newcastle media. In the eyes of fans, Lee Tongbien's wonderful performance in this psychological strategy is even more impressive than raising the famous cursed middle finger during the game to surprise the decades-old enemy. Ferguson's psychological tactics of stealing a chicken but losing a handful of rice has become a joke among Newcastle people, and Lee Tongfan's wonderful performances on and off the field are even more talked about by many Magpies fans. Tau's happy topic. Former England legendary superstar Gascoigne, who is undergoing alcohol treatment in the hospital, couldn't wait to jump out after Crazy Lee's prank. "That little bastard did a really great job. I think we are in the same category, man. Wahahaha. Smoky macup. This is so creative. This is a genius performance, fans." Think about the classic scene when Gascoigne took out the red card from the referee's pocket and showed it to the referee, and then think about Crazy Lee's smoky macup that concealed the truth in yesterday's focus game. They feel that Crazy Lee is really, he looks a bit like the cutest and most hateful fat man in the history of England. Both are two fun bastards. After defeating Manchester United, Newcastle took another step forward on the road to winning the championship. After 30 games, the Magpies have accumulated 81 points, leading the second-placed Manchester United by 8 points in the Premier League standings. They are ahead of the third and fourth placed Chelsea and Arsenal by 12 points and 15 points respectively. In the 2008-2009 Premier League season, they were only 8 points ahead. with 8 rounds left. If nothing happens, the Premier League crown in the 2008-2009 season will definitely belong to Crazy Lee's Magpies. After the Old Trafford battle, no one mentioned the so-called locker room conflict of the Magpies anymore. Even the best reporters could see clearly that even Ferguson suffered a dumb loss. Not to mention them, the past is past. The media and fans have turned their attention to the Stamford Bridge Stadium, the home stadium of Chelsea, on March 18th, because Crazy Lee's Magpies are going to conquer there. In this battle, the media found far more gimmicks than the Old Trafford battle. Among them, the most eye-catching one is naturally the return of the king after the transfer of nuclear warhead, Shevchenko. Before joining Chelsea, Shevchenko was one of the top 5 super forwards in the world. His career was full of flowers and applause. Everywhere he appeared, fans would be crazy to pursue him, and countless wealthy clubs would wave, promising all kinds of good things with a check, just to win Shevchenko's favor. In that era, Shevchenko's name was enough to make every defender who heard these 4 words tremble with fear. Even in Serie A, which is known for its defense among the 5 major leagues, wherever the nuclear warhead went, it was invincible. After joining Chelsea with his eyes on the aura of a superstar, the glory he had once left him irrevocably in every second, even if he scored his first goal in the Community Shield in his first appearance on behalf of the Blues. However, everything that followed was just like the final result of that Community Shield Cup. It can only be described in 2 words: fail. Before the halfway point of the first season is over, the English media can't wait to impose the title of the biggest parallel importer in the history of the Premier League on Shevchenko's name. At that time, he used various methods to try to regain his form, even if it was to follow an unknown sprinter at the age of 30, to learn how to make himself run faster. Head coach Mourinho did not like him, and his teammates also believed that he was a spy in the locker room, the boss's eyes and ears for Abramovich, and a bomb that destroyed the atmosphere in the locker room. Captain Terry condemned him, and his teammates, they rejected him. The former superstar, who was in constant panic, turned out to be as destitute as a lost dog. What's the point of teaching human kindness, with Stamford Bridge no longer having a foothold for him? Shevchenko was like a child who had made a mistake. He had no choice but to switch to the San Siro, the place where he once became famous, in the cold wind and rain. Originally, Shevchenko Kinko also hopes to find everything lost in the place of former glory. However, this glorious land that once brought him great glory, when he came back for the second time, brought him only cynicism and cold benches. His former close friends Gattuso and Inzaghi, not ashamed of his betrayal in Milan's most critical moment, he looked at him coldly, and the fans in the stands treated the former hero with endless boos. Shevchenko's Serie A had another grand beginning, but ended in such a disappointing and scrawled manner, just when the whole world thought that this Ukrainian nuclear warhead was about to rust in the corner of history and be forgotten by the European continent. Shevchenko, in England, the place of his fall, used 5 consecutive games to score a goal, and announced his return as the king. When such a Shevchenko appears in a place that was once neglected, what kind of interesting story will happen? Is it a prince's revenge on Napoleon's second Waterloo? Before the game started, the media reported overwhelmingly on Shevchenko's return to Stamford Bridge. Facing reporters' interviews, Chelsea's superstars expressed their views. Captain John Terry: Andriy Shevchenko is a good player, but he is not suitable for Chelsea. He performed well at Newcastle, but don't try to take victory away from Stamford Bridge. Obviously, the captain of the Blues team is not very fond of this former superstar teammate. It was Terry who broke the news that Shevchenko was the heir of the boss's locker room and a destroyer of team unity. Team deputy Frank Lampard was much kinder than Terry. Andre has found his form at St. James. I'm happy for that. Congratulations to him. Drogba, who has a straightforward personality, was once the most direct striker competitor with Shevchenko, but Warcraft from Ivory Coast showed enough goodwill when facing reporters' microphones. I already knew he was a great guy. I'm glad he finally found a team that suits him, and I'm looking forward to playing against him in the game. Another person who is not interested in playing against Shevchenko is French forward Nicolas Anelka. The devil is very disdainful that the media compares him with Shevchenko. I have achieved success at Chelsea, but what about Shevchenko? Haha. Addition to Shevchenko's return gimmick, there are many highlights of the Stamford Bridge battle. For example, Eastern European Ronaldinho, Yuri Zirkov, who has just transferred to Chelsea, faces his old club, such as the revenge of Gus Hiddink, who was kicked out of the European Cup finals by Crazy Lee, such as Crazy Lee and Chelsea owner Roman Abramovich. The relationship between Ramovic and Ramovich is constantly being cut and messed up. For example, whether Stamford Bridge, which has maintained an unbeaten season, can maintain its record under the clutches of Madman Lee. All this seems to indicate that the battle between the Blues and the Magpies will be far more exciting than the Red Devils against the Magpies. There is something wrong with this chapter. The Magpie is not actually 30 consecutive winners. The knife is wrong. I'm sorry. It has been modified now. Please forgive me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 473, An Emergency on the Training Ground. The game is getting closer day by day. On this day, after training, French black man Moussa Sissoko knocked on Lee Tongfan's office. By this time, it was already dark. Moussa Sissoko walked cautiously in the dimly lit corridor. At this time, his teammates had already driven away from the Rig Bottom training base. Assistant coach Alan Shearer also left. In the entire office building, only the head coach was there. Lee Tongfan will stay as usual to do the data compilation work after the daily training. The lights are dim, the corridor seemed so quiet, and the sound of bang 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 footsteps came to mind in the corridor, just like Moussa Sissoko's own heartbeat. Indeed, Sissoko was a little nervous at this time. Moussa Sissoko admires his head coach so much, although he can also see that among all the young players who joined the team during the transfer period last summer, he is definitely not the most talented one, nor is he the best player in the team. The most needed one in the rise, because in the defensive midfielder position, the team has the experienced Makalol, the long-established Fernando Gago, and the tenacious German teenager Sami Khedira. In the defensive midfielder position, he himself can only be regarded as a fourth substitute who is ready to come on as a substitute at any time. However, Moussa Sissoko does not regret joining Newcastle. Like many young players on the European continent, being able to play under Crazy Lee is something he never dared to dream about before. Even if he has been working as a player here, being a substitute is also a joy. Once upon a time, he had envied his good friend Mamadou Sakho, because Sakho so easily gained the love of Madman Lee, so easily gained the main position of the team, so easily became the darling of St. James. These were all things Moussa Sissoko was dreaming about when he was dreaming. Everyone wants it, although he seemed to have gained everything. In the end, Mamadou Sakho left St. James in a way that Moussa Sissoko had never thought of. At that time, within half a year of joining Newcastle, that it was the first time Sissoko saw the boss acting so angry in front of the team members. The departure of his friend Sakho further strengthened Moussa Sissoko's determination to stay at St. James. He never thought that he would be able to perform an adult version of the football fairy tale in the League Cup final and become famous all over the world. He was lost in the influx of praise, be a super center like Drogba, or be a powerful midfielder like Makalol. Such a question that would almost determine his career was placed in front of Moussa Sissoko after he rose to fame in the most incredible way. After the League Cup final, Lee Tongfan kept asking Moussa Sissoko according to the midfielder training method in his usual training. Sissoko thought that maybe this was a choice that the boss made for him. However, he still decided to ask the person he admired personally. Therefore, taking advantage of this opportunity, Moussa Sissoko decided to muster up the courage to ask in person. He believed that, when he was most confused, the boss would definitely give the most reasonable explanation and answer. Bang bang bang. When there was a knock on the door, Moussa Sissoko felt his heart jump out of his throat. Please, come in. Sissoko opened the door and entered. Lee Tongfan is sorting out some player data observed during training today. These data are what Leoli requires every member of the coaching staff to observe during the training process. Leoli will sort out these data every day and compare them with the FM 2009 system. Now that he has blown the live data coaching to the outside world, Leo Lee decided to stick to this habit. The various data that Lee Tongfan has summarized so far can indeed build a huge player database, which not only includes the Magpie's own players, but also the information of many world-renowned players. When he looked up and saw Moussa Sissoko walking in hesitantly, Lee Tongfan smiled and thought to himself, "Good boy, it's finally here. How long did I think you would endure?" Sissoko has been a bit absent-minded in training these days. Assistant coach Alan Shearer has discovered this a long time ago and mentioned this matter to Lee Tongfan. Lee Tongfan didn't mention it because Lee Tongfan had known about it for a long time. "What are you thinking about? Haha, isn't this our League Cup hero? Come in and give me an autograph first." Lee Tongfan decided to tease this little guy. Even though Sissoko is nearly 1.9 meters tall, he is as strong as a bison and has a very fierce style on the court. However, once he is on the court, he is as shy as a bewildered child, which is a typical dual personality. When Lee Tongfan said this, his face suddenly turned red. If he hadn't been born with a dark face, he would have been able to scrape off the red paint. I guess you want to ask, is it better to be a striker who can dominate the game and decide the outcome of the game on his own, as the senior experts said, or is it better to continue to retreat and do a good job? It's good to be a defensive midfielder who works hard to protect the team, right? Lee Tongfan put down the pen in his hand and put the compiled information in the drawer. His smile disappeared and he put on a serious look and asked Sissoko. The French black man nodded. Lee Tongfan pointed to the sofa and said, "Sit. This is a difficult question. To be honest, I don't know which one to choose, Moussa." Sissoko was a little surprised. In this 19-year-old boy's mind, such a simple question should not stump the all-powerful boss, but he never expected that the answer he got was "I don't know." In every position, you have unlimited possibilities for growth. Maybe at the forward position you can become a world-shaking player, or maybe you will lose everything you have now. Everyone who wants to become a superstar, you must be responsible for yourself. There is only one person who can decide all this, and that is you. Lee Tongfan is lying. According to the FM 2009 system database, Moussa Sissoko's performance potential in the defensive midfielder position is bright green like a fish in water, while his performance in the forward position is bright red helpless. In other words, if Moussa Sissoko chooses to be a defensive midfielder, then he is very likely to become a world-class player. But if he chooses to be a forward, depending on his physical condition, he may have to go the Chinese Super League is messing around. However, Lee Tongfan knew that if he asked Sissoko to be a defensive midfielder, he would definitely not have any objections, based on the big black man's admiration for him. However, in the league finals, the big black man, his performance at the forward position was so dazzling, although it was all due to the core tactics of the virtual attack, but it was a pity that he himself did not know. If today, I rely on the authority of the head coach and take advantage of the big black man's admiration for me, then maybe one day many years later, Sissoko will regret not trying to become a forward. Therefore, Lee Tongfan is more willing to let Moussa Sissoko choose by himself. In the next week, I will let you try the forward training course. You need to use your own heart to feel whether you are suitable for a forward or a defensive midfielder. The next day. Rick training base. The Hammers of Newcastle's first team all saw such a novel scene. Moussa Sissoko, who originally trained with Makalal and other midfielders, was assigned to a group of strikers such as Owen and started training in full swing. Watching Moussa Sissoko training a little stiffly and unfamiliarly with the enthusiastic help of Owen, the Hammers will all smile heartily. If the French black man can become an excellent forward, everyone will bless him, because according to the schedule, the team will go to Stamford Bridge to challenge Chelsea next, so the team's tactical training has been adjusted according to Chelsea's characteristics. Today's Chelsea is no better than the Blues during the Luis Scolari era, when they last played against each other. Under the leadership of the Dutchman Hiddink, Chelsea has completely restored the domineering style of the Mourinho era. In recent games they have maintained 8 consecutive victories in the league and are in incredible good condition. Therefore, no one in Newcastle dares to neglect, as usual, the team's specific training is in charge of assistant coach Alan Shearer, while Lee Tongfan stood on the sidelines to carefully observe the performance of each player in training, and gave individual reminders according to the prompts of the FM 2009 system and pointers. Just at this time a scream came from the field, and the Hammers stopped training. Lee Tongfan heard the sound and went out, and found that Owen had fallen to the ground on the forward team's field, while Mouser Sissoko stood aside at a loss. What happened? When Lee Tongfan rushed over, the team doctor was already at Irving's side, and the players also gathered around. Michael just taught me how to shoot after dribbling past someone. He was acting as a defender. I bumped into him and accidentally touched his knee. Mouser Sissoko explained what happened intermittently. It turned out that Michael Owen, as the captain, saw Sissoko's clumsy performance in forward training, so he came over to give him personal guidance. Unexpectedly, during the demonstration, he and Sissoko bumped into each other. The sole of Ko's foot accidentally stepped on Owen's knee. Looking at the two large bloody wounds on Irving's knee, Sissoko was frightened and overwhelmed. He clearly knew what an unforgivable mistake he had made. Captain Irving is the flagship figure of the team. His prestige is second only to head coach Lee Tongfan, almost as much as assistant coach Alan Shearer, and he is the team's top scorer. If Irving is injured for a long time because of this, at such a critical time in the league and other fronts this season, his unintentional kick will cause immeasurable losses to the team. At this moment, Mouser Sissoko was like a child who had made a mistake, lowering his head and waiting for the blame from the head coach and teammates. Second update point: the serial number of the chapter is wrong again, but the author of chapter 5 cannot change it himself. I will contact the editor. The content is attached. Brothers, please feel free to read it. Because the water tower pipe of the production team has been frozen and cracked for several days, the water storage at home has been used up. Today, I have to help my family go to a distant river to pull water. Several trips back and forth wasted a lot of time, and there are only 2 updates. Ziodeo expressed his profound apology. The excitement is coming soon. The nuclear warhead will rise up the strongest in front of those who bullied him in the past. The enemy will pay the price. Chapter 474 Mouser Sissoko and -039 S terrifying hat trick. Mouser Sissoko's hat trick. Team Dr. Nugent roughly checked Owen's wound and asked Owen to move his leg joints. Everyone saw Owen gasping and enduring the pain, and they immediately knew something was wrong. With Owen's tough character, they all showed such with a painful expression. The injury must not be minor. Sure enough, Team Dr. Nugent temporarily applied an ice pack to the wound, and then turned to Lee Tongfan with a heavy expression and shook his head. The superficial wound is a minor matter, but the collision probably injured his knee ligament. The most optimistic estimate is, you need to rest for at least a month, and, I suggest, you must go for a checkup immediately. Maybe the situation will be more serious. Suck. A group of Hammers gasped in unison. They have taken a month's rest. It is already late March. If we wait until late April, the daylilies will be cold. They all looked at Owen with their eyes wide open. Mouser Sissoko, the honest man who stood aside and admitted his mistake with his head lowered and weeping, didn't even know what to say. Well, what are you doing standing here? Get out of here and continue to train me. Lee Tongfan was frowning and wanted to say something. When he saw the expressions of the Hammers, he picked up his feet and moved towards Marcelo and Marcelo, who were closest to him. Ronaldo got a kick on the butt. Whoops, the Hammers dispersed. Hey, why don't you leave, Lee? Tongfan looked at Mouser Sissoko, who was standing motionless in front of him with a strange look, walked up and kicked him again. Did you even think of using this opportunity to cheat during training? I tell you, don't even think about it! Exclamation mark. Let me train quickly. Mouser Sissoko originally wanted to say something sorry, saying that he was careless or something, but when the boss kicked his butt, some of the words he had originally planned seemed to be shocked. Like a sparrow, it quickly disappeared without a trace. So, Mouser Sissoko covered his butt and ran away. With the help of the staff, Irving was quickly sent to a hospital near the base for the most detailed examination. Lee Tongfan also put down the work at hand and followed him. Whether it was Irving's importance to Newcastle or his feelings for Irving as a friend, making it impossible for Laoli to stand on the sidelines of the training ground and passively wait for that injury notice. Moreover, what puzzled Laoli was that Owen's injury did not appear in the FM 2009 system in advance. In the hospital, the specific extent of Irving's injuries was determined an hour later. Lightning killer. The 2 blood marks on the surface of the knee only took about 10 days to heal without leaving any sequelae. However, as Team Dr. Nugent judged, the worst thing still happened. Owen's knee ligament was sprained in a collision with Moussa Sissoko. The knee ligament injury is almost an old injury that has been bothering Owen before. The moment England team number 10 fell down in the 2006 World Cup in Germany, the hearts of countless Owen fans around the world also fell to the ground at that moment. Shattered to pieces, that injury without the ball almost ruined Irving's entire career. Even after that, Irving was unable to play in Newcastle, and the culprit of all this was the knee ligament injury. Today's impartial collision caused Owen's old injury to relapse, according to the final determination of the hospital experts. Even if the recovery condition is relatively good in the subsequent treatment, it will take at least 2 months for Irving to return to the game, which is far more serious than Team Dr. Nugent expected. After comforting the depressed Irving in the ward, Lee Tongfan hurriedly returned to the Rick-Bottom training base. Irving's injury made Laoli start to think about changing the starting lineup and fine-tuning tactics against Chelsea. Then, even if Lee Tongfan, what I didn't expect was that there would be bad news waiting for him on the training ground. Someone is injured again. Moreover, like Owen, the injured person is also the absolute main force in the management of the Magpies' Spanish Angel Wings. Juan Mata collided with a teammate during an intra-team training and suffered a slight fracture in his arm. This time, even if he didn't go to the hospital, Miracle Dr. Ito Yun told Laoli responsibly that Mata needed to take a truce for a month. What made Lee Tongfan collapse the most was that the person who injured Juan Mata was none other than Comrade Moussa Sissoko, the driver who caused the accident last time. Seeing the big black man standing in front of him again, like a frightened rabbit, Lee Tongfan didn't know what to say. The only thing that was certain was that this kid definitely didn't mean it, and he couldn't blame him. Swinging his feet, Laoli once again thought he was unlucky and kicked Sissoko away, who was about to open his mouth to apologize. This kind of thing happened in Newcastle. If it were any other team, and main players like Owen and Mata were so injured in training, it would probably be the beginning of a locker room conflict, even if it wouldn't lead to a fight. The sultry man was shamelessly proud of how well he managed the team, and the atmosphere in the team was joyful and shameless when screams came from the training ground again. "I'm going to punch your lungs out, right, Lee?" Tongfan was dumbfounded when he saw another person lying down on the training ground. It was the handsome Italian boy David Thornton, who fell to the side with his thighs in his arms. Next to Thornton, who was even more dumbfounded than Lee Tongfan, was his old acquaintance Moussa Sissoko. There is a strange atmosphere permeating the entire Rick-Bottom training base. Although the teammates knew that this honest French black man definitely did not mean it, but the lethality of this kid today was too powerful, right? It's simply like killing gods and Buddhas, killing Buddhas and enemies, and destroying heaven and earth regardless of me. MLGBD. Lee Tongfan looked at Thornton being carried on a stretcher again, feeling confused in his heart. Hat trick of murderers. I have to send this guy to the Chelsea camp, and maybe he can help me get rid of my henchman. Where is Roba? Because Moussa Sissoko's state was too scary. During the subsequent training, before his teammates and head coach Lee Tongfan said anything, he no longer dared to train with the team anymore, and took the initiative to ask to go to the small black room. Lee Dankson. Lee Tongfan thought about it and agreed. This matter is too mysterious today, so it's better to be careful. The fact that Newcastle lost 3 generals in one day's training was quickly publicized by the pervasive media. In the end, the official website of Newcastle Club also announced the injuries of the 3 players. Irving tore his knee ligament and was seriously injured and sidelined for 2 months, basically saying goodbye to this season. Juan Mata has a slight fracture in his arm and will be out for 10 days. David Thornton has thigh muscle atrophy and is out for half a month. All 3 of these people are the main players of the Magpies. Lightning Killer, Irving, and Angel Wings, Juan Mata. Needless to say, the handsome Italian boy Thornton has almost always been Newcastle's best choice at the right back position. The only regular selection, he has attended almost 99% of the Magpies games this season, and the bizarre experience of 3 people being injured was dug up and widely reported by some powerful media. The future front tyrant injured 3 people in a row, which shows his strong body. The most bizarre hat trick. Newcastle suffers heavy loss. Bizarre disaster before the war. Newcastle died of suicide. The person Chelsea needs to thank the most, our own killer Sissoko. Seeing that the team's secrets were leaked, Tongfan was already furious and was preparing to convene a plenary meeting to carry out a rectification campaign to catch the traitor. Who knew that at this time things took a dramatic turn? I think this must be one of Crazy Lee's tricks. The last Smokey McHugh incident is still fresh in my mind. Maybe after the Stamford Bridge game starts, you will be surprised to see Owen and others appear in the starting lineup. Middle expert swears by it. It's not wrong at all. I'm sure this is a story made up by Crazy Lee. Moussa Sissoko seriously injured 3 main players by himself? Only Crazy Lee can think of such a funny reason. Expert B started from the facts and carried out a rational analysis after the 2 experts took the lead. Many fans and media who understood Crazy Lee's character and habits also expressed their sudden realization. Yes, how can we believe such a nonsense reason? So, that's it. Let me tell you, Lee must be joking with us. So, we will definitely be able to see Irving's goals and performances by then. It scares me to death. Lee. Tongfan looked at such remarks flying in the sky, looked at the assistant coach Alan Shearer next to him with innocent eyes, and asked with infinite grievance, "Alan, am I so untrustworthy? You know the last time I smoked the bad idea of McHugh was actually your idea, Alan." Shearer had contempt written all over his face. "Now it's not your credibility that's the problem. It's because of your poor character, which has brought Newcastle club into disrepute." Roll, Lee. Tongfan was furious. "I'm going to expose everything, because you instigated me." Wow. Ha 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 ha. Do you think? The contempt on Alan Shearer's face almost overflowed. "Do you think anyone will believe it, Leo?" Lee was dumbfounded. March 19th. Newcastle arrived in London 7 hours before the game. After training to adapt to the venue, it was quickly time for the pre-match press conference. He is a very thoughtful head coach. You never know what he is thinking or doing. "This game is very difficult for us. Irving? Yes, I think he may appear in the game. On the list." When asked what he thought of Moussa Sissoko's special hat trick that has been a hot topic in the media recently, Chelsea interim coach Bucero showed a proud smile on his face. It is not difficult to see from his answer that the Dutch seem to think that the so-called news about the main players' injuries is just a trick played by Madman Lee that will not make it on the stage, and he will not give Madman Lee a chance to succeed. First update. Second update later. There was an error in the Magpie points issue in chapter 1 yesterday, and it has been corrected. Thanks to the brothers for reminding me. The knife almost caused a big mistake. Chapter 475. John Terry, 039, S special greetings. March 19th. Afternoon, 15:15. The Stamford Bridge Stadium suddenly erupted into overwhelming applause and cheers. The Chelsea players were slowly walking out of the player tunnel with their pink ball boys in hand. Under the passionate leadership of the onside commentator, every Blues player received the approval of more than 60,000 crazy Chelsea fans in the stands. Welcome. At this moment, the huge sound waves pouring down from the sloping stands were like an 18-level whirlwind blowing out of thin air, blowing the green and trimmed grass on the court and bending down. Compared with the Chelsea players, the Newcastle players who walked out of the tunnel at the same time only received weak boos. Although more than 3,000 Newcastle fans who came from afar tried their best to resist and build momentum in front of their numerous opponents, they were like small sampans on a stormy night, falling into the storm almost instantly. In the vast blue sea, there was not even a small wave. Today's Chelsea, compared with the first round clash between the two sides, has changed tremendously after experiencing the downturn at the beginning of the season when Scholar died. Hiddink, the Russian national team coach known as the Miracle Coach, was appointed to serve as the team's interim coach under repeated invitations from owner Abramovich. After arriving at Stamford Bridge, the magical coach lived up to expectations and once again showed his brilliance. He quickly integrated the scattered blues into a monolithic unit, and in a short period of time, he exploded with terrifying energy that was no less than that of the Mourinho era. At this time, Chelsea, through a series of consecutive victories and hitting superb military management skills, have accumulated morale to an incredible height. Even when facing the god on the sidelines of the football, Madman Lee, they still firmly believe that the final winner will be It Must Be Me. The momentum and energy that broke out at Stamford Bridge today can be called the most terrifying Devils home stadium in the world. The moment Lee Tongfan walked out of the player tunnel, he also felt something different. The overwhelming and violent momentum was definitely the old man's. The most powerful Lee has encountered in the past 3 years. MLGBD. Have everyone here been injected with a T-virus? Leo. Lee glanced at the Chelsea fans in the stands, whose faces were full of flesh and blood, like crazed zombies, unconsciously stretching out their hands and screaming wildly, and he was greatly surprised. At this time, the Chelsea players had already lined up on the field, and began to shake hands with the Newcastle Hammers before the game. Shevchenko looked at the familiar faces in front of him, and thought of the help, ridicule, humiliation, and indifference they had brought to him in the past nearly 3 years. At this moment, he was filled with emotions. "Andre, welcome back," Lampard whispered to Shevchenko and smiled. "Thanks." They shook hands one by one, and when it was the turn of Chelsea captain John Terry, the English superstar known as the Pillar of Stamford Bridge, like Lampard, also came over. However, the meaning expressed by Terry was completely opposite to Lampard. "I didn't expect that an old guy like you would still get the opportunity to play in the top league. But don't worry, today, I won't give you any chance to score." Shevchenko was not surprised at all because since the moment he stepped into the Stamford Bridge dressing room 3 years ago, he has had an irreconcilable conflict with John Terry, because, as a player who was repeatedly requested to join by boss Abramovich, the close relationship between Pachenko and Abramovich and the top weekly salary have seriously threatened Terry's status as the big brother at Stamford Bridge, and Terry does not seem to be a person of high moral character and broad mind. In the years that followed, the pressure and difficulties from Terry made Shevchenko's poor performance on the court more and more difficult off the court. At the beginning of the 2008-09 season, the reason why Shevchenko chose to go to AC Milan on loan was not so much that he actively sought change, but rather that he was forced out of Stamford Bridge by John Terry. Today, coming to Stamford Bridge again, if there is anyone standing here that Shevchenko wants to defeat the most, it must be John Terry. Faced with Terry's provocation at this moment, Shevchenko just smiled and did not retort, because in terms of words, nuclear warhead has never been the sharp one. Ouch. It turns out that we were fooled by Crazy Lee again. Michael Owen, Juan Mata and David Thornton did not appear in Newcastle's starting lineup. Are they really injured? When the starting 11 of both sides actually came out on the field, the onside commentator's voice exclaimed into the microphone spread throughout Stamford Bridge. Lee Tongfan was almost angry. "MLGBD, what do you mean you were tricked by me again? I said from the beginning that the 3 Hammers were injured, but you just didn't believe it and said that I was playing tricks. Now that things have happened, you blame me again. I support you." What a lung. In front of Chelsea's command box, the magical coach Hiddink face was also ugly. He swore in front of hundreds of reporters at the pre-match press conference that Crazy Lee was playing tricks. What was the result? Now that I have been completely beaten, not to mention the starting 11, even on the bench, I can't see the shadow of the 3 Owens. Hiddink looked at Lee Tongfan, who was gnashing his teeth in the distance with complicated eyes, and thought to himself, false and false. True and false. Crazy Lee's tactics have indeed reached an unpredictable level. Lee Tongfan, force, amid the screams of thousands of crazy zombies at Stamford Bridge, referee Howard Webb blew the whistle to end the game. The first to kick off was the visiting team Newcastle. In the coin toss just now, John Terry won. He chose the right to choose the side. Chelsea won the goal on the west side of the stadium because the sun was still high in the sky at this time. The goal on the east side of the stadium. The goal is facing the dazzling light, which will cause considerable interference to the goalkeeper and defenders when judging the incoming ball. Terry felt proud of himself for being able to achieve such a victory from the beginning. At this time, Newcastle had already taken advantage of the opening possession to launch an attack. Zarashavin showed off his sharp footwork on the left. After passing Joe Cole with 2 consecutive changes of direction, the Blues right back Bucero made a diagonal pass to the center before coming up to defend. The one in the middle is nuclear warhead, Shevchenko. After Shevchenko stopped the football with his back to the goal, before he could turn around, suddenly, a huge force suddenly came from behind, and there was a burst of severe pain in the ankle of his left foot. Shevchenko fell to the ground without any suspense, like a sapling struck by a giant axe. Force. The referee's whistle sounded. John Terry raised his hands with an innocent face. He fell. I didn't touch him at all. Buzz. There was an overwhelming noise at Stamford Bridge. Terry's foul was a very bad behind the back tackle foul. Although the foul was not in the penalty area, and he was not the last defensive player, it is not an exaggeration to give a yellow card for such a bad foul. Who knows? The referee Howard Webb just called Terry aside and whispered a warning while laughing and joking, without any intention of playing cards. Protest. I protest. Lee Tongfan grabbed the 4th official, pointed at Shevchenko, who was receiving treatment from the team doctor on the court, and became furious. Such a serious foul, but there is not even a yellow card? Is this the legendary home whistle? I want to file a lawsuit against the Football Association. Leo. Lee can't be impatient. Shevchenko spent more than 30 character points and was a player who played an important role in Leo's plan for the second half of the season. If Terry really scrapped it, it would be an unbearable loss. 4th official. I will report in detail to the disciplinary committee after the game. Lee Tongfan. What now? Go quickly and let him give the yellow card. You go remind the damn idiot referee. 4th official. I will report in detail to the disciplinary committee after the game. Lee Tongfan. Is this meeting gift not bad? After Shevchenko received simple treatment from the team doctor, he was limping to the sidelines. Terry took the initiative to walk over as if nothing had happened and whispered in his ear, "Look, I'm not the only one. This is how to welcome you, John." Terry pointed his finger at a huge banner in the stands. It was a group of radical Chelsea fans who put up a slogan mocking Shevchenko in the stands. A goal is equal to £2.45 million. You are the biggest parallel importer in this stadium, and will always be. In the painting, Shevchenko's cartoon image was vilified into a greedy devil with a long tail, holding banknotes in his hands, mocking nuclear warheads who only play football for money, and his exaggerated long vertical the blood-red pointed ears were a mockery of nuclear warheads at Stamford Bridge, just like Boss Abramovich's ears, which destroyed the unity of the locker room. Shevchenko glanced calmly in the direction of the stands, then looked at Terry, who was gloating about his misfortune. Without speaking, he walked to the sidelines with the support of the team doctor for further treatment. "Hey, I think you'll come up again, right? Haha." Terry laughed exaggeratedly behind him. To outsiders, it seemed like the captain of the Blues was apologizing for the foul just now. 3 minutes later, Shevchenko, who had received simple treatment, raised his arms amidst the boos at Stamford Bridge and signaled to the referee that he was ready to play. In the past 3 years, Shevchenko has never been welcomed here. There are many darlings at Stamford Bridge. Even Paul Ferreira, who is now recognized as a waste, once received cheers and cheers here applause stepping on the lawn. There was still a dull pain in the ankle. Shevchenko did not hesitate at all. In today's game, even if his ankle is kicked off, the nuclear warhead will still finish the game on the field. 0.10 minutes later, crazily returned to the 4-1-2-1 dash to that the Magpies are best at, from the unexpected 4-4-2 formation in the last game against Manchester United. The forwards are Shevchenko and Crespo, the Argentine centre forward, Fernando Gago, 2 wingers Podolski and Arshavin, Javier Pastor replacing Alan Smith, Manziani, Senderos, Stephen Taylor and Marcelo, and goalkeeper Hugo Lloris. The absence of Owen, Santon and Mata will affect Newcastle's strength. The impact was huge. Madly did not make any surprise moves. Facing Chelsea, whose form was rising steadily, I think they didn't have much chance in this game. Hiddink is also known as a miracle coach. I'm optimistic that he will end Madly's myth today. The TV commentator of this game was Mike Donald, the Lee Black from BBC TV. Sister, a loyal fan of Madly, was said to have acute appendicitis and was sent to the hospital for surgery. McDonald adhered to his usual commentary style of disliking Madly and stood on the side of Chelsea point at this time. The game had been going on for more than 10 minutes. In these 10 minutes, Chelsea, playing at home, had a slight advantage. Amid the shouts of crazy fans, the Blues were in high spirits. The front two, Warcraft, Drogba, and Devil, Abelka, had already taken several shots. On the other hand, Crespo was not the kind of striker who could create opportunities for himself in Newcastle, and Shevchenko was injured in the first violation. Although he received emergency treatment from the team doctor, his movements were obviously affected. The Dutchman Hiddink stood on the sidelines with a serious look on his face facing an opponent like Crazy Lee. The slight advantage on the field now can't make him feel at ease. He is still carefully observing Newcastle's tactical arrangement, hoping to find Crazy Lee's attack intention in this game, and Lee Tongfan, also standing on the sidelines. No one can tell from his expression what this magical Chinese is thinking. At this time, an unexpected scene suddenly happened on the field after a touch of the ball. Nuclear warhead. Shevchenko suddenly fell to the ground with a painful look on his face, and the part he covered with his hand was the ankle of the foot kicked by Terry. Shevchenko fell to the ground. It seems that the confrontation at the beginning of the game did cause him to suffer a serious injury. I think that maybe Crazy Lee should consider changing players at this time. This is not good news for Newcastle. BBC TV commentator Mike Donald gloated point on the field. Zarashavin lifted the ball out of bounds. Referee Howard Webb blew the whistle. To suspend the game, Newcastle's team doctor rushed into the field again, and after a simple examination, a stretcher was brought in, carrying Shevchenko to the sidelines for further examination and treatment. On the bench, the alien Ronaldo has already started warming up. Minus 4,000 words. Second update. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.